The Zebras gallop into the World Centre of Racing with championship intentions on mind. Ready to go for another season in ESL R1 competition, and welcome along to our team stream for round one in the Team Championship. Delighted you can join us. My name is Arjuna Kankipati. We'll be walking you through all of the action here over the course of the season. And who better to join us for round one, for week one, than the big boss himself. Florian Haasper joins us alongside myself for all of the action. Florian, delighted you can join us. You have to suffer through me for 5 odd hours of racing action, but how excited are you as we get ready to go racing for another season of ESL R1 action?
Yeah, hey Arjuna, hey everyone, hey Hurt, yeah, nice to have you here on our team stream. I mean, we haven't done it last season because our results were not so much team stream, let's say, adequate, but now we have, quite big hopes, or at least, let's say, from the underdog position, and I'm super excited. The whole team is excited, and we have something to prove, definitely, and we want to do it. If it works out, we will see, but just happy to be here.
And Florian, we've been doing some team streams of BS+COMPETITION in eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series action. We had some good results at Talladega last time out with Garrett Lowe on the podium, so I'm hoping that we can continue that form on over. But here on Rensport, of course, 4 drivers going to be taking part in knockout rounds to then set ourselves up to move forward to the semifinals and finals. And I think this new format in some ways for 2024, with the Team Championship split up from the Drivers' Championship, all of course as drivers make their way over to Riyadh later on this summer, it's going to build for some excitement. But Florian, as you work through the 4 drivers that we have here today, Ferris Stanley going to be going out in knockout race number 1, Ibraheem Khan in the second of our knockout races, and then the 2 new drivers, Robbie Stapleford and Caique Oliveira. Talk to us a little bit about how excited you are about the 4 drivers we've got in store here this season.
Yeah, absolutely excited. I mean, you know, we had a great team last year with also Pedro Sanchez and Ryan Barnefeld being in this. Obviously, we then looked after the year, what can we change? Who can devote enough time to this project in order to be competitive? And we knew that we wanted to raise our game, and maybe I start with Caique because he really raised our eyebrows over the course of the season. He was running with Furia in a BMW, and he was beating us very often, and he made it to the major and we didn't. So I got a bit jealous, and I was so happy when we started our conversations, our talks, if he would join the team. And it was quite a long process, but then it all worked out. So I'm really happy to have him, because I think he proved that he can be on pole in ESL R1, that he can score great results, make it to the major. And this is a very important cornerstone now in our team, to have him with his spirit, with his confidence and experience. And Robbie, just talking about the new guys first. I mean, I've known Robbie for years, always had an eye on him, and I mean, our driver Niels Naujoks always said he's a generational talent. So coming from ACC, ultra quick and so on, and still so young and so much to learn and willing to learn. And when the chance was there to get him on board as well, it was also a no-brainer. And so it was like a story finally coming to the right end. And these are the 2 new guys. And then we have Ferris from Jakarta, and it's always interesting, will he get the visa in time or not? Because he has to race from our office and not from home. And this time it was 1 day earlier than last time. Last year he arrived on the day of the race, which was horrible for him and so on. But this time we had 1 day of preparation with him. Great that he's back. He's ultra fast. And he was so unlucky, let's say, over the last season, that he couldn't show it as often as he would have deserved to. So high expectations, and I hope and I wish for him that he can show the potential that there is. And our 4th driver, Ibraheem Khan, Ibra as well, ultra quick on multiple sims. He came 3rd in the Virtual Le Mans race on R-Factor at that time. Then we took him full time on board for the Rensport project, and I mean, he's a great guy. He's enjoying what he's doing. He is making fun, playing jokes, but then he's also focusing and being ultra quick. So I'm really proud of the lineup. I think the lineup fits to our team. It's not like, there are other characters out there, and some are loudspeakers, others are very quick, others are slow and are loudspeakers and whatever. But I think we have got a good combination of people that really fit to our little esports team that we have here.
And watching along, by the way, with the chat. So do ask us any questions as we go through the day's activities. Florian, 2 of those drivers racing from the facility, because not just Ferris, but Caique as well. Now, you know I'm familiar with the visa woes, so boy, do I sympathize with what Ferris must have been going through. There's a look at Ferris getting ready to go for practice qualifying and the first of the knockout rounds. He's got that sim rig getting ready to go. He's looking quite relaxed as well. Talk to us about, Florian, the mentality for the drivers as they've gotten ready for this race. Because you talked about Ibraheem Khan being so lighthearted. That's something I always think is quite important in the world of sim racing, right? Because you spend so much time with your teammates. If you can't be having fun, it ends up being somewhat of a miserable time sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's same as in every sport. You have to know when it's fun time and when it's crunch time, I would say, and these guys know. I think every one of them has his own technique and strategy how to fight the nervousness and the pressure of the one-shot qualifying, which is I think one of the most crucial, let's say, bits in this championship, because so much is decided on this one lap. You can be ultra quick in the race if you're starting from P11 or whatever after an off track. Then you can say goodbye. And this is an interesting bit. We also try to work on this professionally as a team, that we help the guys to build up strategies to fight this, let's say, this pressure, which is obviously there. I mean, as you know, as a team, we are not like I'm sitting here with a big knife and threatening people. So it's not a pressure that comes out of our team itself, I would say. Obviously, we want to win, we want to be competitive, but it's rather that the drivers want to perform well and want to get the max out of it. And this is the interesting bit in R1. It's not so much about really getting your fastest lap of the week on this qualifying or in the race. You first have to get a lap in which is decent, and because others will crack under the pressure. And if you're then getting close to a max, obviously this will help in the race and will get you a good grip position. But I think this is the crucial bit, to have confidence and to remember what you've been doing for the past weeks in the preparation, and then to do it again, and not. And this is what I always do when I'm nervous. I start forgetting everything. You know what I mean? I cannot remember the rundown that we talked about, and it's all about improvisation. But you cannot afford this in this championship.
Just by the way, getting word that qualifying slightly delayed for the first of the knockout rounds, so get it underway with that in maybe around 9 or so minutes time at the most, and we'll keep you up to date with that as best we can. Daytona, though, an interesting place to start the season off. And Florian, I was very glad that earlier this year I got to go out there for the very first time and experience it and its grand size, because I don't think there's anything that really can do it justice, right? You look at the banking in the sim and it looks steep, but then you get up on the banking and you start falling down from the very top of it. You've had plenty of experience, I'm sure, with that and that track. Tell us some stories, I think, about how fantastic this racing facility really is.
Yeah, I mean, I've been there a couple of times for my regular job and so on, and I've seen many great races there. Actually, together with the BMW team RLL, we celebrated victories there. I remember good races with my friend Augusto Farfus, for instance, who was getting the GTE win at the time and so on. So Daytona is a magic place. I think it's maybe even more magic. This is what you know about if there's NASCAR in town or whatever. But even for the 24-hour race, I think it's a tremendous facility, and it's so funny when we were entering the infield, and then the grandstands are not usually packed at a 24-hour race, but we always pretended that it's millions of people that are watching on these colored seats, and they just came for the BMW teams, and we took it a bit as a self-motivation. No, but great track, great atmosphere. Really, maybe the center of racing. I mean, if you take Le Mans as well, obviously, but in the US, I mean, what a crazy place, and I always enjoyed going there. And also in the virtual world, in my Mazda, 2 weeks ago, I think it was, where I survived a 50-lap race there. So I have mastered the challenge personally, and I hope the other drivers today will do it as well.
I did see that you were enjoying your time in sim racing. Florian, I'm going to try and show you a photo from the track. The great thing about IMSA, right, is they open up the track for anyone to go see. That was exactly the track walk was like at the start of this year. It was so busy that I decided, let me go back up to the seats and get ready to go, because it was incredible. Even though there were only, whatever, 50,000 people there, the buzz, the atmosphere, it was incredible. And then you're there during the night as well, and you feel the, engines roar past you. I've got to say, my favorite part of the track is not actually down in the infield, but you go up to the very top of the stands, turn one, and you can see everything that happens around the track, and it's just so cool.
Yeah, and I mean, this picture of the grid, this is the reason why I stopped going in the past 5 years, or over the past 5 years. At the beginning, the excitement was there, and I loved every second. But then if you need to work on the grid, this is just awful. And then there's a TV crew waiting. You have to get a driver from A to B. I remember the old days getting Bill Oberlin from this place to the other, and then there were millions of people wanting autographs, and it's just impossible to work. So I decided I stay in the media center and sit there and do some silly tweets or whatever. So, but then, as you mentioned, the night is just amazing, because a few people sleep, yeah. So you can, I don't know, breathe the whole atmosphere a bit better. I remember, was it 2 years ago, when we had a couple of our drivers with us, BS competition drivers, Ruben Bonga, Ryan Barnefeld, Rainer Talva, who had won the VRS series before, and we enjoyed this time so much, yeah. And then there were stage appearances for them, like being introduced as the world's best sim racers, because they were 1, 2, 3 in the series. It was such a cool moment. And then I thought, what am I doing here? Like, knowing Daytona from working there with BMW, and then now being the BS competition guy and seeing our drivers there. So it's a nice combination of things and merging of the worlds.
So now I know why you sent Yannick over this year and you didn't come.
Yannick is young, he's fresh, he has such a motivation to be on grids like this, and I rather sit here and wear a zebra pyjama.
Oh, don't worry, I think I'd rather get comfortable as well, and that's why I ran away. You can see again that the track, you can see that Ferris is out there, I believe, for what's probably just a little bit more warm-up potentially, because I don't think that qualifying is underway just yet. But one-shot qualifying, it's always intense. There's always plenty of pressure as well, and the track cut penalties are such a big thing, and you come through what is now the Le Mans chicane, but forever will be the bus stop chicane for me. That is one of the places where the drivers are going to be keeping an eye out most on that cut track course penalty, as Ferris works up the banking. And again, it doesn't look like much in the sim, but if you stood at the top and you weren't holding on to the wall, you're going to roll all the way down to those yellow lines.
I mean, I think the most successful TikTok video that, at least when we were involved with the channel of BMW and Motorsport, was a video of Sheldon Fundle in the, let's say, climbing the banking. I mean, which many people have done before us or before them, but the video was a viral hit, yeah, because it's just so incredible to see what kind of height difference there is. Yeah, so it's a mega part of the track.
And, then you come out through this kink section, which it doesn't look like much in the sim, but when you're there in real world and you see cars go side by side, it's scary for the car on the outside, and it always lifts off. It otherwise does not end well. And then you come through the second horseshoe, and there is a great viewing spot right around here on the left-hand side, where you can just hear the cars downshift before they work back onto the banking. Although I don't think you want to be that sideways as Ferris Stanley tries to get onto the power.
No, I mean, yeah, I would have needed you in my Mazda preparation, because you can explain the section so well. Maybe I've learned something, and because when I was live at the racetracks, I never had the chance to really see spectator spots or something. Maybe the only difference was 24 Hours Nürburgring, where we also got out to the remote track sections and so on. We are going, by the way, with I think 18 drivers from the team this year, so there will be a heavy zebra festivities at the Nürburgring, and I will join them, and not working there, but just being the BS competition group, leader. 18
rowdy zebras, it sounds like, at the Nürburgring. Where are you going to go and set up? Do you have any places around the Nordschleife that you want to go and watch from?
I mean, it's interesting because we rented a house actually in Adenau, and the landlady, or is it called landlady? The landlord lady told us that you could actually walk to the fence, and it's very close to the track. So ideally, I just get a camping chair and a couple of Zebrews, and then enjoy the Nordschleife fan life.
Nice.
No, but we will obviously also go to the paddock and so on and have some duties. It's not just fun.
When will Zebrews be available in America, by the way?
First, we're working on Sunset. Yeah, I think this is the first bit, the non-alcoholic bit. Zebrew. I mean, we are still working on it. I mean, it's a bit more difficult than we expected to get it going into production, because selling alcohol is not the easiest thing in the world. And then we also wondered a bit: do we want to become an alcohol seller now, or is this our ultimate goal? So we will do another. I don't know, 10 or 15 boxes, and we will give away something to fans and some bottles. So it will come back, but probably not in mass production for the worldwide market.
Save me a few. And I like the idea, by the way, of having it, just because, you know, there's a lot of bands and stuff that have now beers, wines, and all sorts of things. So there's definitely a place for it, because there is a crossover, right, of racing and alcohol at the end of the day.
Yeah,
you leave the track, and what do? Most people go out and have a good time when the racing is done and sorted.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you know, there's a reason why there's champagne after a successful race. Yeah, I mean, this is a good idea. The zebra champagne could also be.
Ooh.
Yeah, let's take it to another level. No, but we prefer beer, to be honest. This rather fits to the occasion. No, but in retrospect, we should have also started with maybe a 0.0 beer thing, which was also in the discussion. But then we said, okay, no, we prefer the real deal. So.
Okay, well, Sunset first, which, by the way, that BS Plus machine in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing series, we've got two of the best looking cars in the field, and that is a very good looking field as well. So Juana iLiveries has done a great job, and yes, these cars looking great as well. Because Florian, are we the only team that has made sure that all four of our cars look different this year?
I think so. I hope so. This was the idea. I mean, we've been doing it for quite a while, and in iRacing special events and so on. You were one of the guys who really understood that we want to call it Big Red Machine and things like that. You know, I want Kane in the picture, you know, if you want. And but having different colors is good fun, and I really love the colors. And for us, or for me as a marketing guy in the end, or communication guy, it's so easy to do stuff with it. It's so much easier than to explain people, this is Caique and this is Robbie or whatever. I think now it's a very, very good deal that very good cars, good looking cars, but they also help us to do the communication work, because it looks awesome.
And again, it makes commentators' life easy. So with no complaints ever from commentators for that. And I think right now, as some of the drivers already underway for qualifying, Ferris just sitting there with maybe some nerves building.
This is the worst moment. I mean, waiting for your one-shot qualifying. This is, I don't know, a near-death experience where you see the pictures of your life running past. Yeah.
And you get released by the game. So he's got, I'm trying to read the number on screen. That looks like 90-ish seconds still left to go. So he knows how long it will be before he's allowed to run on off. And he is in the blue BS Plus car, right, Florian, just to confirm?
Absolutely. He's the blue guy, like me here. Yeah. No, he's got the traditional design.
Let me go and check who the other colors are, because Caique's in the, is it yellow and green? It's like
it's a bit Brazilian. Yeah, but yellow is the base.
Okay, and then Robbie's orangish, right? That's the best way to describe it.
He loves orange. I don't know why. I don't know. Is it the juice or what? But he wanted orange so badly, and he got it.
Okay, and then Ibra is in the big red machine. So that one is nice and easy, as there's a Sebastian Job on screen that heads off through the opening corner as the qualifying session begins. And the car's all on fixed setups as well, let's not forget. So it's not like any of these teams at a relative disadvantage. So our competition in many ways here at BS Competition is Team Redline in the BMW as well, right, Florian? We want to stack ourselves up against them.
Well, this is the challenge, but Redline is Redline, you know. I mean, if we ever get close to Redline, I'm really happy. Because especially this guy is he's from outer space, and their preparation is from outer space, and they do so many things right. So they are good rivals, good, let's say, fellow BMW brand mates. Yeah, but to beat them is a challenge. But of course we want to do it. Yeah, we want to annoy them a bit, but we want to annoy the others as well. So let's see.
And of course, Seb winning the World Championship on iRacing earlier this year, the Porsche Esports Super Cup. So for him, there is plenty of confidence on his side. You could see him basically on that yellow line, trying to minimize the distance as he flies past the stationary BS car on the run into the chicane. We'll ignore that. No worries for Seb as he makes his way on forward. And that was a relatively tidy sort of a run as well. So the first sector was a 44.083. Didn't see when the second sector time would come on in, but at least right now, I think that's a relatively okay lap as he runs his way to the line. The webcam may be slightly out of sync with what he's actually doing, given how left-hand down he was. What's the benchmark going to be from Seb? A 144.093. Instead, we will wait to see where everyone else will stack on up. Like you were saying, though, Florian, Team Redline with their preparation, so good, so consistent. How do you manage to make this the preparations work with a fixed setup competition, right? Because when you don't have the ability to dial in the car, all you're trying to do across your teammates is figure out exactly where you can find more speed yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, I'm not deeply involved into the strategy also for the practices, because I have full trust in the guys and also in Felix van Delft, our lead engineer, you know, who's setting all this up. I think there are certain phases, I would say. There's the raw one lap speed that the drivers need to basically find by themselves and to a certain degree, but then it comes to how do you cope with more cars on the track? How do you do the slipstreaming here, or for the race preparation? So this is Ferris already on his hot lap, or what is it? Yes, it is.
I think it is, yes. You can see on the top left, we jump on board with him specifically from inside the game with 4 minutes to go in qualifying. It's still Seb on top and 4/10 splitting the top 5. It's always close here in ESL R1 qualifying sessions, and that's why the pressure is on. And remember, this is the first of 4 of these quarterfinal/knockout rounds before we then have a little bit of a break and jump into the semi-final action. Ferris is going to run his way through those final couple of corners. He looks pretty happy with the lap, I've got to say, from the webcam, although at the line he looks a little bit surprised. I think the webcam's a little bit ahead of where we are with our in-car feed, so just keep that in mind, as with a 144.0 to try and beat, Ferris manages to jump with a 144.3 up to 4, so pretty decent. Now still with a handful of drivers still yet to go. He's managed to beat Yuri Kastorp, Jakub Brzezinski and Dane Warren.
To be honest, at the moment I take it. Yeah, so I think it's not too bad of a start. So I think Ferris is not happy because he did quicker lap times, but this is what I said, you know. It's obviously all these drivers have seen faster times over the prep phase, and then they know what they can do, but yeah. So this is the world feed now, and we are not there yet that we can see Ferris. Okay, so we have the double feature now. Yeah,
so now we get to look at him on the world feed, where of course we have Evan O'Leary, not Ewan O'Leary apparently, according to social media, Lewis McLeod and George Morgan all on the broadcast, so you can go and give them a shout as well, but hope you can stick around with us. So we'll see him run to the line. You can see as well he's already got the hands up on their world feed, so we won't get that live reaction of what it would have been for him, but you know, he's what, 800th off of Marcel Chinchik in that Team Vitality powered by R8G machine, and we saw how dominant he was in parts of last year. I think that's a very good opening qualifying lap, even if he thinks he could have done a little bit more.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I mean, I'm still sim racing noob to a certain degree, and I go through these grid lists and starting lists, and then obviously you try to calculate your chances, and you say, okay, this guy will be hard. This guy is a bit maybe easier because he's a newcomer to the series or so, and then you get a certain window of expectation, I would say, and if we make it happen to be around this, let's say, P5, P6-ish, P7 even, then we are, I think, in a pretty good spot, because then, especially at Daytona, you always have a chance to gain positions. You always have a chance to lose positions, obviously, but, it is what it is. But it's much better than P11, I would say, or P12, yeah.
And again, he's still inside of the top 6, which I think is really important. Ulas Ozildirim is not going to end up setting a really representative qualifying time. You could see the cut track penalty for him. And so now just James Baldwin and Primožav Lemenek to finish up in this qualifying session. Of course, James Baldwin in the Audi for Guild Esports, representing the team co-owned by David Beckham, their first foray into the world of ESL R1, and looked like a pretty tidy run for him as he exits his way out into NASCAR's turn 3 and 4. Remember, top 6 move forward to the semi-final, so that's where Ferris really wants to try and stay. And if you start inside of the top 6, you'll be feeling relatively comfortable and confident. If you can hold on to your position, James has already got one hand off of the wheel. Ozildirim down to a 147.369. James Baldwin only with a 144.490. So Ferris will start inside of the top 6 for sure. It's only Primožav Lemenek still yet to come to the line.
As I've said, I will take this result. P5 would be amazing. P6 would even would also be good to be able to fight for the spot in the semis. This would be such a good start for Ferris.
It's been a
Lemonade Gold,
close qualifying session. I'm looking at some of those margins and it's pretty fine. Primožav does jump up to second though, so Ferris is down to 6th, but still ultimately for the first qualifying session of the season, Florian, not bad overall.
No, absolutely. I mean, we didn't have so many P6s, P5s, P4s, whatever last year, so could have been a lot worse, and I think we can fight now.
And so there is Lewis and George, neither of them wearing a tie, I must say, as well, so I'm disappointed. No. They could have put that one on. We'll go underway for the race in probably a handful of moments' time, so don't go anywhere. There is Ferris already back out on track, getting some warm-up with some of the drivers out on track as well, so just getting some race preparation around this track. And the start at Daytona is always quite interesting, to say the very least, in these short races, because you said it's so easy to find your way forward and back in the starts. You got to be careful not to be pushed out wide, and then you run your way into the international horseshoe, where it can be so treacherous. And that's where in these early stages you want to be aggressive, Florian, but I'm sure without going too close to race control, as you'll see Ferris there in 6th position on the starting grid.
No, absolutely. I mean, in this series, it's crucial to stay out of trouble all the time. I mean, you could even say if you are involved in any fight, or at least this is my personal memory of last season, then people never really win. Either you have to be so much ahead of the other group, which is maybe dangerous, that you can afford it to fight for a position. But this is what we've seen last year as well, that the top 6 basically don't attack themselves too much. Yeah, but then. If the fighting starts for P7, P8, then it's basically lost. Yeah, but you cannot plan it. You have to see how the start goes, in what kind of situation, what kind of mess you are probably in, and then your emotions run wild, and suddenly you start fighting because you don't want to lose this next position. But sometimes it's better to lose the position, to be honest, and then be in the slipstream and then fight on the final lap. Yeah.
Here we go, as Ferris rolls off and away. I'm sure his nerves are building up. Florian, how much are your nerves building up right now?
Yes. I mean, it was worse 1 hour ago, to be honest. Now I'm quite relaxed because I saw the pace and I saw that he's there to fight, and now anything can happen, to be honest. I think he could end up on the podium and he could end up out of the top 6. We will see. It's the first race.
Well, the has made their way over to the World Center of Racing, and of course, rolling start here for these drivers. No standing start at Daytona, and so now entering the starting zone, you can see those instructions from the game telling Ferris where to place his car, when to go as well. A long hold with the red light still in the air, and off down into the opening corner. They will file on through around the outside. That's a big send, I think, from Jakub Brzezinski in the G2 Esports car, so ignore the red lights that we're still seeing on our screen. Ferris getting a little bit swarmed as Yuri Kastorp tries to box him in, but there's the defense you need, the aggression as well. Dane Warren tries to make it 3 wide around the outside, but in towards the kink. Ferris trying to hold on to what is 8th position right now.
Yeah, this is what I meant. After the start, he's right in the mix in the fights. So let's see how this ends up.
Second.
I mean, he's still close to the group, obviously, and he has to find the rhythm now. This is crucial.
There are points, of course, to be paid out for some of these positions up and down through the field, but you want to just make sure you're in the top 6 through this crucial corner that sees you back onto the banking. Well, Ferris has to watch as gets a bit of a shove there from Yuri Kastorp momentarily. James Baldwin in the Guild Esports Audi is there as well, but you can see that separation. Dane Warren and then Jakub Brzezinski in the G2 Porsche up the road. You got to try and bridge this gap now, and Yuri Kastorp, that BMW looks like it's got some overspeed. Ferris not too happy. And as they fan out 3 wide, Baldwin up the inside. This is treacherous into the Le Mans chicane. Ferris backs out of it, does not want to take it risky. But now as they power back onto the throttle behind Azildirim, it's going to try and make something happen as well. This is the danger at Daytona when you get separated from those in front.
Absolutely. I know this feeling. And yeah, now it's about surviving and hoping that something happens in the top group maybe. But using the slipstreaming now.
We'll see the different cars, of course, having maybe different characteristics across of the manufacturers, but the BMWs looking like they can maybe try and slip up the inside. Baldwin opened the door, and Yuri Kastorp hits the inside wall. Ferris goes wide, takes avoiding action. Azildirim slides on through in the FaZe Porsche. It's more slippery stuff down the back, and Ferris, unfortunately, that great qualifying lap not being represented, I think, the way he would have wanted, Florian. And again, a short race. He's not got much time to fight his way forward.
No, absolutely. I mean, this is the dynamic of these races, that it's now very hard and quite impossible to break into the top group, which would have been the goal.
It's so hard on the race start sometimes to judge as you come off the banking the first time by how aggressive you want to be. Ferris now just has to focus in and hope that those up front start to have a few more issues. Sebastian Job leads from Kevin Ellis Jr. and then Perenjov Lemonek sits in that 3rd spot as they wind their way back around, and Ferris goes up through the gears behind a bit of a gap as well to that Mercedes. So at least right now it's somewhat separated on out as into the chicane once more. Ferris has got a couple of car lengths up the road into the corner. Laszlo Zildirim is now going to give him a bit of slingshot potentially to latch onto the back of hopefully James Baldwin and then Dane Warren. If they can work together, there may still be something that they can do, but maybe at least for the time being, Ferris can use this opportunity to learn a bit about the car and how it races. Because Florian, I think one thing that we've got to remember as well, right, is that the drivers went through all of last year with, you know, the game going through its improvements, its evolutions, and it's gone through the same cycles in the off-season since. So we land here at Daytona with a lot of learnings, I'm sure, still for the drivers to work their way through.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, there are variables and parameters that change here and there, and yeah, you always have to adapt, and then there's another change, you have to adapt again, and yeah, it's all about staying flexible and being open-minded. You know that things can change, and you have to adapt your driving a bit, and this is what the guys have done over the past weeks and months. Yeah, but. Usually it's no problem with the right mindset, I would say. If you always complain and you want stability for 1 year and then because you could practice better, then it's maybe a challenge. But here you have to work, keep working and be very open all the time. Yeah.
and we were talking about it slightly earlier, the format for this championship has changed a little bit as well, right? We have the major that will take place August 22nd, 23rd, 24th, and 25th with the Drivers' Championship and Team Championship, and the online portion of the season also broken up into team and drivers rounds as well. So we race this week from Daytona, next week from Orchard Road, so the streets of Singapore, and then the week after that, the final round of the Team Championship online rounds when we make our way over to Monza, then a couple of weeks off, or rather a week off, before we return for the 3 driver championship rounds from Hockenheim, Atlanta, Road Atlanta, and Spa. So some interesting tracks, and it's also, I think, unique for these drivers, right? The first time we'll go racing on the streets of Singapore at Orchard Road, and it's not just the same 3 tracks over again for them, Florian, so they have something to look forward to as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's, during the first season, it was, I think, 3 tracks that were repeating it themselves all the time, and so this variety is nice. Getting closer to what we know from other conventional, let's say, racing series, that you have a proper calendar and you can prepare for the races, and it's not like returning to the other place. And it also levels the field, I think, a bit, because drivers have their favorite tracks to a certain degree, and if I don't know, if you're lucky and you like 2 of them and they return twice over the year, then you have a big advantage. And so it's playing level field for all of them. And then obviously all roads lead to the Esports World Cup, and this is where they all want to perform at their best. So this is what I also told the guys. It's not I would say the ultimate pressure for these races here now today, as you can live with an 8th place finish, or not making it into the semis because you get another chance. But obviously at the World Cup it will be then crucial to make it through, and then the live event pressure adds on top of all that.
And I was mentioning their points paid out for most of the positions in these quarter and semi-finals. The only position that doesn't pay out any points is 12th, although it does pay out points in the final. So you're rewarded with consistency if you rack up points, and that then does get reflected in the starting points that you have when we make our way into that Esports World Cup, which is going to be exciting to see the drivers make their way out to Riyadh once again and compete in person in a LAN environment with all the pressures that it brings as well. And I think one of the unique things that Riyadh had as well was the fact that the temperature at the end of the day, Florian, it was so warm, right, that I think in some ways for the drivers, as soon as they stepped out of the air-conditioned room where they were actually competing from, it was like being directly in a sauna.
Absolutely, and I mean, ask me about it. Yeah, I mean, this is. I was feeling the same, and the drivers are fit. Yeah, and they are much fitter than I am physically, and it is a big stress, and it's a different. It's such a huge event. I mean, every big stage that there is adds extra pressure. It's also part of the preparation to get used to this and not to be distracted by cameramen jumping on stage. I mean, if I look back at 2020 when we started, we didn't have cameramen that were interfering with the drivers. So this is an interesting or cool development, that such events are generally possible, and that the limelight is getting bigger. And as you know, we are working on this on other projects as well, in other capacities to make this the case more often. This World Cup is a big stage with a lot on the line. But I also have to say, we need the joy to do sim racing. We need to be sure that we are all right, even if we don't finish on the podium and so on. So this is something which always is very important to me, that we always, or we never forget why people get into sim racing, why our drivers got into sim racing, because they just enjoyed it. And and then it developed to deliver so many chances or life opportunities to travel abroad and to experience new cities and places and so on. So I think we have to keep the feet on the ground and be happy that we are competitive, and then we will see who wins it or not.
And I look forward to seeing what unique content ideas you guys come up with this time around. Now, Ferris is staying relatively tight to the back of Ulasser Zilderim, has maybe been close enough to look for the move on occasion, but doesn't seem to want to slow either of them down, which would then potentially drop them from the chance of catching up to James Baldwin and Dane Warren. The problem being, though, in front of them, I think the margin a little bit too far gone at this point to close to Jakub Brzezinski, who sits in 6th position, and of course the final of those spots that moves forward in towards the semi-finals. So a bit of a shove there from Ferris into that Le Mans chicane, just trying to close up that little bit more, being as close to either side of the curb as possible, avoiding that slowdown penalty as well. But closing stages, they've broken away from the 2 drivers behind, and Ferris now, again, with only 1 day effectively of preparation, how unfortunately the visa situation sometimes goes. So hopefully next week, potentially Florian as well. He did well in qualifying. He'll be able to carry that forward as well with a week's more preparation under his belt.
No, absolutely. I think we have to look at the qualifying, and the qualifying was absolutely promising and spot on, and I think it was the 2nd fastest BMW behind Sebastian Job. So yeah, being there means something. So I think also now I think the pace of these 2 cars look good. I mean, of this group, you know, like that Ferris now stays behind, and they sort of work together. I think to gain to I mean, James Baldwin and Dane Warren, which are no beginners, I would say. So I think we have to take the positives out of it. I mean, I think we can build on this, and Ferris can build on this with 1 day of being here with the jet lag setting in and all that. But he would never accept that I would find excuses. So he wants to perform, and but I think we can really build on this. Yeah.
Oh yeah, jet lag as well as a real killer after some of those long international flights. The one thing that sometimes does help is when you've got something like this to keep you awake, right? You've got to do your practice right, then go to sleep so you can wake up on time to be refreshed. But it's definitely still one of those things that does drag you down, and hopefully a week's worth of proper sleep and getting acclimatized back to the conditions can help him settle in. And he's got the benefit as well, I guess, in some ways, of having Caique alongside him here, Florian, because last year Ferris was in Germany, but he was by himself. And now Caique is going to be there, and you know, they'll be able to be talking to each other. You know, they'll have a friend basically on a daily basis who's going through the same sort of thing.
Absolutely, this is a big difference. I mean, on so many levels, it's completely different than last year. And other teams have their hubs and their locations and their venues and their facilities. And we are, I mean, as you know, we are. First of all, we are a company. We have our offices. We have our sim racing areas and rooms and so on. But to use this like an esports team or like another or a bigger esports team would use it, this is a task for us, but this time I think we're really getting closer to this, and it's such a good fun to see, I don't know, Ferris and Caique mingle with our regular, let's say, employees, yeah, like graphic designers and editors and writers and all that, or video guys. So it's so cool to have them embedded into Burusuit Plus. So it's not like a young and hippie, or no, not hippie, I'm hippie, young and hip esports facility, but it's rather for the grown-up people to a certain degree, and I think this is a cool combination, or at least quite unique. Yeah.
Are we going to get them doing some graphic design and stuff? Can we get the next week's posters designed by Ferris and Caique?
Good idea. We should do it.
And that's like handing me a crayon or something, and don't trust me with that responsibility, but maybe we can get them to come up with some concept liveries and see what masterpieces that Juan can turn them into. Of course, there's been some interesting art liveries, and it's funny that we've got the iRacing Nürburgring 24 Hours coming up, because I was thinking of some of the art liveries that we've had at BS Competition over the years. Do you have a favorite one, Florian? Because I think I do.
Oh, I'm in love with each and every livery, to be honest, because they are unique still. I know where we came from, how we asked iLiveries to come up with something special, and then to come up with all the different ideas, and even if it's just a color variant, yeah. But then we did Turner definitely is absolutely special, because we had the livery on the GT4 at Sebring, and so many memories connected to this livery and to the team, obviously. So this connection to Turner is something we're very proud of. But the ultimate livery that I really, well, now that Sunset is there, it's a bit difficult maybe, but no, but the BS Plus Demon, which we did together with Aki Bright, who's a Japanese artist, manga artist, and this is such a lot of work. This is so unique. This is a piece of art which was then transferred to the iRacing livery world, I would say, by iLiveries, which worked perfectly fine. I think probably this is my favorite.
I think that was my favorite as well. We had the car for Bruno Spengler as well in the iRacing Nürburgring 24-hour race. That was great. And to be fair, that wasn't a fair question. That's like asking you what's your favorite child kind of thing. It's not a fair question, which is the favorite livery, because they're all great at the end of the day. But yes, the art livery for that we had, was it for the Suzuka 10 hours?
Yeah.
I think that was the one. Here comes Ferris on the run to the line. It's going to be 3 wide, but unfortunately, he will just lose out to James Baldwin and to Ulas Azildra. At least a fun finish to the first of the quarterfinal/knockout rounds, but that great qualifying effort, unfortunately, not going to see Ferris move on from here. And so from quarterfinal number 1, we will get ready now to go for quarterfinal number 2, where Ibraheem Khan will be lining up in the big red machine. Again, back here at the Daytona International Speedway. There's a look at the drivers finishing things up. There's Dane Warren in 7th position, who's not going to get any closer to the back of Jakub Brzezinski. And so Kevin Ellis Jr. seemingly going to win in front of Sebastian Job, Dominic Blyer, and then Przemysław Lemonek and Marcel Cinczyk, although might end up being a bit of a drag race to the line. Does seem as though Kevin Ellis Jr. got in front of Sebastian Job at some point through that race, and so at least there's a proof that you can have some fighting here. And ooh, here we come. There's the drag race as Ellis Jr. goes up high and gives a bit of draft to Dominic Blyer. Now, this is where the side draft sometimes come into play, but Seb can do nothing. And so it's Mercedes 1 and 2. Seb down to 3rd in the BMW, as they come across the line with 3 cars separated by, what, just a quarter of a second. The margins in sim racing, Florian, they are always so tight.
Always, especially on this track with the slipstream and so on. So it's amazing to see. Congrats to Kevin. Congrats to Apex. I think they played it right. And Sebastian, best BMW. So nothing to risk, I would say. And then the slipstream train comes, and then you just don't care. So yeah, congrats to Redline for representing BMW in the next race round or whatever.
And hopefully we'll get the chance to have a quick chat with Ferris as well before we move over to the next of the knockout rounds. Again, Ibraheem Khan up next in knockout race 2. Robbie Stapleford will be up in knockout race 3. And then Caique Oliveira in the multicolored BS competition car will be up in the final of the knockout rounds before 2 semifinals and then the final to wrap things up. Still a long way to go, of course, here, though, as part of our team stream. And so thanks so much for joining us. And do let us know if you have any questions. And, well, I have plenty of questions for Lewis and George, including where are their BS competition shirts?
Yeah, good question. Yeah. I think they have some, haven't they? Haven't we tried to blackmail everyone that is involved in sim racing? Yeah, I don't know.
I think so. I know that Lewis has a BS shirt. At least I think he does. I think, though, Ferris Stanley joins us now. Ferris, oh, well, qualifying went well. Talk to us about that lap, because you didn't actually seem that happy with it.
Yeah, I wasn't happy. I think I lost like over 110. That could be like, I think like around like top 4, I guess. Like it would be a lot better, because I think sector 2 was slightly decent, but that sector 1 was like 1.5, 10 off, I think, what you are used to. So yeah, was happy with it. So yeah.
And then the race start, you had a couple of cars send around the outside. Yeah. It's always difficult at Daytona. Talk us through, it's only a 9-lap race. Talk us through how that went.
Well, the first lap is interesting. Like, well, I have to say the first 1.5 lap is just a bit interesting. Like, well, I want to work together so we can like catch like top 6, but there's one guy that doesn't want to work together, So at the end, like I got incident with Yuri. Yuri spun out. I had nowhere to go, so pretty much I think I lost like 2-3 seconds with 10. So the rest of the race I just stick with Ulas to catch James and Dane Warren. So yeah.
And then almost at the end, 3 wide, it was seemingly like it was a bit of fun. How are you feeling, though? Florian mentioned that you only managed to get over to Germany yesterday, which is at least one day better than it was last year. How much sleep did you get? How much practice have you had? How confident were you feeling coming into this round?
Well, yeah, I think I'm way confident. Like 50-50. Like I have to get used to the pedals, also the rig. I think like the rig won't be problem. The pedals is a lot different from home because I have Fanatec V3 pedals, so I have to get used to it again with PRS pedals. So I think like it took me like 1 day, but we still need to get used to it a lot more. So hopefully next week actually will be a lot better. So I have a lot of confidence. Well, like the quality can be better like this round, but next round I'm super confident. Like I can get the best, like top 3. So yeah.
And next week we're racing in Singapore, street circuit.
Oh yeah.
Orchard Road. How much practice have you done there? How excited are you about that track? Because it's a fictional track, right? It's not the real world Singapore track.
Yeah. Well, I mean they kind of use slightly F1 layout, I think, but I think only like 10% of it. But yeah, we as a team already practicing a lot, like before around the Bob week and after the Bob week. So yeah, we still need to learn a lot more about on the track. So let's see how it goes. So there won't be off track on that track. So it will be just a wall. So yeah, hopefully not messing up with that.
Florian, any questions for Ferris before we let him go?
Probably a bit awkward if I'm asking questions now. No, I think you can really build on the quali. I think this was a good start, and then unlucky at the start of the race. Yeah. This is how it is. But next week we attack.
Yep, of course. Yeah, next week will be a lot better. I feel confident on that.
Ferris, we'll let you go off and relax a little bit. Great qualifying. I know you weren't thrilled with it, but can't wait to see you next week and see how it goes.
Yeah, thank you.
That was Ferris Stanley, who, of course, in qualifying, a quarterfinal #1, qualified up there in 6th position. And now we get a few moments before that second knockout goes. So Ibraheem Khan going to be up against Jimmy Antunes, Josh Poulain, Isaac Price, Marco Pajic, Moritz Lohner, Mitchell de Jong, Luke Bennett, Tumas Tatula, Oleg Zobolov, Erhan Yayovsky, and Dara McCormack. And so his big red machine could be very distinctive and easy to recognize who that is. Robbie Stapleford going to be up against Johan Harth, Mikkel Schmiedel, Nathan Tague apparently, Matt Emery, Christopher Dambitz, Charlie Collins, Kevin Siggy, Matti Sipala, Daniel Chiklik, and then Yuri Toman and Dennis Schoniger. So we've got a handful of those knockout rounds still left to go, but one race done and dusted. And Florian, I found it quite interesting that, maybe as expected, the top 6 really not fighting too much.
No, I mean, this is the thing with the format, which is understandable, and so this is why the qualifying is so important. And as Ferris said, if he goes 1/10 quicker, then the whole situation is different. And we would talk here maybe and talk about a podium, and he's part of the top 3 group. And once he's part of the top 3 group, he can attack at the finish straight. So this is how this goes. So we have to make sure to ideally find this 1/10 in qualifying, or to maximize the chances. But this is how it is. I mean, in which sports discipline can you I don't know, predict everything and just do this maximum stuff? I mean, some people manage it, and we have to work hard to achieve the same.
We're going to take a quick break here in our coverage of ESL R1, the first round of the Team Championship, but don't go anywhere. 1 quarterfinal done. Still plenty more action to come. Welcome back here to ESL R1 Round 1 of the Team Championship. The herd has made their way to the World Center of Racing, and already one of our knockout rounds, the quarterfinals, are underway. Ready to go for the second quarterfinal, though, and Ibraheem Khan brings the big red machine into qualifying. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, joined alongside by Florian Haasper as we get underway with this qualifying session. Florian, Ibraheem is reared up and ready to go, and of course returning from last year where he did have some impressive showings on occasion, and now looking to just try and back that up with some consistency.
Yeah, Ibra is such a great guy. Yeah? I mean, we brought him in the very first season as reserve driver, if you want, so that he could look into it, get experience in Katowice where we were competing. And I remember he had some aching teeth, yeah, and then he had some sort of ibuprofen, and he took it. And then at the evening we checked the amount of tablets or pills left, and it was almost gone completely. And I said, man, you cannot eat ibuprofen. Yeah, so okay, this is something that we have to work on, like a very sensible use of medical stuff. Apart from that, he's doing well. He is so ambitious. He lives in Edinburgh, Scotland. We will definitely go and see him over the course of the season to do some content in his hometown. And such a great dad.
He is getting ready to go, and I think he's made his bed for us. So you'd always like to see that in the background of the camera, the attention to detail. He's also wearing the big red machine t-shirt, which, Florian, did all of the drivers get t-shirts that match their liveries as well?
Absolutely.
Let's go.
Someone gets the strategy. No, this was, we wanted, I don't know. We really want to be colorful and not like soldiers. You know, it's always as much as I like a uniform look, it's all good and professional and so on. But I think you can be professional looking, but show that you are a bit crazy maybe and colorful. And this is the goal, yeah. And I think I'm already looking forward to, I don't know, the stage appearance at the World Cup, and then seeing all of them lined up and bringing a bit of color to Riyadh. I think this surely will help.
You know, one thing that I have always tried to campaign for, much like with liveries, we can do the same thing with the shirts as well, because it makes it that much easier to have those unique things. The qualifying session is now officially underway as Ibraheem just waits to be released already. I think Zobolov, the first driver, onto the board. I got quite scared for a second because Ibraheem showing as, well, a 0, and I'm not sure if that means if he's invalidated his lap time or something.
I'm not sure either.
We'll have to wait and see, yes. Still waiting was the word that I just got in my ear, so I don't think he's gone out just yet, so don't be scared. Jimmy Antunes jumps in front. Now remember, it was 144 flat in qualifying for the first of the knockouts, and Ferris ended up doing a 44.3 or 44.4, somewhere in that ballpark, and so that would have put him just already in front of the two drivers that we've seen roll on through on screen. And I think next up is, there you go, Dara McCormack in the Mercedes for Williams Esports. He's heading off into the chicane and flies past Ibraheem right there.
Oh, okay. The big red machine is a machine you don't want to hit, you know, especially on your flying lap.
Mitchell de Jong has gone to 4th. Now, there we go. Ibra's finally underway.
He messaged us, or he put it in the Discord, I think 1 hour ago. He did a 44.1 and then he put 1 hour too early. So let's see if he can recreate it.
And he's got to do it with the pressure, right, of this being the only chance that he gets. Now, Erhan Yoyovsky has gone to 3rd, Luke Bennett to 2nd, but it is still 144.1s as far as I can read on that screen. So it should still be a case that if Ibra can put that lap time in, it would hold quite well. And I've just noticed the gloves that Ibra's wearing. It's the official gloves for BMW and Motorsport. So he's got the official grip that he can use from that. Now, just him, Marco Pajic, Isaac Price, Moritz Lohner, and one other driver yet to set a lap time. And so with a 144.35 or so getting you into 6th, That's what Ibra's kind of targeting, as carves it through the chicane, and that was very, very tidy. Yes, the snap on the exit, but I thought it was tidy. He doesn't look too happy with himself, Florian. Oh, maybe not.
I've got no clue, to be honest. I cannot judge it. I'm so bad at reading minds and reading lips, so...
He had a shake of the head and then a ooh sort of a moment as he looked back down at the Delta, but that will end up being 6th on the board for now for Ibra. We'll see where that stacks him up come the end of the session, though, still with Isaac Price and a couple left to go. But that chicane so hard because it's one of those corners where you've done the lap at that point already, and so you're not necessarily sure whether you can afford to back up the corner, have a relatively conservative run, or push that little bit more and find yourself risking running into the grass and maybe losing a bit more momentum.
Yeah, absolutely. Was it a 44.3, right, that he put, if I remember? No. Yeah, but we have the super replay now. We can relive all the action once again as spectators.
Here comes Marco Pajic in the Guild Esports car to the line. He goes with a 44.5, so that's 10th for him. And so now Ibra should work his way on through just with Isaac Price and Moritz Lohner. So I suspect it was a 44.3, probably going to put him into the 44.32s or somewhere in that bracket, and now just wait for the G2 Porsche and the Maus BMW after that to run their way on through. And again, it's not Marco Pajic, this is the Big Red Machine diving to the line, and indeed, that timing tower doesn't seem to want to recognize that Ibraheem set a lap time, so now I'm a little bit concerned and confused.
Maybe Ibraheem is Marco Pajic, and now we have solved the riddle.
Or he is just that fast that he's going to start from pole position because he teleported back to the start-finish line.
He should be allowed. He's, just because he's coming from Edinburgh, which is an amazing city, he should deserve pole position every race,
So Isaac Price is a 44.4, so we know that Ibra is faster than that if the lap time is being counted.
If he ever did a lap, I don't know.
What about Moritz Lohner?
It would be funny if the lap times differ from the onboard to the race thing.
That would be terrifying. Now we're not seeing Moritz Lohner, but I want to assume that the fact that we're not seeing him means that he's not going to set a lap. No, never mind. He does set a lap time. And I think he would have bumped Ibra down to 7th. So we're going to look at the grid in a few moments' time. But that timing tower
does what it wants.
Does what it wants, and means that I'm very confused about where the Big Red Machine is going to end up lining up. Lewis and George back on your screen.
Lewis looks like he messed up the timing tower. Maybe he pushed the wrong button.
Yeah, hashtag blame Lewis. It's always his fault.
Absolutely. I mean, he's looking like he had a really sad day. It's the timing tower doesn't work.
George and Evan O'Leary. We haven't seen Evan O'Leary on screen just yet.
Evan, yeah.
Did you see that on social media?
No, honestly, I just thought about it when you mentioned it. Then I thought, okay, it's Evan. Yeah, well, no, it's
They in essence. I assumed that it was an intentional joke, but they put out a poster that said Evan O'Leary was on the broadcast.
It happens. It's all these consonants, that you mix them up.
No, exactly. And to be fair, Evan O'Leary might be the evil twin brother of Ewan O'Leary. Might end up being a commentator as well. We can always use multiple O'Learys here, so we never say no to that. I'm just waiting now to find out when we'll go racing, where Ibra is going to line up. And of course, they are right now, I think, heading out there onto the grid. And so Ibra is lining up 7th. Okay, so he's alongside of Mitchell de Jong, and in front of him is going to be Tumas Tatala and Jimmy Antunes. And so remember, top 6 the goal here, to fight your way inside of those that advance to the semi-finals.
Yeah, the same as we said about Ferris. He's there where you at least should be, and now it's all about the race luck. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. I mean, this guy can race. This is what he's shown. The other guys surrounding him can also race, and then you also need a big dose of luck in all these races. If you are there, if you are starting P2, okay, you might be a bit more conservative. But Ibra, yeah, hopefully has a good start and maybe can attack for P6 quite early and then be part of the breakaway group. But you know, if my grandmother had, what's the saying? If my bike had wheels and the grandmother, you know. Let's see. Oh, and there's the red lights, still red, but
and they'll confuse us for quite a while. But I think officially now we are racing, because there goes the Guild Audi almost down below the yellow lines. Now, Ibra a little bit tentative down into the opening corner as you unload off the banking. Very, very mindful of the fact there's cars on the outside, but already up into the top 6. Past Jimmy Antunes, and now where does he go on the run to the International Horseshoe? Does not cover the inside, and instead tries to roll the speed around the outside of Tuomas Tatila. Maybe a bit of contact there. The Mercedes of Apex now trying to get up the outside. Will be forced to back out as they roll their way into the kink, and already Ibra's done what he needs to put himself into the top 6.
Yeah, this is our, I would say, our favorite enemies, Apex. We had so many encounters with them, so I hope it all stays clean. Obviously, we were never guilty, it's always them. And so let's hope nothing happens here, but it looks clean, good stuff. It was a joke, actually. We love Apex, but there have been incidents as well. So,
and always when they're in the same liveries as well, so it makes the commentator's life very difficult to try and figure out who was who. Now, this is where they might want to try and work together, because if they don't allow the breakaway in front, they're left fighting for what would just be one position between the two of them to move on forward. Tuomas Tatila, Moritz Lohner, Erhan Yayovsky, Luke Bennett, and then Dara McCormack, the line up front as through the chicane. A little bit slidey there for the back end of the BMW, but onto the power, and now using that draft once more as they go up through the gears that come to the end of the opening lap. And remember, these are 9-lap races, not very long to fight, and so therefore that's when we talk about the gaps building and the separations opening, where the concerns will be. Jimmy Antunes will sit behind and just ride in line for the time being as they cross the line, end the opening lap, and as they work up high on the brakes into turn number 1, all 6 of the drivers inside of the transfer spots find themselves split by just under 1.7 seconds.
Yeah, but now I think we have a different dynamic, because the top 6 have not broken away yet after lap 1, which I think was the case in the first quarterfinal. And I think now they're all in touch, and this is crucial, because then the slipstream comes on the banking and so on. So Ibra is in a position where he needs to be, because if the breakaway would have done, then he's just vulnerable compared to Jimmy Antunes. But now this looks not too bad. And I mean, just to bring, let's say, one more position between him and P7, this would be, I would say, his ultimate goal now, but we'll see. The pace is there, once more.
Yeah, and he maybe wasn't thrilled with the run out of the chicane in qualifying. If he had started up inside of the front 4 positions, potentially, again, you put yourself in a spot where you don't have to fight as hard in the early couple of laps. Now, off through NASCAR turn 1 and 2, into the Le Mans chicane. Will Tuomas Tatila cover the inside, or will Ibraheem Khan decide it's not worth pushing the issue just yet, as Jimmy Antunes closes behind and hard onto the brakes down through the gears, and first flick it right, left then right, and back up onto the power they will go, and rising onto the banking. You can see behind the drivers of Isaac Price, Oleg Zobolov, and Marco Pajic still not that far behind, and that's where that dynamic, you can see Ibra actually lifting off the throttle, doesn't want to get too close to the back end too early, because that would then mean he wouldn't get the slingshot down into the braking zone. And Antunes not going to pop out either, though. And as they run their way across the line once more, they find themselves now very much holding on to the back of Tuomas Tatila, who is increasingly losing out on Moritz Lohner. There might be some desperation sends later on, but at least for the time being, this is as it is right now.
Yeah, it looks okay. There is a chance, and this is what we are fighting for. I mean, to be honest, everything is so close. I think a little breakaway from Jamie would be good, but won't be possible, I guess. So I have this feeling that it will be interesting in the last lap, probably. So, was this the incident, maybe? No, was it a bit aggressive? I don't know.
A little bit of a love tap, maybe a bit deep under the brakes. All it's done is peeled Antunes off the back of Ibraheem Khan, and so now a bit more breathing room.
Can do it a couple of more times.
Does this mean now, though, if you're Ibra, do you get closer to Tumas? Do you start to then look to try and make your own little move? Now, Dara McCormack leads from Luke Bennett up front, so it hasn't really stagnated in terms of the lead cycle, because that Williams Mercedes by no means pulling away from Luke. But at the end of the straight, I'm just kind of wondering, remember, there was a Mercedes 1 and 2 in the first of the quarterfinals. Do they just have that little bit more top-end speed as compared to these BMWs with the setup maybe that they have here at Daytona, where you've got to compromise on the straight to therefore have a bit more grip in the infield? Ibra again just lifting off the throttle, does not want to go for the move just yet, so he's waiting to pounce on his prey maybe in the closing couple of laps.
That looks grown up, yeah. I think he knows what he's doing. Now Jimmy's showing up again, and oh, who's this? This is the G2 Porsche, isn't it? I don't know. I have to learn the liveries. So this would be ideal now that Jimmy starts fighting with Isaac Price. I think this is what's happening now, because Isaac Price never runs away from a fight, and I think this is what he's doing now. So this could be positive for Ibra.
That helps us, and I will say, by the way, G2 Esports just had to make their car look just way too close to the Porsche Coanda machine. Like, just making commentators' lives difficult. So good on them for making George, Ewan, and Lewis's life miserable, but it also makes our life a little bit more tough as well. Onto the banking. Evan. Yes, Evan. Sorry. Evan. We'll have to rename him now wherever he goes. He's not going to like it very much. Especially, we can make him Evan O'Pavey now. You know, he likes to joke about repaving Sebring.
Yeah, I can do it. Evan repaving. Yeah.
Oh, anyway. Bit more separation in front now as well. So this is where, if you are Ibra, I think you have to then decide at what point do you go for it. He lifts off the throttle in the entry into the Le Mans chicane, but that will give him a chance to back the corner up and maybe get the slingshot here. A little bit of balancing there on the inputs, leaning on the brake and the throttle just to balance out the car before he goes back up through the gears. He's going to close a bit too early, though. You want to try and close when you maybe exit off of these NASCAR turn 3 and 4 corners, and so now picks back up the throttle, tries to now time the run, and already 1.5 seconds in front. That's the margin. This is where we were talking, though, about timing that run. No draft in front, maybe has some help from behind, and now has to be brave on the brakes as they unload off the banking. Long way around for the big red machine, and can Ibraheem Khan make it stick? With Tumas Tatala up the inside, the Audi bullies his way back into 5th position.
Tumas is a tough nut to crack, to be honest. We saw it, if I remember right, Katowice, and there was also door banging and some fighting, and he hardly ever lifts or backs off and so on, which is fair enough. So it's very hard to overtake him, I guess. So I'm glad that it turned out like this, because it could have been worse. And this is maybe a BS competition story that often comes up, that, you know, we are fighting and then there's one situation where we run wide and then get past, but here, yeah, we got away with it. So this was a nice attempt, but good that it worked out in the end, that we didn't lose anything. Yeah.
And Tumas Tatala is in the Falcon Esports machine. He was racing for Heroic last year in ESL R1 in the Porsche, so has made the switch in teams and made the switch in manufacturers as well. Now, look behind. Jimmy Antunes does not go for it, so backs out of it just for a moment as they, once again, work their way through the chicane. And this is where, just watch that throttle trace at the bottom of the screen. Right now, white bar pinned to the right-hand side as they work their way just closer and closer. Does Ibraheem Khan just slightly lift off? No, he's going to try and time it that little bit earlier.
Yeah, looks good.
This big margin in front, and I think that Luke Bennett and Erhan Yuyovsky fighting as well, so these drivers may end up catching them if it keeps going like this, but a bit more bravery maybe this time on the brakes for Ibraheem Khan as the car stands up. Tumas Tatala is there and trying to squeeze, but still alongside as they flick their way down to the International Horseshoe. The Audi gets clear finally, but back under the brakes. There goes Ibraheem Khan, bit more contact, but now around and sliding, pointed in the wrong direction, unfortunately for Ibraheem Khan.
Yeah, I'm silent.
Oh, heartbreak. He had to go for it. You could tell that the tension was building behind, and it was going so well, and there's the frustration. This is the cruel things of racing, though. One moment, unfortunately, can leave you like this.
Absolutely. I mean, it was a bit of, I would say it was in the air somehow, because, as I've said, Thomas is, maybe others would have, I don't know if others would have maybe lifted when Ibra was, I don't know, next to him or even a bit ahead. But yeah, this is what happens.
Wow. You can tell as well that these next couple of laps at Ibra is going to be talking to, I'm sure, Felix van Delst, the engineer, Florian, just to confirm?
Yeah, absolutely.
So maybe some conversations going on, but ultimately that margin too large now in front to really do much about for the number 87 BS Plus competition machine. It was getting so exciting, but again, that is the cruel part of racing. Heartbreaking.
Oh, he's not happy. No, he's not.
But I am so happy to see that emotion from Ibra. Why? Because we know how much this means to him. Florian, you were talking a little bit, right, about how he jokes around, he brings a lot of light to the team. But you were also saying he knows when it's time to get serious, and right there you could tell just how serious this really is.
Yeah, I mean, this basically goes for everyone in the field, I guess. They are sacrificing so much, and they are devoting so much time to this competition and to being a full-time sim racer. And so obviously this means a lot to them. This means a lot to me and to the whole team. Yeah, but we always have to move on, and we have to learn from this and so on. And sometimes it's better to fight. Sometimes it's better not to fight. You know, I don't want to. It's always so situational. You just have to decide it when you're in it, and sometimes it's going well and sometimes it doesn't. I mean, obviously this time it hasn't gone well, but that's how it is. Yeah.
They are still somewhat fighting in front. Oh, and here's a look at the world feed where I guess we can take a picture, Florian, because it does say that we're leading. Oh, there's their look at the replay though, and around, and that's not a fun sight by any means. But
we're still leading the race, but
yeah, take a look. That's the screenshot we need the picture of right now.
Okay, but then we can stop racing. Just take the screenshots and modify the guy in P1, yeah?
Josh Poulade as well, apparently not recognized on the timing screen, but it is Dara McCormack, Luke Bennett, and then Erhan Yayovsky up front as they are on the 7th of the 9 laps, rolling around through here. And still with, of course, 2 more of the knockout rounds left to come after this. There is that second group that now, with our big red machine no longer a part of it, finds itself with Marco Pajic just in front of Jimmy Antunes, and then Mitchell de Jong and Isaac Price running directly behind them. And of course, still with 2 more laps to go at the line. Florian, in our little break, we were talking a little bit about liveries. We were doing so as well when I was asking about some of the cool things that we've done in the past, but you were saying we've got some fun liveries coming up in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing series as well. Are we allowed to talk about that, or?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean Charlotte's next, and you know, as I'm German, I'm not so, as I'm not or haven't been a follower of of NASCAR in the real world and of eNASCAR until we really got into it. Now I am a huge fan and I really love it. Johnny Lopez told us, okay, usually you run a dedicated delivery for Charlotte and then for Darlington and so on. And so, yeah, we thought about it. We got iLiveries on board as well, and we will have some wonderful stars and zebra stripes livery ready for Charlotte. So Tuesday night, it's definitely worth tuning in again. I mean, then the stream here will be in German, which is just because, okay, there's a yeah, why? It's a good question. No, because we wanted to bring eNASCAR to the German fans, and we have Pete Fink, who's the German voice of NASCAR, who's doing all the TV commentary, and he's doing our commentary there. So it's a great program, and there we will see the 2 liveries in action. Yeah? By the way, I just saw that I think Jimmy Antunes got a 5-second penalty for reaching the incident limit. I don't know if this is true or not, but if he had, then, you know, this is how this all goes. I mean, if this penalty would have hit Jimmy, then he wouldn't have been a threat for Ibra, so Ibra wouldn't have had to risk anything, so he could have just finished sixth and all would be good. Yeah, so you never know.
Yes, and again, this is racing. It's a phrase that I'm going to end up using a lot now, I think, because I heard it ad nauseum almost at the Atlanta Motorsports Park, where I was spending the last 3 or so days with the team at Racing Prodigy. And it's just one of those things, right, where the mindset that you need. Racing is not always going to be equal and fair, and that goes and applies across so many regards. And so you just need to sit down and strap yourselves in and deal with each situation as they come. And unfortunately, it's easier said than done. There is the confirmation that 5-second penalty due to exceeding the incident point limit, and something that every driver in the field does have to keep your eyes on. And just going back to our team stream, by the way, on Tuesday night of the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series, it's great to hear Pete Fink, the voice of NASCAR in Germany, and he's got plenty of knowledge. Now, I don't speak much German, but listening, that you can hear those phrases here and there, that racing vernacular, and it's always cool to hear. And Charlotte's a really interesting one as well, because we were talking to Jordy and to Garrett in the aftermath of our previous rounds, and they were saying that Charlotte's going to be one of those longer races as well. So it should be interesting with tire fall off and whatnot. And Garrett Lowe, of course, coming off his third place finish at the Talladega race, plenty of confidence on his side, and he's going to be actually gearing up to go racing in the real world in the NASCAR Late Model Series later on this year. So plenty of cool things in the world for the Zebra of Garrett Lowe. This battle, though, on the final lap of the race will continue to rumble on. Jimmy Antunes does have that 5-second penalty, and so if you do the numbers correctly, I think it's Oleg Zolobov in that car that is the final machine that would move on forward. In some ways, he's got a helping hand behind him, because Jimmy Antunes blocks Mitchell de Jong and Marco Pajic from being able to fight. But meanwhile, back up towards the front as Dara McCormack and Luke Bennett exit their way from the chicane. Bit of a sideways wiggle there from Luke Bennett. Tries to get the run to the line. Pops out of the draft momentarily. Dara McCormack tries to feed it back to him to close them together as they exit off of NASCAR Turn 4. This is going to be a photo finish, but Luke Bennett, I think, is going to get the chance to slide his way alongside, and time is run to the line. Neck and neck, and photo cameras out, not just for first, but for third as well. Dara McCormack edges out Luke Bennett in the photo finish, while Erhan Yayovsky fends off Moritz Lohner on the run to the line. Unfortunately, the big red machine will finish down the back, but an exciting end to Knockout 2, with still two of these knockout races left to go. And Florian, that's what we love about Daytona. Whether it's in the Mazda MX-5s as you experience, or in a GT3 machine, you can always see some excitement to the end.
Yeah, according to my timing screen, it was Ibra winning, so I don't know what's going wrong here. This is not Ibraheem Khan, but I don't know. This is also not Ibraheem Khan, as far as I'm concerned. Anyway, congrats to Williams. No, who won? Dara McCormack? Did I get it right? As soon as we're out, I don't care anymore about the race finish. Congrats to Williams. Congrats to Dara. Great driver. Obviously, I think he will be a big contender for the title in the end. He's fired up. So many good fights that we had with him. Well, not me personally, but Niels Nagox, for instance. And if you remember VCO LFM Flex stream that we did, and there was this final race in a M2 Cup car or M2 CS Racing, and they battled for 1 hour, 1 full hour. And so McCormack is a big fighter. And also a very outspoken guy. He says what he thinks. Niels Nagox does the same. So if these two collide, it's a clash of it's, let's say, Godzilla versus who's the other machine?
Kong.
Kong, yeah, obviously. So now we just have to make sure who's Kong and who's Godzilla.
That sounds like a fun idea for an event, and one-on-one sort of format. Now, as we wrap up with the second of the knockouts, of course, with 2 still left to go here in ESL R1 as opening round of its team championship from the Daytona International Speedway, we'll catch up with Ibraheem Khan. Ibraheem, unfortunate how that race was unfortunately ended, but let's start with qualifying before we talk about the race. How did it go in your opinion?
It was okay. I mean, I suffered from a bit too much nerves in that lap. It's definitely far from what I was doing in practice and what I felt I could get out the car. But I was happy for a lap that felt that bad to be within the range of the top 6, so I guess that's a positive. I'm a bit out of the esports pressure zone for a while since the last ESL event, so yeah, I'm happy, but there's definitely room to improve for sure.
There is no, pressure like being in the pressure of the event as well. So I'm sure next week you'll probably feel the pressure a little less. Talk to us then about race start, because nice start, got past Jimmy and Tunes, able to get yourself instantly into the top 6.
Yeah, that was a positive for sure. This start I was really just conscious of, because I saw last race how if you aren't like aggressive enough and you let people take advantage of you, you can fall back really quickly, and then you just get out of the draft, as we saw before. So yeah, I was conscious to just keep the inside, make sure my nose was clean, and got ahead of Antunes and then held on to Tatila's draft. Unfortunately, he lost the draft, so I was just stuck behind him. So yeah.
And then a couple of tries to try and make the move. You're being quite careful initially in when you were trying to time getting in and out of the draft, playing the games as you do at Daytona. Let's talk about the incident. We saw your frustrations. It was evident how much this meant to you. Yeah. When you went for the move, talk us through what was going through your mind. Why did you think at that point you needed to go for it?
At that point, because I saw that both, was it Mitchell and Jimmy were close behind, and I saw that Tatila was not particularly quick. I had my bumper on him for quite long part of the straight, so I was conscious of that. So I wanted to get a buffer. So at the point, my initial move was to go for T1. That didn't work, of course, but I did see that there was a gap into turn 3, and I know that I could overtake him with a bit more ease, because I think Jimmy had a penalty behind. So with that, it gave me more of a reason to go for it, because if I lost time, then it's okay. But I didn't expect what's his name, Thomas to turn in like that. But I guess that was still my mistake, really, for misjudging it. And I probably should have waited, but I don't know if maybe Antunes would have went up for it later. It was one of those things when you're on the perimeter of a top 6 finish where it's a really hard judgment call to whether you want that buffer or whether you want to play it aggressive. And this time I played it aggressive, and it's a lesson. It's a lesson learned to definitely play it easier.
Well, I was just interested to hear your mindset there, because the thing that I called out multiple times was how much you were lifting off the throttle, right? Because it was one of those things where you were just getting so close to the rear bumper of Tumas time after time after time. Eventually, you had to go for it, otherwise you're going to end up being swarmed. Yeah. So I think at some point that pressure was going to bubble up, and I think you put everything into it. We saw your frustration. How rared up are you now to go in a week's time? Because we're going in a week's time from the streets of Singapore. Yeah,
absolutely. I'm looking forward to Orchard Road, to be honest. The track is a bit strange, but I do like street tracks. It's definitely one of the more interesting ones. I think it's going to be one where qualifying is even more critical because of the nature of the track. So yeah, this is with the pace that I know we have. I think it's definitely impetus to go 110% for the next round. So yeah, no motivation lost, just a bit of a bummer, but we'll take this fire into the next round for sure.
You'll pick yourself up, and we'll see you in a week's time, I'm sure, back and ready to go. Ibraheem, go off and relax, and we'll see you next week from Orchard Road.
Cheers, Arjuna. See you.
Great to chat there with Ibraheem Khan. And Florian, I just wanted to ask him, without talking about my thoughts about the throttle, what was going through his mind, because I think, that pressure was building, right? There were drivers from behind that were trying to get on through. And with that top 6 bubble being so important, I think he had to go for the move. It's just unfortunate it ended like that.
Absolutely. And I mean, what do you want? I mean, is it like someone who has been sixth for the race or for 8 laps, and then there are 3 guys just waiting to release their, I don't know, rocket from the draft and so on? So totally understandable. I think that the time penalty for Antunes came a bit later even, so he couldn't. I think I'm not sure if he knew at that time, because this is what I don't think, which was the case. So if Antunes gets the penalty a bit earlier, you know what I mean? Then maybe he gets the info from Felix that he shouldn't attack, and then it's different. And I think definitely it's always valuable to consider who are you racing against, and I have my, I would say, characteristics saved in my head, where I say, okay, some people are very hard to overtake. This doesn't mean that they are doing unfair things or something, but they won't let you go by. And this is even if you are, let's say, faster. And this is the core bit. I think there are drivers out there who maybe would have done it differently, and then Ibra would have passed him. So a lot of ifs and whens and so on. So I fully support Ibra here to give it a go, to get the buffer, because then you are basically safe even if you lose one position on the finish. Yeah. Lewis is happy again, so maybe he found the button to, I don't know, to get the live timing tower back to work.
Who knows? And you can see their qualifying start in just a few moments' time. And just a reminder that for us, there is Robbie Stapleford getting ready to go in this third knockout race, racing against Johan Harth, Mikkel Schmiedel, Nathan Teig, Matt Emery, Christopher Dambeats, Charlie Collins, Kevin Siggy, Matti Sieppela, Daniel Tiklik, and then Yuri Toman and Dennis Schoniger. And then Caique Oliveira will be up finally alongside of Jamie Fluke, Enzo Benito, Nikodem Wisniewski, Bono House, Maximilian Benecka, Josh Rogers, Jeffrey Rietveld, Jakub Maciejewski, Mikhail Baikov, Thibaut Casabon, and Daniel Pastor. Now, I didn't realize that Thibaut Casabon was taking part in ESL R1.
Weren't you? Isn't he? I thought so.
Apparently, that is news to me. Wow, really? That is big. I must not. I don't think I'm going crazy. Surely he is actually competing alongside of the entire Vitality esports team. So that's pretty cool. Of course, powered by R8G. See, the problem is, Florian, I spent 3 days locked in a commentary booth from 7:30 in the morning until 5 p.m. basically. So I haven't had a chance to look too much at all of social media and things. So I'm getting very familiar with the driver lineups as we go.
Yeah, and you know, and I don't really care about other teams' driver lineup, so I don't know either. But I mean, I saw Nathan Teig on the entry list, and I thought, okay, this is something from a test race or something. But suddenly he was in it. Then we suggested to do a team managers or team owners or whatever race, maybe as a 5th quarterfinal and so on. But I think Nathan, this is no joking about him. I think he's ultra fast, by the way. Yeah, so this is not making fun of him here. I think it's cool that he takes the challenge. I don't know why, to be honest. I think I don't know which G2 driver is missing. Anyway, it will be good to have him. And
Joni Tormala, I believe.
Yeah, hopefully he's not ill or something. I don't know. So I hope that Nathan has a good race. But when I first saw Robbie here in the camera, I thought it would be Nathan Teig. They have through the glasses. It looked a bit like, because I was not used to see Robbie with his glasses on. So this was interesting. So yeah. The Orange Machine. No, what is a good nickname for the what is orange on this planet? I mean, oranges are orange. Yeah, this is not so funny, but
yeah,
the orange.
We'll come up. We'll workshop. Where is Robbie from?
He is from a place that I have to look up in his contract. I think it's near Manchester. This is what he said.
Okay. Ooh, so Manchester is red.
Totally wrong. Don't kill me, Robbie. But I memorized Manchester.
Okay, so if Manchester,
West Ham. No, West Ham. No, in the football world.
No, West Ham would be London.
I know. They lost against Leverkusen. Everyone lost against Leverkusen. I want to become the Leverkusen of sim racing one day, you know. 50 matches, 50 games without one loss in European football. Yeah,
that is remarkable. I'm trying to think. Orange. I'm struggling right now. But you know, papaya orange is what McLaren have, but
Yeah,
you know.
but no, they win Formula One races. We don't want to compare to them.
Yeah, no, but that's like, and even that's not very, you know, papaya.
Papaya is nothing you want to be. Nothing.
Yeah, so
I mean, do you want to be a zebra? Probably not either. But
I'd be a zebra. Gallop
I'd be a zebra
through.
too. You know, zebras, they are good people. They don't do any. I don't know. They don't. I think they can play tricks on you, but they are not.
Okay.
No bad animals.
It is time for my secret.
Oh, ChatGPT.
Exactly. You read my mind. Give me a nickname for an orange race car, please.
Oh yeah, this is, and then use this data to train ChatGPT 40 or what it's called now. Orange flags good, Josh. Yeah, Josh, you are right.
Tangerine torpedo. That's not bad.
Tangerine torpedo. What is this? Hunt for Red October. What?
Okay, Florian, that's not good enough. Give me another one. That's not good enough. I'm trying to type while talking as well. It's not a good idea.
Yeah, you have to, I don't know, put some threats out and you say, oh, we will cancel the ChatGPT Pro subscription or something.
Citrus Blitz. No, stop giving me.
No, Citrus Blitz. This is a wrestler, you know, but a mid-card. And I lost against Citrus Bliss. Then your career is basically over.
Do you have a name that isn't fruit related? How about that one?
Yeah, no fruits. We need something aggressive. Vegetables.
Flame Runner? It evokes the fiery speed and intensity of the car.
Whoa, Robbie's Flame Runner. This looks also maybe at the dentist.
Are we not happy with that?
No.
No? Okay. Give me another one.
Yeah,
keep
we can
going.
do this. So Mr. Emery is doing his lap, yeah, but let's see who's.
We will wait for Robbie to get out on track in his Tangerine Torpedo Citrus Blitz.
Orange Flame Runner. No. We have to do this again and again. By the way, Zandosk, I don't know if it pronounces right, said Joni's just skipping this round, so he's fine.
And we did see Nathan racing in the Porsche Esports Carrera Cup Great Britain.
Did he win anything, or was he like me in the Mazda?
No, I think, well, he wasn't like you in the Mazda, but he was racing in the AM Class Championship and did decently, actually. So we'll be interesting to see how he goes on here. I don't know how much practice he's necessarily had, how much of a heads up that he would have had as well. So Matt Emery did a 44.4, and remember, the quickest that we've seen so far was a high 44.0. Now Mikkel Schmidl does a 44.5, so if Robbie can do another 44.3 or so, that will put him in a very, very good spot, especially since I think the times that the likes of Dennis Schoeniger have said are also in the 44.4. So here comes Robbie. He's running out of the final corner. Now it says predicted 44.9, so I'm not sure if this is necessarily great. And as he tries to get as short a run to the stripe as he can, breaks the timing beam with as quick a distance as humanly possible, that will punch his way onto the board. And in fact, that is him starting his qualifying lap. So here we go.
Yeah. I was already scared.
He by the way, chewing gum like a madman. It's always interesting the tics that some of these drivers have. There are some drivers where the tongue goes wild when you see them on camera, but for Robbie, it's just a metronomic chewing of the gum.
Yeah, absolutely. Zebra gum.
Zebra gum, is that a new product?
Yeah, maybe. Do you like his shirt? I really like this shirt. It's like with this black and this orange, yellowish. So I think this is haute couture.
I'm liking that each of these drivers is unique again, because when we stand them up alongside one another in the Esports World Cup, they're all going to have a unique look on their driving suits. Remember, if a 44.3 is what Robbie can do, that would get him into right now the top 3. Now still have just under half the field left to go. Johan Harth will be next to the line, I do believe, before Robbie can get there. And then Jiri Toman, Matti Siepela in the pair of Audis are going to be next up in queue. That's a pretty good run out through the chicane. I don't. It's always so difficult to try and judge from the driver's reaction, but that looked like a good run. He doesn't look like he's happy with it.
No, again, once more, no clue. And there's no prediction or predicted lap time, so we have to wait.
Not this time.
Come on, Robbie. It would be good. It would be nice.
44.3, Sector 1, 38.6, Sector 2. And Robbie Stapleford with a 44.5 is into 7th. And that's going to see him, I think, just outside of the top 6. And he's going to have to get a little bit physical here at the start and force his way forward if he wants to try and qualify in his Sunburst Sprinter machine. No?
But he's a fighter. What, Sunburst Sprinter? What was this?
Another ChatGPT suggestion.
Sunburst Sprinter. This deserves P12 straight away.
Blaze Bolt?
What was the second one? This was the best. The fire flamer.
Flame Runner. Flame Runner is the one.
Yeah. Meep meep. Flame Runner is coming. No, this is not what we want. No.
I have Solar Streak, Amber Arrow.
ChatGPT is useless. This should be the future of humanity?
Apparently.
Let's get our people thinking about it at some point.
Apparently, this is going to put us all out of a job. Vivid Velocity. That doesn't talk about orange. No sense. Here, by the way, is the super replay for Robbie as he comes towards the line.
The super replay. It's the 2-minute super replay for special drivers.
It's like being on Red Zone in the NFL, where you can like watch it on like multiple different things all happening at once, and you're trying to figure out what happened. So now just Jiri Toman and Matti Siepela in the Audis to come, and then there will be that final driver to cross the line, and we'll have this third qualifying session in the books. And for Robbie Stapleford, he'll know exactly how much work he will have to do. Jiri Toman up to 3rd, drops Robbie Stapleford down to 8th. Now Matti Siepela will be up next in the Falcons machine. And already we've seen Tuomas Tätälä and Przemysław Lemonek qualify well for them. Matti Siepela maybe will try and continue that trend. So if Robbie starts at the lowest that Robbie could start right now is down in 10th position. He'll be hoping, of course, to be starting slightly better, but we did see how well Ibraheem Khan was able to make the start on the initial run through the opening corners in quarterfinal 2, and just how well that ran him through. Now, Matti Siepela has gone to the top of the qualifying sheet with a very impressive lap time. So Robbie Stapleford down to 9th. Now just the final driver yet to come.
Yeah, Robbie stayed ahead of Nathan Tate.
2/10. That splits 9 drivers as well, right? 10 if you want to put it that way.
I mean, yeah.
So it's such fine margins.
So close, and I mean, here once more you have it, but this goes for every driver here. If you do the times from practice more often, then it's these tiny bits. I think the general pace is there. But now it's Matti Siepela and pole. This is a surprise, for me at least.
There's a blinder of a qualifying lap. He'll be very, very happy with that. And now we get the quick warm-up session for Robbie to go back out there and just dial himself in for the race. You see top right corner of that little box where we see in sim and the Rennsport platform, 36 odd seconds to go before they get yoinked off the track and departed onto the starting grid for the rolling start, and then we'll get off and away. And remember, Caique Oliveira will be running in the final of the knockout races in how many different colors is on his car? It's the yellow, green
banana smoothie. This is the nickname of the...
It's like it's the BS Turner car, but with some green added on there as well, right?
It's a Brazilian touch, you know.
Yes, it looks wonderful.
No, but I'm just surprised about this qualifying still, because I think that the times were absolutely doable. It was, I think pole in the other races was, or for the other rounds was 44.1. So it was not an ultra quick qualifying. Props to Chris Dumbitz, to be honest. His first appearance for Maus, I think is second, is he? Yeah. Good stuff for René Lantes' team.
And there's that starting grid. So just the top...
Wait, do I get this right? Some drivers don't have pictures?
Apparently. I can imagine if Nathan Tague was a late notice replacement, maybe they didn't get a picture in time for him, but Dennis Schoeniger as well as Yuri Toman competed last year, so could have done some Photoshop magic potentially. There is a look at the cars rolling off and away as we get ready to go. 9 laps of racing, of course, and top 6 to move on forward to the semi-finals, and then points on the line to play as well. These drivers just roll around behind the pace car, the red lights will illuminate, and then off and away they will go.
Robbie's a fighter. Robbie's a fighter. Honestly, I think he's, I don't know if he's the best fighter, I want to judge it, but he's among, or from our group, he's someone who really attacks in the race, or can attack, and I think he has to now, so he has a goal. The chewing gum is not tasty anymore, but the fire flame, super flame taste will carry him to Orange County.
Maybe the tangerine flying down into the opening corner will be able to make its way on through, but as the Apex Racing machine of Johan Haas slides its way on forward, Robbie's still down in 10th as you see the modulation of the throttle trying to make sure there's no contact into this international horseshoe. He gets physical though on the exit, bullies his way on forward past 1, and now behind Matt Emery slides his way into 9th. Remember, if there are going to be some separations that do end up seeing the top couple of drivers be broken away, it could end up being just a couple of spots that the drivers behind end up fighting over. Alongside of Johan Haas is Dennis Schoeniger as they go wheel to wheel off onto the corner that sees them run onto the banking. The orange BS+ competition car now takes the tight line on the inside, and maybe now we'll see the Johan Haas powered machine slot back into line. As you can see, one car at the front trying to break away, but everyone behind still running in line.
Yeah, he's racy, I think. I think he's in a position where he can fight now, and he needs to. So he's behind him, Michael Smedel. I haven't seen a lot of races by Michael Smedel, but I know he's also can be quite aggressive, I think. But I don't see him here. So, oh no.
All of these drivers very, very quick. The question is just where are they going to make their speed around the track? There is the FaZe-Clan Porsche just poking its nose into the shot as we run our way back to the line. There's a couple of side-by-side moments in front, and now Robbie goes for it, pops out of line, but runs out of slipstream, runs out of a helping hand, and so now the Williams car gives him that assistance, but a little bit too late down into the braking zone, and there comes the move from Mikel Schmiedel, but long way around.
Come on,
Robbie Stapleford takes advantage of a spin from Matty Siepeler, gets in front of Dennis Schoeniger as well, and now up into 8th position, but it could now be that 6th spot that tries to be up for grabs.
Who's in the Williams? Dennis Schoeniger. Okay, was about to hit him, and he rejoined. So this did not happen, luckily. And now there are 2 cars ahead of him, and if he gets those, he would be P6. So let's see.
So
but Schoeniger wants to get the place back for sure, but. Same as with Ibra before. I think he's in the middle of the mix. Anything can happen. Or quite a lot of aggressiveness in the air. So let's see how this turns out.
And again, when it comes to the moves that you have to make, you judge based on everything around you. These drivers are taking in so much context and trying to then make the right decision at the right time. Not going to lift off, I think, as Robbie Stapleford instead cuts underneath of Matt Emery. They're going to blast past the Apex Racing car as well.
Baby.
Robbie Stapleford forward to 6th, and now in a spot that would see him move forward to the semi-finals.
What I meant. He is a fighter.
And this is also now building the gap behind because Matt Emery didn't get the greatest of runs. Can he now get past Mikel Schmiedel as they file down towards turn 1? That would see him rise up to 5th. You can see him on the brakes there for a moment though. And interesting that he doesn't want to get off the throttle. Instead, he's using the brakes to slow down the car. A little bit different than what we saw from Ibraheem Khan when he was lifting off the throttle to roll down the speed of the machine to avoid running into the back bumper. But different approaches, same net effect.
How did Smedel get there? He was behind Robbie, right? But this was in this turmoil there when they were in the positions. No.
It was all through turn 1 when it kicked off.
You know, sometimes I just fall asleep for 2 seconds, and then I have to catch up with the action.
It happened so quickly as well, right? I still don't even know. Matty Siepler, remember, was on pole position at the start of the race, so that was so crazy to see him pointed, you know, in the wrong direction in the middle of the shot. So Robbie taking the avoiding action, had to go a little bit slower initially, but then picked up 2 free spots, and from there grabbed a couple more as they stretched their legs once more onto the banking. On lap 3 of 9. Now Christopher Dambeat in 4th position is probably a little bit too far up the road. Dennis Schoeniger behind is still a threat, and so that's what Robbie's going to be thinking about. Does he get onto the brakes this time once more? Yes, just slightly leans on it as they head off to the braking zone once more. He's calculated right now. He's made his move so far. Florian is trying to think about when he makes the next one.
Yeah, and the gap to Schoeniger is bigger than, let's say, Ibra's gap to P7 when he was in this position. So this is positive. So, but it's the same situation again. Do you want the extra buffer and try make the move against Smeedel, and if then anything happens, you are out of it, or do you work together with Smeedel until the end maybe, and then you just build a solid gap to Schoeniger? And I think this looks to be the case. Because the gap looks like it's increasing to the other 2 guys. Question is what Smeedel can do. Is he quick enough? Can he? But Robbie will judge it. And Felix.
2 tenths or so the margin back to Dennis Schoeniger and Matt Emery. At least it was increased and opened up at the line, but then closed back down on the run into turn 1. And so there are 2 more machines that do have a chance. Nathan Teig finds himself in a bit of no man's land with Matty Siepler then behind, but Johan Harth dropped even further back in the running order after what I assume was either a slowdown or a race control intervention as a result of all of the chaos that we've seen around. It's Kevin Siggy from Charlie Collins, and then Yuri Toman, Christopher Dambeat just in front of this pack of cars that leads us winding back onto the banking. You can see the BMW M4 GT3 bouncing off the rev limiter as Robbie Stapleford asked for every ounce of power from the engine that powers him around. Once again, just leans on the brakes to slow the momentum slightly, avoid having to make the move. But Schoeniger is definitely a little bit closer than he was a lap ago. And so at some point, I think the expectation will be that you have to make something happen, because otherwise, Dennis Schoeniger, Matt Emery may force the issue for you.
And it's such a psychological thing now. I mean, if you make the move, then you have Mikael Smeedel. He's new to the series, so he wants to prove something. And he will fight, and there's the attack. This looks good. This looks okay. He's passed. He passed. Schoeniger's there as well. Mikael Smeedel gets a bit feisty.
Yeah, where does Dennis Schoeniger go here, though? Because he can really compromise Mikael Smeedel and allow Robbie Stapleford that chance to be a little bit more clear and confident. I mean, wow, though, that was a great move around the outside. And so Robbie Stapleford is now up into 5th position with Dennis Schoeniger behind. If you are Robbie, you've got a fast driver behind that may want to make the move. There's a look at the Mercedes for Williams Esports as they work their way off into the kink. You're going to now have to decide how aggressive you want to be on your defense if Dennis Schoeniger ends up looking to try and make something happen.
Yeah, I mean, in the ideal world, both of them could break away a bit from Mikael Smeedel and then just be a bit safer. But no, it could be messy in the end because all of them see their chance, and also Matt Emery is now part of the group. So yeah, probably anything can happen. Normally, BS competition doesn't have luck in these situations, but I definitely hope it's different today.
Hope that the luck's on our side. It was at Talladega in many ways, let's not forget, after how up and down that race was for Garrett Lowe and for Jordi Lopez. So out through the chicane once more. Now, Mikael Smeedel got very close to Dennis Schoeniger, and that might actually mean that Smeedel puts the pressure on and might have to get off the throttle. That was a very, very good run from Robbie, who's stopped chewing his gum now as well. He's locked in and focused.
He swallowed it.
Oh, no, there he goes again.
Oh, he goes, yeah, otherwise. This looks strong, but now let's see where we are at the end of the straight now.
maybe a bit too much of a good run. Dennis Schoeniger backs out. There comes the Porsche. Matt Emery's out. He lurks there for Guild Esports too. 4 in this battle for 2 transfer spots to the semi-finals. Mikkel Schmiedel tries to go around the outside. He's not going to be as brave as Dennis Schoeniger was. He's not going to get the move done either. They'll still be alongside into the next braking zone though. Stapleford's mirror is going to be filled by the side of the Mercedes though as it closes into the braking zone. This is getting ultra feisty with a couple of laps to go.
Yeah, he looks calm. He looks in control to a certain degree. Let's see what's this worth. No, but an interesting battle. I don't know how it's looking at the front. I think it's Siggy with a decent gap. But yeah, well, Siggy and Collins are sort of away at the front. Maybe we will have a fight for the victory, but this is way more important what we see here with the orange Flame Master.
Are we going with Flame Master? Is that what we're... Is
no,
that the...
Please, no,
okay.
This is so horrible. Oh, well, maybe, I don't know.
We'll ask
but
Robbie.
Flame,
how about that?
Yeah.
We'll see if Robbie has a good suggestion. Now, Dennis Schoeniger's very close into the chicane, a bit closer than he was a lap ago, and the margin doesn't really open up as they fly through the exit and back onto the banking, and once again, just trying to minimize their distance as they run their way to the line. So 3 laps to go. Matt Emery is a little bit further behind this time. Dennis Schoeniger is on the brakes to slow himself down. And so again, there goes Mikkel Schmiedel up high in the FaZe Clan Porsche. Dennis Schoeniger is going to probably have to really get the elbows out onto the brakes into turn number 1 if he wants to hold on to that spot. And so keep an eye at how close they all get. Schoeniger holds on, but lap by lap, these moves getting a little bit closer. And we are still sitting in a very, very tight window with these 4 cars within a second of one another.
Yeah, ultra tight. Yeah. My heart rate is up, so the blood pressure can totally exceed all limits once more, but so far it looks good.
Florian, are you going to come back and do another one of these team streams, or is this too much for you? Is your heart rate already high enough and this just adds to it?
I just increased the dose of pills in these days, you know. This is the safe option. By the way, next week Robbie Foley will be here. So he confirmed he has time. He's also part of our squad, and so we have a wonderful IMSA driver for Turner Motorsport and also us in the sim world, and he will be the partner in crime here for the stream next week.
I unfortunately am going to be out at Indianapolis for the Indy 500, so we'll have someone from our wonderful team at RaceSpot jump in and have some fun. I'm looking forward to that mainly because I'm hoping, Florian, I had a chat with Max Pappas during Prodigy Week, and he said you should come and check out IndyCar Race Control, and so that sounds like a really cool thing. Just to go and see all the weird toys that they have out there in the real world. You know, we have our fun in the sim world, but I'm always curious how we can learn from it and get even better.
Yeah. You have to take pictures.
Oh, and yes, we'll make sure that we share them with you. I did see a wonderful picture shared in the BS Competition Discord as well of Florian back in the day. Whoa, as contact with Schmiedel sees him set wide. Schoeniger and Emery side by side, and Robbie Stapleford trying to break away on the penultimate lap of the race.
Good moment for doing this. Waited for this to happen, that the group after or behind Robbie is starting the fight and something happens. This looks good. Bring it home, Robbie.
And he's got a smile on his face as well. So Robbie Stapleford, I think, is happy with the fact that he's going to be able to probably move forward. I say probably because I'm knocking on wood. He's still got to hang on for a lap and a half here. You don't want the curse of our team stream by any means, as back onto the banking will the orange tornado? How about that? No?
Orange tornado. Oh, well, yeah.
That was me. That wasn't ChatGPT, just to be clear.
Better. Yeah. Tornado. We should do a fan vote or something.
Oh, yes, we'll get social media involved. That never goes wrong. It won't be orange face.
You know, there was a German village that had the idea to have the name of a tunnel, a major tunnel through the city, by social media vote, and now it's called, I don't know if you know the actor in the US, the Bud Spencer Tunnel. You know?
Is it really?
Yeah, absolutely, because people voted for Bud Spencer. Yeah, so this is what happens, and probably we have the Texas tornado or whatever, or the orange flame machine. Sorry, it's so funny. Where are we? Is it over? Is it finished?
No, one more lap to go. Robbie Stapleford still has, 7/10 or so of a second back to Matt Emery and Dennis Schoeniger. But this might end up being a bit of a drag race to the line. I know Robbie had that big smile on his face, but it's not done.
No.
It's not done, no. So in front, still Kevin Siggy, Charlie Collins, Yuri Toman, and Christopher Dambeats, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then, of course, the two more drivers to move on forward with them, about to be determined. It's within now. A couple more car lengths than I think it would have liked to be. This is where the slipstream is going to be at its most important as well, as they get onto the power, onto NASCAR turns 1 and 2.
There's a gap, yeah, so it's not... Could work out.
It's a good exit. You can see the predicted lap time is pretty decent as well, but it's going to be out of the chicane that we really know how good all things will be. Matt Emery is closing, albeit very, very marginally. It's not by much that the gap is shrinking.
Should work out.
Heart rate's rising potentially, but Robbie Stapleford looking very, very calm right now. Emery throws the Audi into the chicane, trying to get the most out of the mid-engine layout. Behind, Dennis Schoeniger follows with that Mercedes-powered engine, of course, at the front, but the BMW looks like it's secure. Matt Emery and Dennis Schoeniger are going to be involved in their own drag race, and Robbie Stapleford will punch the air, and he's done enough in ESL R1's opening round of the Team Championship to move on forward to the semi-finals, and the relief, I can feel it from here.
Absolutely. Such a... Yeah, I don't know. I told you he's a fighter, so he had the worst qualifying of all of us so far, and he manages to, with a dose of luck, which you need in these races when there was this incident, but he did it calm and collectedly, having the chewing gum soaked out of flavor completely, and he beat his former team boss Nathan Take big time, so this is probably also good. Robbie, fantastic job.
Looking forward to having our chat with Robbie Stapleford in a few moments' time. And of course, he will go racing in the semi-finals later on today. We have one more of our quarter-final matchups to come, though, and that will be very, very fun when Caique Oliveira gets underway. And from the office as well, Florian. So, you know, Ferris Stanley did his driving. And just to confirm, right, we've got two different sim rigs from them both. So they're not on the same sim rigs.
No, absolutely. They're also two different people, and they're driving by themselves and all that. Yeah. No, we've two sim rigs here, so we are catching up to Kwanda and Redline. So I calculated it 6 more years, and then we are on par in terms of numbers of rigs. No, but this feels super to have the guys here, have the equipment here. We are, as I've said, we are still making the steps into developing not developing, but showing that we're an esports team, and it feels this is the ultimate transformation that I always wanted, to transform these offices into an esports thing, and let's see where we end up. Maybe we also will have other games here soon. I don't want to release too much, but I'm the talkative guy. So there's some news coming soon, which is very significant for us. But you have to wait.
And, well, you have to wait till next week to get Robbie Foley here as well. That's going to be fun when we make our way over to the streets of Singapore for round 2 in this Team Championship, and looking forward to that. We're going to have a chat with Robbie Stapleford in just a few moments' time, so that's going to be quite fun to catch up with him after he made his way forward through into the semi-finals. And now has to fight. Now, of course, he will have to do the same thing, finish inside of the top 6 if he wants to finish in the final. So, you know, he's still got that pressure of the one-shot qualifying to do once again. And, you know, Florian, I've never really done too many of the one-shot qualifying formats, and so I always look at the drivers and I go, it really must be quite intense for them, especially when you come to a track like this where there are really so many small margins, right? Because there's not that many corners in many regards, and you look at that chicane, for example, it's such an easy place to be too slow on entry, too tentative on exit, and really lose a whole bunch of time.
I think it's the biggest challenge in this. I think it's the biggest challenge. And you see it here. If our drivers were always, qualifying that they are 5th, 6th, 7th, and then they have to fight in the race. And sometimes it's difficult and goes wrong. Unluckily for 2 of them today, but very fortunately it went right for Robbie. And now he's here, I think. At least I heard the sound.
I think he is with us right now, at least in terms of the voice. So Robbie Stapleford hearing us here in the broadcast booth. Robbie, talk us through your quarter-final matchup here in the first round of the Team Championship, of course, with qualifying not necessarily going the way that I think you would have hoped back in 10th, but really just because the margins were so fine, you were only, 2/10 or so off of pole position.
Yeah, well, I think I broke the cameras, but just going into quali, I knew I had the pace, and then we got into the server and the brakes and the wheel felt a bit strange, so I just had to adapt pretty quickly. And obviously, sector 1 came out a bit meh, so the lap didn't come together, and obviously I started 10th. But I knew during the practice races and that we did, that I knew that the slipstream was really strong, so I knew I could make it up throughout the race, and we finished 5th, so it's a win to me from where we started.
Now you've got to do it over again, though, in the semi-finals. What are you going to do in the little bit of time that you have off as a break? Of course, with such an intense race after that, I'm sure you're going to get out of the rig for just a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. I'm going to get out, go get some food, make sure I'm ready for this semi-final, because what
have you learned?
You can walk the dog. Possibly.
Walk the dog. I don't think I can walk him quick enough. He walks too slow.
What have you learned as well from that quarterfinal matchup, right? Because Florian and I were kind of discussing, the game's gone through its evolution in the off season. So, the first time you go racing, you're probably still trying to learn a little bit about how all of those changes play out. Do you think you're going to be able to maybe make even more speed when you make your way over to the semifinals?
Yeah, definitely. As long as all the brakes and the wheel and everything feels good going into qualifying, I know I can definitely pump out 0.1s, low 0.2s, maybe even a flat if the lap gets hooked together. So I reckon I'll definitely be up there in semi as long as it feels all good. If not, I know what it feels like if it feels bad now, so it should still be good.
And let's talk about this track in particular, right, and the starts, because that's always such a key defining point of how you work your way through. Your 2x2 as you work your way into the opening corner. Do you think it's a benefit to be on the inside or the outside? Because, I've been looking at how these starts have gone, and I'm 50-50 on which one I'd rather be in.
I think it's 50-50, to be honest. It all depends on what happens, because if, let's say, someone clips the inside wall, then they go straight to the outside. So if you're on the inside behind them, then you get a good go left. So I think it ultimately just depends on the situation you're in and what happens.
We'll let you go off and go and get some food before you get ready to go for your semi-final. But great job, Robbie, to make your way forward to 5th, and looking forward to seeing you out there again today.
Cheers. Thanks, guys.
Stay here, Robbie.
So Florian, one of the drivers, has made their way on through, and now we get ready for that final of the quarter-final matchups. How's your heart rate doing right now? Has it calmed down a little bit?
Yeah, finally. No, but obviously, you can talk a lot about performance and about how everyone feels, but you have to execute it in the end, and you need the luck to be able to do it and not get involved into anything. And I think here, textbook race by Robbie, good performance, did what he had to do, and it's so good because maybe this is a difference compared to last year for us. There seems to be more in there everywhere. It's not that they are driving, that they are already extracting the maximum in the qualifying. So if you manage to make it, even if you're not happy with the qualifying lap. I think this is such a promising thing for me at the moment, where I see that our work has gone into the right direction, and I think the other two guys easily could have made it as well, and this changes the whole thing for us, because last season we were way more often, and so I think now with Caique being fourth now, let's see what he can do. He was the strongest last year compared of the current roster, so I expect something positive. But again, for him as well, he needs to have the little dose of luck to make it all work. But I'm really excited to see him now for the first time in the first race for BS competition.
Orange Odyssey. How do you like that one, Florian?
No, what is the Odyssey? What is it? It's a long trip in Greece, yeah? This is no, it can't be an Odyssey.
That was a suggestion from one of the herd, so we have to workshop it just a little bit more. We're going to step aside for a few moments here. Still one more quarterfinal matchup to come here on day one of ESL R1 for 2024. Hello there, everyone, and welcome back here to our ESL R1 team stream for BS Plus competition. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, alongside of Florian Haasper, and just with one more quarterfinal matchup to go, Caique Oliveira takes center stage. Florian, Robbie Stapleford has made his way on forward, of course, to a semi-final, so I know you're plenty excited, and we still got one more race here at Daytona to see if Caique can join him.
Yeah, great performance by Robbie, definitely by the other two guys as well. The chance was there that we have made it all of, or gone through with all of them. I'm totally motivated for the semis for sure, for Caique's round now, and then also next week already, because it's like in motor racing or like in every other sim series. You have to wait until the first race event to see where you are, and I think what we see is that we are competitive, and this is the first big goal for this first event to walk away from. And yeah, but now I'm excited to see Caique. Let's see. I wish him all the best, obviously.
You can see him there in the rig, made his way on over. Last year competed with Furia in the BMW in ESL R1, and so qualifying going to get underway. And there is a short break, just so you are aware, between the quarterfinals and the semifinals. Just let you know that has been shortened down in time, so we'll be stepping aside between the quarterfinal and getting underway with semi-final action, but that will be for a little bit shorter than was initially anticipated. So with qualifying underway, remember, have only seen a handful of low 40s fours so far, for the most part being 44 threes that we have seen in qualifying. Here comes Mikhail Baikov in towards the turn 6 area. That sees him running back onto the banking, and I do think that Caique Oliveira going to be one of the final drivers to get to set a lap time, so we'll have a bit of a wait here, Florian. Although, whenever we jump over to our feed of him, it will be a little bit earlier, of course, because don't forget, we get the super replay.
The super replay, it's very expensive to get this from the organizers. So I'm glad we have it. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, waiting until 10th position or what to start your qualifying, I find it horrible. I could never do it, because I think these are the seconds that you are under so much tension. But Caique is so cool and collected normally. So, I mean, it was great. I had met him at Riyadh last year, and we had some good chats. And to be honest, when I was looking at the grid, and I was thinking, okay, who could really help us as BS competition and get us further, then it's only Caique. I think from the word go, I had a good feeling, and like having the same approach to sim racing and so on. And there he is. Is he already on his lap? I
think so, and he's underway through the opening corner, and with the benchmarks being set at a 44.3 by both Jeffrey Rietveld, Bono House, and now Max Benneker as well, all separated by very, very fine margins, as Caique works his way in towards the kink, running up through the gears. Looks very, very calm and focused.
Yeah, and he's got an air cleaner next to him, because as we don't have a garage or a huge hall where we have the simulators, but it's rather a small room, we need to make sure that the air is fresh and clean, and this is why we put an air cleaner in with two super fast drivers in there. It can get smelly, and this is why we clean the air constantly. I have the same in my room, by the way.
Onto the banking. Looks like it's been a relatively good opening sector, 44.240.
I think it's not bad. I've seen worse.
Yeah, I think it was. I'm trying to remember what Robbie's opening sector was.
44.3, but I'm not sure.
I was thinking 44.6, so maybe you're right and my memory is just bad.
No. Let's agree on 44.6, because this would mean that Caique is on a good level.
That would be great, but I don't want to set false expectations, so that's my concern. Now, already have had 6 drivers set lap times, and our margins are so fine. So very, very close up towards the front. Now just that run to the line, though, and already in 6th gear. There's nothing to do except try and make the distance as short as possible and hope and pray the lap time's good. The middle sector maybe not as good as it could have been, but as the checkered flag is out, Caique jumps up into 6th with a 44.470.
No, he won't be happy with it.
No, I don't think he is. And yep, wait to see where everyone else stacks up. Jamie Fluke, Nikodem Wisniewski, Jakub Maciejewski, handful of drivers still yet to go. Yeah,
let's hope that he can somehow stay in this area and not be denoted too much. So there's Enzo. So Enzo, redline Enzo with a red car at least.
He is in the FaZe Clan Porsche for this season. Where does he go? Up to 5th. Of course, we're just waiting. Now, there we go. There's the off-board look at the multicolored Brazilian flared BS+ competition machine. And again, super replay of what's happened as the BMW makes its way to the line, and now we wait to see the rest of the drivers. Josh Rogers as well, let's not forget how quick he can be in qualifying, so he will be a contender to fly his way on forward. Daniel Pastor in that Mercedes for Williams Esports as well could be one to watch. There's Jamie Fluke, heads out of the chicane.
Haven't seen many off tracks, right? In qualifying, I think last season there were quite a few, but nothing happened here.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I guess you've also maybe had a little bit of a loosening of the restrictions. Maybe drivers have also just become a bit more precise with the lines that they run as well. So that's something to keep in mind. And we were talking about jet lag. Nikitin Wisniewski, he was actually at the Atlanta Motorsports Park with me. So he's had to fly back to Poland. And so I'm sure for him, you know, much like we're talking about with Ferris, he's had a similar sort of situation. He does a decent qualifying lap, jumps up to 4th, and so let's not forget, even though there are still 3 drivers left to go, Caique Oliveira right now down in 8th position with his 44.476. He could still find his way to fight forward. Let's not forget, Robbie Stapleford had to get his elbows out and claw his way up into that 5th position.
Yeah, definitely this is a fast one, huh? Yeah. I saw the first sector and thought, okay, this was a good lap.
It's
yeah, Caique will have a job to do.
Yep, still have Josh Rogers to come to the line. That was a 44.2. So again, that first sector from Caique was actually pretty good. So I think it was the middle and the final sectors where maybe there was a bit of speed being lost. It's just something to keep in mind. Josh Rogers is into the chicane, and at least he is on this track in that camera. He's definitely not going through the chicane, I can tell you that much for free. 44.294 from Jamie Fluke is the fastest time in this qualifying session. So still in these one-shot sessions, remember the benchmark set from the first session with the low 44.0s or so that we saw across the board. Daniel Pastor went up to 5th in the Mercedes for Williams, and Josh Rogers rises only to 9th. So he'll be slightly disappointed, but so will Caique Oliveira with some work to do from 11th spot. But let's not forget, Stapleford started in 10th. You can fight your way forward from there as Jamie Fluke, the driver that grabs pole position.
Congrats, Jamie. What do you always say, the nicest guy in sim racing?
I do, but he doesn't like me saying that.
No, maybe it's not true. No, because it's hard to judge, you know, in my personal ranking where
there are so many nice people in the world of sim racing.
So many nice people.
Yes, and so many people that don't take center stage as well, that have, you know, that don't put themselves in the spotlight, but instead stay behind and put others forward instead. There is Caique on screen momentarily for us as the official broadcast cycles through a whole heap of the drivers getting ready to go racing for one final time. Florian, 9 more laps before we know our semi-final grids and we get ready to go.
Yeah, I hope that Caique can pull off a little zebra miracle here, and yeah, just that's the Stapleford, yeah.
That would be 2 of the zebras to then fight their way on forward and grab some points in the team championship.
So he just pushed the chair a bit to the right and then put the simulator in there, and this was a nice living room collection.
Starting grid up on your screen with really, once again, fine margins through the entire field, because it's what, 2/10 across of the top 11 or so, with Jamie Fluke's 1:44.294 standing as the fastest lap time. What, 4 thousandths between Maciejewski and Rietveld, second and third position, and 1/10 more for Caique Oliveira would have seen him jump up just in front of Max Benecke to 7th spot. So again, those margins very fine as these drivers begin their journey towards the Esports World Cup. Off and away we go for the rolling formation lap, where, of course, on the final row, Caique Oliveira alongside of Mikhail Bykov. Now, this is where I think you need to be a little bit more careful, actually, at the start, because starting at the back of the field, some will say, oh, go gung-ho and full send it. That's the last thing you want to do, because all that really does is put you firmly in the eyes of race controlled. Calm, calculated, but opportunistic moves, Florian, that's kind of what you need to do when you start in these positions.
Yeah, absolutely. But you have the pressure, of course, to gain some ground, and you have to make moves, and ideally quite early, probably. So yeah, let's see.
Here we go.
If it's possible.
Tightly packed up and off to the opening corner. 12 GT3 machines are launched for the final of our quarterfinals. Tight line for Caique Oliveira on the inside of now Enzo Benito, as well as potentially Mikhail Bykov having a technical issue and dropping back slightly at the start. Big send around the outside, though, from the Brazilian. He's trying to now get the ramp off the corner. Will be able to pass Thibaut Casabon forward to 9th. Already 2 positions gained. And now behind Nikodem Wisniewski with Maximilian Benecke alongside of one of the Porsches as well. So plenty of side-by-side moves. And this is where roll the speed and roll the momentum. Caique Oliveira is going to grab another spot as he goes around the outside of Nikodem Wisniewski. Benecke and Rogers fighting in front of him for the final of the spots in the top 6.
Nice. Come on, Caique.
Onto the banking. Nice, tidy start. And that's what I said. Calm, calculated, and opportunistic moves. Exactly what Oliveira was thinking about. Casabon and Wisniewski are going to be alongside behind, and they're going to be dealing with one another. Where does Oliveira decide to go with 3 wide, almost 4 wide in front of him? There's going to be a car in the wall, and that is the red line
and
car.
Another one. Come on.
Benecke into the grass as well. He passes Williams Esports. Caique Oliveira into the top 4.
From P11 to P4 in 1 lap. Give it to me.
Oh, this is incredible stuff.
This is Caique Oliveira.
This is out of a fever dream right now, Florian. This is remarkable.
This is the yellow banana boat, or however you call the car. It's amazing.
I think that was going to stick, the yellow banana boat, and already closing up to the back as well of the Porsche Coanda machine of Josh Rogers. Big separation to Maciejewski and Jamie Fluke.
No, don't do it.
Daniel Pastor almost gets into the side, and that will open the door for Thibaut Casabon and Jeffrey Rietveld potentially. This is where Josh Rogers, Caique Oliveira stay calm. Don't have to really fight too much now. They're in a great position. Plenty of laps to go.
Absolutely. Just go with Josh. Pass him on the final lap.
Always got to be thinking about where you can fight forward, because again, those are valuable points that get paid out as well. So, you know, when we talk about the team championship round, 3 points the difference between 3rd and 4th position. Already, of course, Caique sits with 13 points in 4th. What will he be thinking about, though, with the margin behind to Rietveld, Pastor, and Casabon? I think they're fighting in and amongst each other, and we're only on the 2nd of 9 laps.
You know, heart rate, crazy. So Rietveld is behind. Okay, he's obviously dangerous. But at the moment, what an opening lap.
What an opening lap. I'm still trying to catch my breath a little bit, as that was, I think, Enzo Benito potentially trying to pass Nikodem Wisniewski through the Le Mans chicane. Never really a great place to go side by side unless you want to lose a little bit of momentum. But much like with Robbie Stapleford in that 3rd quarter final, will Caique Oliveira just be a little bit aware of the fact that Josh Rogers in front could be his helping hand? Will he decide to lift off? And he's doing what Ibraheem Khan did, where he lifts off the throttle throttle instead of tapping the brakes, doing a bit of both now as they roll into the braking zone and just making sure to carry as much speed as possible behind that Porsche Coanda number 92. Nice and tight line, almost into the grass. That was perfect almost in terms of the run through the corner. And leaning a little bit in his sim rig as well. Now, I did note that the seat that's in that rig, it seemed like a gift from Niels Naujoks. Am I correct, Florian?
We don't accept gifts, we buy stuff.
Okay.
And it's no, it's amazing. It's a great seat. I don't know. To be honest, I don't get the full story behind it. I think Niels has a cooperation with his Popometa brand. Well, not with his own company, but Popometa got some seats designed, and Caique really liked it, and so we went for it, and Niels sent it over, and Caique's really happy with it.
It's one of those Tillet style seats made by, I think it is RCC, and it looks really cool. If I was sim racing a little bit more, I will be honest, Florian, I would use one of those. So I'm glad to see that Caique is a fan of that as well. You look from the back, you can see Jeffrey Rietveld, Daniel Pastrol running behind, 5th, 6th position, still again in spots that would take them forward to the semi-finals behind the yellow banana boat. We are closing up though towards Maciejewski and Jamie Fluke, so we could end up finding ourselves in a spot where all of these drivers are in one long draft conga line. 9-lap race, remember, we'll cycle onto the 4th lap next time by, and watch at the bottom of the screen the inputs from Oliveira. I think he's been coached a little bit there by the engineers at BS Competition, telling him don't lift off the throttle, roll the brake instead.
Yeah, looks good. Staying with Rogers is never a bad thing, and it also shows that you are competitive and how competitive you are. I think Josh also had a qualifying which was not as he wanted it. I think he was, what was he, P10, P9 or whatever. So I think those two really went through it on lap 1, and now they are and they are decreasing the gap to the leading two cars. Well, slowly but surely, and we could end up seeing again a little bit of passing at the very end. Now, first position wins 25 points, second position gains 20 points, third 16, fourth 13. So, you know, that's where some of those points differentials, still early in the season, yes, but you take these points and the basis that they stand you in to the Esports World Cup, and that is where these drivers will definitely be thinking about how they can maximize for their teams and similarly for themselves when we roll on to the online rounds of the Drivers' Championship later on in the months, and onto the brakes once again with Jeffrey Rietveld and Daniel Pastrol not closing here. There's the second look at Caique Oliveira as they work through the chicane. And onto the power once more, with that margin now down to within 2 seconds, splitting your top 6 cars. And Nikitin Wisniewski, he's there as well, although there is a bit of a separation then to Enzo Benito and Thibaut Casabon, and that's where some comfort will build for these drivers. And once again, Caique just rolling the brakes, slowing down that car a little bit, and making sure that Josh Rogers is the one pulling him forward on a string towards Jamie Fluke and to Jakub Maciejewski. This time by, though, once again, very, very interesting through turn 1, how they just carry that speed through the corner. And Caique also running as the best of the BMWs right now, Florian. Yeah, always important for us, to be honest. But no, I think I really see Redline and Mouse and us as brand mates, to a certain degree teammates, because I want them to do well, because, you know, I'm a BMW guy through and through, so I always love to see a BMW in front, but to have a yellow Caique Oliveira in front is great, but we have to bring it home.
And he has got, I think, them calm right now, because Nikitin Wisniewski has lost a little bit more time this lap.
Yeah.
And so dropping back, albeit slightly from the draft. Once again, you can see the brake lights illuminate. And just recognizing that he does not need to force the issue. These 9-lap races, you know, they're sprint races in so many ways, but there's so much racecraft that goes into it, and knowing when and how to fight is so important at this level. Now, Caique didn't get a great run through the chicane by any means, and so Josh actually is getting closer and closer to those in front. Maciejewski is basically on the tail end of Jamie Fluke right now. Separation now means 4 cars under a second between them. At the line, 4 laps to go, and these 6 drivers are going to end up on top of one another, as Oliveira just gives Rogers that little bit of breathing room through the corner, which is nice to see. You don't need to pressure that driver, force them to go deep into the braking zone, unless you're, of course, trying to make the pass happen. But here we go. We've closed on up, and Florian, everyone now is on top of one another.
Yeah, I mean, if they're smart, they will just finish it like this.
Racing drivers, smart?
Yes, I think many of them are smart, but they might not finish it like this. So it's no, but to be honest, I'm also a fan always of fighting. Yes, so basically this format, which has big advantages, but also, yeah, there are the best drivers in the world to a certain degree, or some of them, and yeah, this is what a quarterfinal is all about. It's about progressing, and so this is what you get. But I would have loved, under normal circumstances, to have a good fight between Josh Rogers and Caique Oliveira here, because this would have been nice. But it will come. It will come later then.
On the brakes, you can see in the rig, Caique Oliveira moving around as they really get thrown around in some ways by the forces that the wheels can put out, that the pedals can take from the drivers. And it's one of those things where you look at the pedal traces, and if someone's not been sim racing for quite a while, sometimes you'll see that brake release, you know, often in downforce cars, for example, not necessarily always in these GT3s, but you want to get as quick up to 100% as possible. Use the downforce initially. You don't have to worry so much about the weight transfer, but then that brake release, the line that you want to see, it should be smooth and a nice linear progression as much as possible. But if someone's not been sim racing for quite a while, sometimes it is a little bit more jaggedy and spikes up down just that little bit more. So Josh Rogers is putting the pressure immediately onto Caique Maciejewski. I think there is going to be a little bit of fighting here potentially. Now, these 6 drivers should all know, they should be told in their ears, you don't need to fight, you're in a good position, but they're all on top of one another, and they know that all it can take is one mistake from someone else to find themselves losing out at a track like this. And so for Caique Oliveira right now, it's that risk-reward concept, the give and take that you're going to try and manage. And all while I'm sure, Florian, your heart rate's risen once more.
Oh boy, absolutely. Yeah, but at the moment, I think we are fine. Should be all good. I mean, the heart rate was way worse on lap 1, but yeah, it's all about getting it home now. I mean, what is happening now? So Jeffrey's there, putting the pressure. I mean, probably also wants a bit of a more, or one more position as a buffer extra, but to be honest, it's not needed here. I think we're all good to go.
And it's just, remember, these drivers re-qualify in the semi-finals with the one-shot qualifying, so they're not fighting for anything other than moving forward and maybe a point or 2 here and there as well. So, again, hopefully there's some calm heads to prevail with 2 laps to go at the line. Josh Rogers in front does seem to be going for it on Caique Maciejewski. Makes the move happen as well. Maciejewski lets the Australian slide on through. Jamie Fluke going to be the next one under pressure, and all still as these 3 drivers fighting behind, 4th, 5th, 6th. Daniel Pastor behind of Jeffrey Rietveld, chasing down Caique Oliveira, now closing to within 2 or 3 car lengths of those leading 3 cars. White flag will be in hand at the line, so 1 more lap to go, unless they're going to do a miscount like they did earlier this year at Daytona. 1 lap early.
Yeah. No, hopefully not here. But it looks good. I think Josh Rogers found the boost button, right? So he looks like he's a rocket now.
Yeah, this Porsche Coanda machine definitely seems like he was maybe saving a little bit initially, and gearing up to push a little bit more now in these later stages once that gap had closed on down. Maybe as well the draft just helping the car out. You know, remember these drivers all went through a BOP process as well. There comes Jeffrey Rietveld, though, did not want to wait around, and Caique Oliveira releases the throttle, allows the red line BMW to move on forward, and now one more lap to go. What will happen from behind? Daniel Pastor will sit. How does Caique Oliveira decide to take on this challenge?
That's a good question.
He's onto the brakes momentarily. It's not going to force the issue. Now, Nikitin Wisniewski's lost about 1.5 seconds off of Daniel Pastor, so he's not in drafting range. And so as they cross the line to start the final lap, Thibaut Casabon fighting with Nikitin Wisniewski as well. I think it is in a spot that, once again, these 6 drivers should all recognize that they should all move on forward. If they sit like this, one more lap to go here at Daytona. Still anything, though, could happen.
Yeah, I mean, now it would just be silly for any of them to risk something big time to lose the top 6 position. Yeah, so I think if they're sensible, they will bring it home. But this blue car is a bit hectic behind us, so let's see.
Daniel Pastor is there. It's close between all of these drivers at the end of the day as well, and so each of these exits becomes so important just to make sure you get a good run off of them. Slam onto the brakes in these GT3 cars with their ABS as well. Don't need to worry too much about that. And while you do have some traction control and can afford the rear end to step out a little bit here in the world of ESL R1, you still want to manage and maintain your tire temperatures as best as you can over these 9 laps of racing at Daytona into the chicane. Doesn't look as though any driver is necessarily close enough to one another to go side by side, and so it's now just about getting through safely and running to the line to advance to the semi-final for all of these top 6.
Yeah, let's go. What a thing. What a fighting spirit. Not getting the psychological thing and say, okay, now maybe I messed up qualifying and now everything's gone for me. But to believe in yourself, to do it, to keep attacking. What is Daniel Pastor doing? Keep the car behind. Would be much appreciated. Are we there?
We are there.
Finish.
And Josh Rogers pips Jamie Fluke just at the line as well. So you can win in draft races. Woo! So keep that in mind. But 2 zebras have moved forward to the semi-finals, and you can tell what that means for the herd. Florian, how excited are you?
I am excited, and I have to rush off to give Caique a hug. Yeah, 1 second.
And so Florian will go off to give Caique Oliveira the hug, and he'll leave me, Arjuna Kankipati, here on our ESL R1 BS+ competition team stream to keep you all company watching. It's been about 3 hours since we went live already. We'll still have, of course, coverage to come as we get underway for the semi-final. And I do believe, because we had the 2 drivers advance from quarterfinal 3 and 4, they'll be in the same semi-final as well. There we go. Florian's there. I think Yannick there as well, potential. No, that's Ferris, excuse me. Very, very dark shot. As I'm trying to peek onto my screen at what is going on. We'll get the chance to hopefully chat to Caique as well, because we may have one semi-final with no BS+ competition driver.
So I'm back.
There we go. Florian went to go and celebrate with Ferris as well. And yeah, we'll chat to Caique in a few moments' time. And Florian, I'm just trying to confirm on my end as to whether it is true or not, but I think we may have to now wait till semi-final 2 to see both of our drivers get underway.
I've got no clue, to be honest, but I have to check, but it could be, yeah. So
yes.
So we have a good chance.
I was correct. The drivers from knockout round 3 and 4, so that's quarterfinal 3 and 4, go to qualifying for semi-final 2 next. So maybe what we should do is see if we can bring in maybe Ibraheem Khan or Ferris Stanley to join us for that semi-final. But now we'll chat with Caique Oliveira, who, wow, Caique, you had to fight your way forward through in that quarter-final. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling relieved. I put a lot of pressure on myself in that quali, and I wasn't really happy. But I'm always super confident in the race, and I saw like some danger around the top 6. So I was like, I would just sit here and maybe I'll eat good from the crashes. And yeah, it happened, and I was able to somehow matrix my way up. So. It was, yeah, I'm quite surprised and super happy to have 2 cars, 2 BS Plus competition cars in the semis, so that's really good.
And we were just trying to figure out, and we've just confirmed that both you and Robbie will be in semi-final 2. How can you guys, you know, maybe help each other work together to both try and advance here? Because first qualifying is going to be intense, but, you know, now we want to try and see both of you guys advance to the final.
Sure. Me and Robbie, during the week, we did a lot of work together, driving close to each other. So we know a little bit our tendencies, where to brake or stuff like that, and how to work together. So I'm actually super confident with working with him. And yeah, I think he's just really nailing a better quali. I think fatigue will probably enter as a factor for everybody. So since it's a different format to drive, it's a long day, right? So yeah, I think me and Robbie will do it just fine, and I hope we can push each other into the to the final. So,
how are you feeling about the team championship that lies ahead? Next time out, we go racing, of course, at Orchard Road. We've got Monza after that, so some interesting tracks to say the least.
Yeah, I love Monza. I was fortunate enough to get my first pole in R1 in Monza. I had some podiums there and some good fights with top of the chain guys, and yeah, just Orchard, we need to learn stuff. And but the thing is, like, I love the driver championship, is really important, but the team championship for me is where it's at. So as many points we can bring to the table and fight against the monsters, it's really good, so we can show what we are made of.
And we'll let you go off and relax a little bit, of course. One semi-final to go before you can go for the second semi-final. Congratulations, Caique. Great run, and we'll see you once again later today.
Cheers. Ciao, guys.
Great chat there with Caique. Always a big smile on his face as well, and lots of personality. That, I think, was one of the first times, Florian, that I had a decently long interview with him, and I could already see there's plenty of social media stuff there, I can tell.
No, he's top notch, and I mean, I think the mixture in the team is good. We have Caique who is a bit older than the other guys, but he brings a bit of calmness in there. But he also is very ambitious, so he knows what he wants. And last season he has shown that he can achieve all these things. And I think now to give him, and this is our job as a team, and this is my job and of my other guys, to give him the environment to get to his max at ease, and to, you know, I've talked about it quite a few times now, but Charlie Lam of Schnitzer Motorsport, he's my hero, and he always said the drivers are first in everything we do, and only if they are happy, if they are confident, comfortable, and so on, you can achieve great results. And this is what we try here, to make the drivers feel good and give them everything that they need to get everything out of them. And then sometimes it works, sometimes not, but we always can look into the mirror and say, okay, we tried everything with our approach to score the maximum or the best results we can.
So we've got two zebras into the semi-finals. We'll see them in the second of those races. We'll step aside for a little bit here on our BS competition channels, but don't forget, ESL R1 Team Championship action continues with the semi-finals up in a little bit of time. Hello everyone, welcome back along to the BS Competition ESL R1 team stream. Arjuna Kankipati here, alongside not just now of Florian Haasper, but as we get ready to go for the first of our 2 semi-finals. No BS+ competition drivers in our first of those races, so we thought what better thing to do than to welcome Ibraheem Khan along to the broadcast as well. Florian, we've had plenty of fun. I think now we're going to add Ibraheem to the mix as well, and maybe we'll have even more fun, right?
Absolutely. If there's one driver who can bring the fun, it's Ibra. And yeah, let's have a look at semi-final 1. We have nothing to do with it, so it's let's have some fun and then yeah, full focus on semi 2 next week, hopefully with Ibra. I think this is absolutely a possibility, and but thanks for joining us for this.
Yeah, glad to be here. Sorry.
Not your first time, Ibra, doing a bit of co-hosting duties here on ESL R1, right?
Yeah, I've got some past experience in my resume with Ash in season 1. So yeah, glad to bring my vast wealth of knowledge from commentating from that experience.
Talk us through as well, you know, what you're looking forward to from the semi-finals now that you're not too focused on having to compete as well. Some argy-bargy potentially, and not having to deal with the qualifying pressure, I'm guessing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm glad I'm out so I can chill and do this. I'm joking, to do this broadcast. And yeah, I'm fully expecting our boys to do quite well. They showed that they have definitely the race pace to contend. Racecraft was phenomenal. Definitely a strong point. And once they bring their qualifyings together, I'm sure they can compete to get into the finals.
What was your best lap time in practice? Talk us through that quickly.
Oh, I don't know if the other teams are watching, so they might know. It was like a 0.13 or something. I did my PB in on the few hours before the race.
PB doesn't necessarily mean the optimal lap time either. It's just what you were able to put together. But I asked that because what did you end up doing in qualifying again? Just remind me.
Terrible. Just drop the salt in the wound. 0.35. So I had two and a bit tenths off my lap. My PB. So it was pretty grim.
But Ibra, that would have got you pole in that final quarterfinal, just to put it in context, right? So we're talking such fine margins here, and that's why, Florian, we talk about the one-shot qualifying being so pressure-filled. You quite like putting the drivers through the one-shot qualifying as well.
Me?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's this is the big challenge of the series. And once again, I mean, it's what we practice, but you cannot practice it properly because this moment when it's shortly before the race or when it's the real deal, then this is special. But I think this is already, let's say, pointing at the right into the right direction compared to last year. I think every driver on the grid has this challenge, and so I don't know the comparisons, but I think hardly anyone reaches his personal best in this qualifying thing. So this is what Ibra said. We just need to get it together as good as we can, and then the pace is there to make it everywhere. I think even poles are possible, so we just need to get it together, and this will come, and it will. And even if it doesn't come, then now, like Robbie and Caique have shown, it's good to never give up and to ask for some race luck, and then you can still finish in the top 6.
So ready to go for the next qualifying session. Again, remember the drivers advance and grab points from the quarterfinals, but still have to requalify. There's Moritz Lohner, who comes through the chicane with a 1:44.488, so far the best time in the session. Ibra, how are the track limit situations around Daytona? We haven't seen too many slowdowns so far today.
No, it's not been terrible. It's just mainly the concern, of course, being the bus stop. But it's a cut on you have to cut on the first right hand of the bus stop, and then the exit phase. But it's not been lending itself to causing too many invalidations, you see. So I think people are taking it a lot easier. So with this new Rennsport update, it does reward you for being a little bit more conservative in the bus stop and focusing on that exit. So yeah, I think. The times here are not proving to be too crazy, but yeah, people are taking it easy and they're getting rewarded with actually getting their laps through.
So we've got 2 Williams Mercedes, we've got 2 of the Vitality Audis, and 2 of the BMWs for Redline. Now, that's a fast lap time from Luke Bennett and Dane Warren. We're just talking about track penalties. He's managed to run himself off the track. Commentator's curse there.
Yeah, absolutely. Luke's pace is definitely phenomenal. 0.13, and that should be fingers crossed pole for him. But they've also got Sebi to go, so. Yeah, BMW looks especially strong here as well in qualifying, and there we go, Jakub Brzezinski with a cut. So with the semi-final coming on, people are taking a lot more risk. There's still definitely time on the table on that chicane, so people are taking more risk, and yeah, we see people are getting punished.
That's a very good first sector as well from Marcel Cinchik, 44.191. So we'll see where that's going to stack him up respectively to the rest. Now, Dane Warren, of course, let's not forget, he invalidated effectively the lap time when he went a little bit too wide. Same thing for Jakub Brzezinski, but Cinchik and Yujovski and the pair of Audis will dance their way through. Now, looks a little bit sideways initially on the rotation, but then gets onto the power nicely and rolls it through. Looks pretty okay with the lap, all things considered, does Marcel Cinchik. And again, this is the delayed webcam reaction. So we see the driver across the line, but that's after the drivers had their reaction on the webcam. So it's that guessing game of trying to figure out what's going on. Play armchair psychologist at home, and Marcel Cinchik goes to second. But about 2/10 off, here comes Erhan Yujovski. He's got a bit of a smile on his face. And look at that first sector, 44 flat.
Yeah, phenomenal first sector. Definitely the Audi strong point is that first sector with a lot of harsh braking zones and traction. Definitely the Audi strong point. So let's see if he's put his middle sector together, because Audi does seem to struggle in that bus stop with high speed change of direction. So he doesn't look. Of course, this is in the future. So let's see. What was it? Oh wow!
Of a
Brilliant.
Second, Erhan Yujovski to pole, 44.130. Tumas Tattala, 44.1 in that opening sector, so would need to find himself another 10th or so around the rest of the lap to try and challenge. So Dominic Blyer, Kevin Ellis Jr., Dara McCormack, and Sebastian Jobe. We've still got 5 very quick drivers yet to set their lap times, and Tumas Tattala doesn't look too perturbed, but let's be honest, that doesn't tell us anything about how that lap really went for him. It slides him up into 4th position, and next across the line, here comes Dominic Blyer in that Williams Esports car. Another decent opening sector. Ibra, talk to us about the different manufacturers and the way they make their speed. You said the Audi's a little bit maybe of a struggle through the bus stop chicane. Where does this Mercedes find its time?
Mercedes is very similar in how it finds the time to the BMW, I'd say. It's very balanced. You can get performance in it in low and high speed, and it's also got quite good low speed as well. So Blyer goes 5th with a 0.4, so that was quite a scruffy lap, but he won't be too happy with that. But yeah, the Mercedes definitely a very, very solid car. No real weak point. It maybe traction slightly, but was that Ellis Jr.? Oh, with a 0.0 in the first sector, so he's definitely on a very strong lap. But it doesn't seem like he's driving right now.
No, he was definitely a little bit angry on the reaction there on the webcam. Yeah. So I'm expecting this to be a lap that should have challenged for pole, but only sees him into 3rd. So still with McCormack and Sebastian Jobe. Whoa, look at that reaction. That's pole position. I'll tell you that now.
Oh, I think he's preempted pole there. Yeah, I mean, he's already got pole, I guess. From the look of his face, I was thinking it was a invalidation at some point with the aggression in his face, but no, I think that does look like pole with that first sector especially. I wish I could see the sector 2 there, but yeah.
He is so pumped right now as well. I don't think I've ever seen Dara McCormack that geared up, and that's why 44.071. That is a bit of a statement. Sebastian Jobe's opening sector, though, is decent.
Very good. Very good for the BMW as well. But he doesn't look like he's too pumped, so I'm thinking he might be in the region, but not quite to his standard.
I'd say P3.
P3? That's the guess?
Yeah, P3. P3 seems like a solid bet. Let's see.
BMW crossing the line. P4. But it is a red line lockout of the second row, and so as qualifying comes to a close, I think that is why the reaction from Dara McCormack was so visceral, and a lap of his life potentially. He put it all together, and it's going to see him in a good stead for the race that lies ahead, and I believe it's 9 laps ahead of us as well again, maybe.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, it should be the same. Yeah,
Should be the same.
Brilliant
Okay.
lap. Brilliant lap from there. Yeah.
Florian, is it better not having a driver in the mix? Is your heart rate down a little bit when you're not watching these drivers fighting it out?
Yeah, to be honest, I just don't care.
You can watch with a little bit more of a free will and maybe not focus too much on all at it. There is Luke Bennett as the driver webcams just rotate on through. Ibra, you were telling me, by the way, it's not a bed behind you, it's a couch.
Yes, it's a couch. This was a former living room, now turned into some sort of sim racing / work room. So yeah, that's a couch, and there's another couch in front of me. So yeah, it's a lot of couches here, so I can lay down and rest after a long sim racing session. I guess.
When you get tired from driving in the sim, just go straight to sleep. That's what you can do.
Yeah. Power naps.
Let's get your input, Ibra. We're trying to come up with a nickname for Robbie Stapleford's orange, BS competition car. You obviously drive the big red machine, so we need something now for Robbie. We found out that he's from Leicester, so we can use that information as we will. But do you have any suggestions that are better than the Tangerine Torpedo, Citrus Blitz,
oh God, put me on the
Flame
spot here.
Runner? These are ChatGPT is great, okay? So, you know what? You can not do any worse than that.
I think maybe like OJ, orange juice. I don't know. Maybe we call him that.
OJ.
We could call him OJ. I don't know. I have no real orange juice.
Creative puns.
And apart from that, no, I'm absolutely, especially being put on the spot there. I need some time to cook something up for something out of an orange.
We'll plant the idea in your mind. Just so you know, we're calling Caique Oliveira's machine the yellow banana boat, aren't we, Florian?
Well, we did a couple of times, but just because we didn't have a better option. Yeah, so I think. I'm no native in English. Is banana boat? Is it something silly or slow? A banana boat must be slow, right?
It's one of the. I remember being on a banana boat as a kid, just being,
Okay.
having fun.
Okay. So a boat actually carries the plastic banana, right?
Yes, and you get pulled around on it. You get thrown around a bit. You have some fun.
Yeah, not too bad. Yeah. Afterwards, a caipirinha at the beach, maybe. And then
Exactly.
Yeah.
So we've got OJ.
One of my colleagues came up with. Now I forgot it. So I was preparing for this sentence for 10 minutes, and now it's gone. The pumpkin flower? Yeah, the pumpkin flower. This is amazing.
Pumpkin flower.
I think it's not amazing, but pumpkin flower is the best so far, maybe.
Okay, OJ versus the pumpkin plower. Maybe we need to let the herd decide on social media, but here we go.
Not yet. We need better options.
Okay, the first of 2 semifinals to come here, and the first round of the team championship for ESL R1. We'll watch on with no BS competition drivers in the mix, and Dara McCormack almost gets 3 wide instantly, but Erhan Yuyovsky around the outside, 2 red line machines behind, tuck into line as we filter bound around towards the international horseshoe. Still Job and Bennett somewhat overlapping alongside of one another and trying to cover off the looks from Ellis Jr. and Marcel Chinchik. This is where things start to get, though, a little bit more intense. If you're side by side through the kink, it can get rather dicey, and so already single file as Kevin Ellis Jr. defends from those behind.
Yeah, the 2 red line drivers will work together, of course, to get in that draft and to push each other along with a bit of aero push to get after Darren Erhan. Oh, what is that? Chinchik goes off.
That's a big spin for the Vitality machine, powered by R8G as it drops to the very back. Tumas Tatala might have been tangled up as well because he's down on the timing tower as well. Remember, top 6 move on forward. That's really what they're thinking about. And we were really wondering if we were going to see any breakaways, and this is where now that we have those teammates that can work together. You got Dara McCormack up in first, Dominic Blyer down in 6. Not necessarily a situation where they can help each other out.
Absolutely not. Yeah, Blyer's going to have to make his way through the field, possibly disrupt Redline's charge, because they're definitely going to be helping each other. Luke looks quite close at the bus stop, so he might take a look. But if they do fight P3 and P2, then Dare has a chance of getting away as well.
And Ibraheem, we saw across of, our BS Plus drivers, this situation, two different approaches, the lift of the throttle, and then some still full throttle but rolling on the brakes just to avoid, bump drafting too much the car in front. What's the difference between the two approaches as Luke Bennett goes up high to try and work his way around the outside of Erhan Yayovsky? What's the benefit to each of them?
Well, one I think is better than the other. I think definitely with the brakes, because you do get warmer brakes for T1. That was something I learned of quite late in my preparation, so I wasn't doing it in the race, which is a slight regret of mine. Because you do get quite cold brakes onto the run to T1. So definitely holding the brakes seems like a good option. But you do run the risk of over slowing when you're running with the brakes. So yeah, there's pros and cons to it. Throttle seems a bit more natural, but brakes I think can definitely lend an advantage with having your brake temperature.
And so that's always important, right? If you're not familiar with it, like you say, you found it late in the preparation in a race situation, it's hard to judge, and you don't want to risk, especially down into the opening corner, being a bit swarmed. And so we saw the differences on the inputs. Always curious to talk to the drivers as well. Single file for the time being once more on the second of the 9 laps in the opening round of the championship on the road to the Esports World Cup. That's the overspeed, though, from Erhan Yayovsky as he holds station for the time being into the chicane, pops out of line just momentarily, and runs his way on forward. Now, again, there are points being played out here for the semi-final position. So as much as, they aren't moving around, for Redline, they'll be in a situation where 3rd and 4th, 16 and 13 points respectively to gain. They could make that 25 and 20 if they were to finish 1st and 2nd. And all of those points just build you off on a baseline. And so each of these rounds in the championship, just trying to make sure you accumulate points as best as you can, especially given that the format for the major this season, it's quite an interesting one for the team championship, Ibra. I'm not sure if you had a chance to take a look at it just yet.
Yeah, no, the team championship is quite interesting with the points in this online rounds going over to the major in Riyadh. Yeah, so every point counts here in getting that in the prize pool. So yeah, definitely the team's championship is a big priority. There's the highest prize pool split overall. So yeah, this will all go towards to the Riyadh finals.
And the track's one of those things where we've had a bit more of a mix-up of those as well, not having the same 3, so a bit more for the drivers to have to prepare for. Bit of a breakaway maybe between Dominic Blyer and Moritz Lohner, so these 6 drivers now relatively calm. And let's not forget Robbie Stapleford and Caique Oliveira getting ready to go for the second of the semi-finals that will be up in a few moments' time here on ESL R1's opening round of the season. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Florian Haasper and Ibraheem Khan joining us for this semi-final, as well as Kevin Ellis Jr. just sits behind and paces for the time being. Ibra, what is your favorite track that we're scheduled to go to this season? Daytona, Orchard Road, Monza, Hockenheim, Atlanta, or Spa?
Definitely Spa. I really like Spa. Spa in this game has usually been it's been, I think, the only track where I've gotten into semis, and the track I'm usually always strongest at.
I think so.
Yeah, Spa is definitely my strongest track. I can get into a real flow state. Daytona is something that I think if you drive a lot on iRacing, you might grow to love, like a bit of Stockholm syndrome, because this track is really, I'm not a big fan of it. Especially, like, it just gets a bit monotonous at some point, but I'm not the biggest fan. But yeah, definitely Spa. I absolutely love that track. I think they did a really good job performance-wise and modeling Spa in this game, so yeah.
Florian, what's your favorite track this season?
Oh, that's a good question. To be honest, I always love Spa as well. Yeah, I think Spa is such an amazing track, and Eau Rouge is always action and so on. And so I would probably say Spa-Francorchamps. But I almost fell asleep, so I was a little caught off guard now. And Orchid, I've got no clue, to be honest. Never looked.
Don't worry.
Is it a good track? No. Is it like a copy of Singapore Circuit or what?
Yeah, it's unique.
It's unique, yeah.
That's a correct way of saying it.
Yeah.
The only reason I can't say Spa is because it's just too often do we have to commentate on Spa and GT3 cars, and so it's not so special in the world of sim racing anymore. It might be more. It's probably still quite special for me in the real world if I was to put lists of tracks there. So I think Road Atlanta. I'm looking forward to that one quite a lot. Although chaos at Turn 1 at Monza. I'm sure you're looking forward to that one as well, right, Ibra? Right, Florian?
Oh, well. I don't like Monza for any reason. I don't know. Maybe just because I got lost when I was looking for the entrance of the Royal Park 5 years in a row. Yeah? And I always felt like a total idiot, not getting the right entrance and then having to drive 20 minutes through the park.
Oh, don't worry. I've been in that situation before where you try and find one entrance to the track and you find, oh no, if you were taking another one. Daytona in particular, because of how the infield is laid out. Yeah, no. I learned to my chagrin and to my pain on my feet, make sure you pick the right entrance when you're making your way on in. Still, by the way, these drivers very, very close together. Ellis Jr. has gotten in front of Sebastian Job, so Mercedes maybe just a little bit faster into Turn 1 in a straight line. Have you noticed, Ibra, any differences in terms of top-end speed between these cars?
Oh, it definitely seems, usually it's the case that BMW, well, it's kind of explanatory here by the Merc getting the aero push down there, but generally I think it's definitely been, with its top speed, BMW should have been a bit weak. Compared to the likes of Mercedes, especially the Audi. The Audi is very strong, but BMW makes up for it, and it's in really, really strong high speed, change of direction especially, and being very well balanced. But Porsche and what is the other one? The Audi. Cars are there? Audi, yeah. Porsche and Audi definitely strong cars in the straight, as well as the Mercedes. So yeah, all the cars are pretty close. Definitely, I would say BMW is slightly weaker, but that's maybe also because of traction reasons. But last season it was a lot more pronounced, the top end speed differences. But it looks okay. The Audi definitely looks like an absolute rocket, as you can see by Erhan catching there so early on the straight. So yeah, and it's really well balanced.
All of the teams went through the process, right, of being part of the BOP testing. So, there's a lot of data that's gone into this. And so you mentioned, Audi being weaker out of the bus stop chicane, but maybe faster than at the end of the straight. These are the compromises that do end up making the racing somewhat interesting. We've still got 4 laps left to go at the front of this semi-final. Can tell you that Caique Oliveira and Robbie Stapleford are very much getting ready to go racing, and we will look forward to seeing how they will go. You mentioned aero push as well. How much can you were not talking about bump drafting here, Ibra, but how are you helping the car in front of you when you're pushing them in a straight line?
Yeah, so it seems like what you're doing is you're stalling the rear diffuser, so via aero things, you're just pushing them. That can help them a lot. It can gain you two tenths through an entire lap, 2-3 tenths even, if you're doing it properly. So yeah, for people that are outside the top 10, top 6, sorry, and they're wanting a way to get back, they will just aero push the car, like you can see right now with Erhan in there. They're just getting that slight push from the aero. That's really cool that it's modeled in the sim. So yeah, it can lend big advantages if you're working together to create a gap. Aero pushing is definitely the way.
One major complaint I do have, by the way, of the Daytona International Speedway, and maybe Florian, you'll agree with this, but at least now that there's no grandstand on the far side of the track, you can't actually go and see the cars up close through the bus stop. So the closest you can get is like sitting up in the Ferris wheel and trying to use like a pair of binoculars or something to try and get a good view of just how intense that corner really is. But this is intense up front. Dara McCormack sees the dive from Erhan Yayovsky. Kevin Ellis Jr. tries to make Luke Bennett defend as well, but back into line with absolutely no changes they go. And the BMW of Luke Bennett tries to cover, but Ellis Jr. deep and aggressive on the brakes, long way around. Sebastian Job's there as well, but can't really do much. Kevin Ellis Jr. forward to third.
Yeah, that Mercedes proving really quick in the race, especially with the hands of Kevin Ellis Jr. The BMW does seem to be struggling a lot more, both redline cars down from their qualifying positions, it seems. So yeah, it definitely seems like Kevin Ellis is plowing his way through.
and he'll have another go into the bus stop chicane. Again, all I really want to do at this track that you can't do is go and see the cars fly through that corner, because it's the most committed complex. We'll ride on board potentially with Erhan Yoyoski into the chicane, and hopefully see the hands at work as well from some of these drivers. But Florian, I was having this conversation with you, I think, before we went on air. The best place to go and sit in Daytona, other than maybe somewhere around here, is at the very top of turn 1, so you can get a view of everywhere around the track.
Yeah, I mean, as I've mentioned, I've such a no experience at all in knowing good spots for watching races, because I never had the time to. I was always, my perspective or angle always was the media center, so it was very boring in this sense. And only Nordschleife I know a few places. Yeah, so but to be honest, when you are close to a team, what's happening there? If you are. It's actually a good fight for the win here.
Yeah, it seems like Luke is trying to get through now. Oh,
yeah. I think what is unbeatable at a racetrack is, to me, because this has been my working environment, is the pit lane. To be honest, all the being close to the team and then see the pit stops from the guys and the tension in the garages. So this is also an angle which is not open to spectators. I understand that, but if you ever get a chance to experience this for a race,
make sure you do.
Yeah.
Luke Bennett going for it as well, but he's opened himself back up to the offense of Kevin Ellis Jr. Remember, one more lap to go next time by in the first of the 2 semi-finals, and there goes the switchback. Luke Bennett trying to get underneath, nose chopped off though, running onto the banking. Sebastian Job's lofted out to Dominic Blyer as well, so the Mercedes very much working well as we get ready to go. Ibra, if you're any of these drivers right now, how nervous are you knowing that drivers are chopping and changing and making some moves?
I would be nervous. You'd be just looking to kind of be aggressive at this point, because it's getting really cutthroat, whilst preserving, of course, your position in the top 6. It does look like Dane Warren is quite far from the top 6 battle, so they do have, I guess, carte blanche to battle without compromising their finals position, with, of course, them not spinning. But we saw Luke running up into turn 5, almost getting completely chopped off, almost like me in the second semi-final, as Kevin Ellis Jr. goes for the lead.
He's going to try and close up towards Dara McCormack. He's now within a car length or so I don't think you're wrong, Ibra. He's going to be able to challenge potentially, as Erhan Yoyoski drops down to 3rd on the final lap now of this race. And you're right that the margin back to Dane Warren will see them somewhat comfortable as well, that they can maybe afford to fight. But will they be willing to risk it? There's only a couple of points here and there to be paid out. This race, of course, around 15 minutes in length. It's short but hectic, that is for sure. Ellis Jr. looked down momentarily, just checking out the information around him. Maybe tire temperatures. Where are the drivers relative? What can he do as they get ready to round turn 6 one final time? And now the blast back towards the line, ready to use all 2.5 miles of banking here at the Daytona International Speedway.
Yeah, Darren McCormack's definitely have to play some tricks to not get past after the bus stop, because Kevin Ellis will be trying to fly past them outside of the final corner. So Darren's got to have some tricks in his bag to keep this win. Kevin's definitely on the move, and Erhan's completely broken off. So those two are going to fight very hard on the straight. But yeah.
Bit of a bump there for Ellis Jr. out wide, and you can tell the reaction. Not the best of runs, but it's not done by any means. Still within 2/10 and now closing in the draft. Where does McCormack go? Stays exactly where he is, and Ellis Jr. is going to wait potentially and might not even decide to try and fight this on the run towards the line.
He's backing off. I think he cut on the exit of the bus stop. So he was not allowed to overtake. It looks like he gave that up there, so yeah.
He gave it up, and I think Luke Bennett gave it up as well on his charge to the line. Interesting that they didn't really attack a little bit more.
Yeah, it's just because it's illegal to, once you cut the bus stop, you cannot pass, otherwise you'll get a penalty. So that makes sense why he did that. It's just a mistake that you get, especially when you're following that closely into the bus stop. I couldn't imagine any other reason why he'd want to hold back there. But yeah, still a really strong result, really good comeback from Kevin. the Mercs showed really strong pace because Redline had no Redline, and to be fair, RHG had no answer for their pace.
No, they did not. There is Lewis as well as George. As we say hello back to you here on our BS Plus competition team stream as we get ready to go for that second semi-final where Robbie Stapleford and Caique Oliveira will be ready to go. Ibra, thank you so much for joining us for that semi-final. Great to have your... Sorry, my voice is starting to go. Excitement and saving us just a little bit there as well. Let's talk though about what the drivers will do. You talked as well about something that I hadn't realized, that if you slightly cut that chicane, you can't make the pass. What does that mean then in terms of backing up the corner? Is that what you were also saying a little bit in terms of you're rewarded a bit more for being conservative nowadays?
Yeah, definitely, because with this new physics update with the tires, you do not want to be too aggressive and aggravate the tires too much. So in the bus stop, it definitely pays dividends to really focus on your exit, not attack too much, especially when you're following as well. You don't want to follow too closely. For the first reason of being dirty air. Second reason being you're going to be too close on exit and not get a run. I made that mistake in my race as well, being a bit too close on exit and not getting that really nice slipstream all the way down the straight and having to check up in a way. So yeah, there's definitely a huge element to the battling, especially on an oval, on really long straights with draft racing. Some experience comes to hand very well.
I'm not sure exactly when we'll go racing for the next one, so qualifying probably starts in around 5 or so minutes time. Florian, we've seen that the qualifying session really could mean a lot, but in the case of both Robbie and Caique, started 10th and 11th, had to fight their way forward. By no means is a poor qualifying going to put them back. And I was so excited when Caique made his way forward in his respective race, you know, the charge through with all of the chaos around. You got to keep calm, cool, collected through all of that. And that's where the likes of Felix van Delft, the engineers behind the scenes, help so much for the team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, maybe also Ibra can say a bit more about it. I think Felix is such a cornerstone in our team. He's helping in the prep phase. Obviously, all the data that is compared between drivers to see the different lines and so on. So I think having a top man, a top engineer in the background, and we also have a few more people, but Felix is the head of the table. This is absolutely crucial, and these people are in the background so often, but they also commit so much time to this project and so on. So big props to Felix as well.
One more semi-final to go before we find out who is the 12 that make up the finals grid. Don't go anywhere here on BS Competition's Team Stream. We'll be right back with more action. Welcome back as we get ready to go for semi-final 2 here on opening round of our 2024 ESL R1 journey. Arjuna Kankipati here on your BS competition team stream alongside of Florian Haasper as well as Ibraheem Khan. And now we get ready to see our 2 zebras out in action. Caique Oliveira, Robbie Stapleford with qualifying getting ready to go. Florian, how are your nerves doing right now? There is Caique in the office and getting geared up for what lies ahead.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is what we've been working for over the past weeks and months, and I've got no clue how it will turn out. I think both have the pace to make it into the final. Of course, 2 things have to come together. You have to get Q right, and then be fighting in the race. But the guys can do it. I hope they do it for themselves, because they deserve it, and we as a team deserve it as well. But you never know. So I'm pumped up.
How many rigs does Robbie need?
Robbie has a few. Yeah,
Robbie.
I think Robbie has a ESL R1 rig, and he has got an ACC rig because he's also doing races on this, and it's completely separated. Yeah, he's a rich man.
He actually, I'm pretty sure I remember talking with him at one point. He won at one point genuinely 3 or 4 different rigs that were sitting behind him from various sim racing competitions, and he was struggling to sell them off because he had so many of them, and you've got to actually move them and whatnot. So that's actually a genius idea. I hadn't even thought about it. If you're competing on 2 different platforms, it's definitely a little bit better to be able to have dedicated hardware for each, and especially for the online tournaments that we're going to have, you want to be able to have the hardware that matches. Already you can see that Robbie Stapleford, I think, is underway in the qualifying session. Caique Oliveira has stepped aside for a moment, so I think he might be one of the final drivers to go as Robbie Stapleford deep through the opening corner.
That's not going to be very good. Yeah, that T1 is definitely not a line he will not be happy with. He does take a very wide line in T1. I did comment on it. It's one of his quirks, and it does lend you open to with how inconsistent the braking can be. Just a front left locking up in the ABS, taking charge and making you go straight. But yeah, he's just got to make damage control through the lap now. Make sure that he gets something all right in. He's probably lost a couple tenths from that, but if he can get ahead of people that are getting off tracks and stuff, yeah. So it's a 0.5 in sector 1, so losing almost half a second in that one corner. I think he just needs to replicate what he did in the last race of being an absolute legend in lap 1 and going for it. So yeah, just gonna hope that people are getting off tracks. You see Paul is what is it, 0.2?
0.2 right now. It's what is that, 1,000th or so between the top 2 as it sits right now? That is quite remarkable. And again, the competition here means that you're so committed, and that's why Robbie was probably so eager to try and make the most of turn 1, but the one-shot qualifying, it really does put the pressure on. Christopher Dambeats is still within about 1/10 of a second as he makes his way up into 3rd, and so Robbie Stapleford will end up being at the back of the timesheets, at least initially in terms of qualifying, but we'll have to wait and see where everyone else gets stacked up and how the race itself unfolds. Remember, 9 laps, around 15 minutes for that race to play on out, and there is the shake of the head from Robbie as he crosses the line, and it indeed is a 44.672. And now we just wait to see the yellow banana boat to roll out onto track.
Yeah, I mean, he lost half a second in sector 1, so around about that, and then that would have brought him a 0.1. So definitely something he's going to be gutted about. But I think with his mindset, he's already brought the car through from P10 once. I think he can do it. I think he can do it again. And especially with Caique, his pace is definitely good enough with the one shots we've done together to be competitive with the lap times we're seeing now.
There is the mouse machine with Christopher Dambeats as we take a look at the super replay in the world feed coverage. There is...
Yeah, that's Robbie again now.
Yep, our Clementine Cruiser. Is that what we're going with?
Oh, no.
Oh, no?
OJ,
okay.
OJ Stapleford.
Oh, no, let's not go there. As Robbie's number 81 crosses the line and...
Surprise!
Yeah. Surprise! He's
no
in
way,
4th position.
Oh, mamma mia.
Jamie's got a pretty decent sector 1 going for him, so he might He might be up there.
Now, we did see, what was it, low 44.1s in the first semi-final qualifying session. So where is Jamie Fluke going to stack up? Remember, Kevin Ellis Jr. was quite quick in the Apex Racing Mercedes in the first semi-final as well. Runs to the line. Remember, timing beam effectively on the banking as well. That drops Jamie Fluke with a 44.370 just in front of Robbie. Not necessarily the quickest.
No, that's definitely beatable, even by Schoeniger, who's done just about 0.2 Sector 1. Don't know Sector 2, so gonna have to wait for that. But yeah, definitely not the craziest of times, but we've not had Siggy or Rietveld to do their laps yet, and especially also Caique, so he starts his lap now.
Oh, come on, Caique.
Here we go.
Yeah.
We'll watch with him and see what he can do as he tries to build as much speed as possible before he gets to the line and then dives down low to minimize the distance. And here we go. Qualifying lap on board with the yellow banana boat out through turn 1. He's been very, very good through this corner as well. Sometimes kicks 2 wheels up into the grass, but that was about as perfect as you can be. Now into the international horseshoe. Spot your braking zone on the track itself and then be as tight to the apex as you can when you're onto the power. Looked like a pretty decent opening couple of corners.
Yeah, he was bang on those first 2 corners. Just taking a slightly wide line to turn 3, but he's cut right back, got on the throttle really early. But this is where you can really make a mistake. You would want to clip this inside curb, help it rotate the car. Really gentle on throttle because the car is really precarious on traction. Coming up to this corner, we get a sector 1 time of 1.3. That's really strong. The horseshoe just about perfect. Needs to be really gentle on throttle, not the rear step out, and takes the shortest distance onto the oval. And yeah, it looks really good so far. With a strong bus stop, he can definitely be in the 0.1s here on this lap. I don't want to jinx him, but this looks really strong.
This is in a very good time as well for where everyone else has placed themselves, because just Jeffrey Rietveld to go. Jakub Maciejewski on provisional pole, and that's what, a 44.201. Rietveld's gone to 9th. It wasn't necessarily his quickest lap. Caique's not happy.
Oh no. I think he might have lost it in the bus stop there. That just didn't. It looked like he overcooked it. Thought he was going to get an off track. Maybe overcorrected there. That was just, yeah, it was. But his second one's good enough that he won't be too far down. But that was just, he's not going to be happy. He's been really good in the bus stop in practice. Really strong pace. It's just unfortunate he wasn't able to get the Luffily, and there'll be P9 from there. Which is strong considering where he's been before, and he's managed to, as well as Robbie, get through the field quite quickly. So yeah, it's unfortunate, but his pace is really good, and so it shouldn't be too bad in the race.
And here we go back to our super replay. We'll see Jeffrey Rietveld into 9th first, and then Caique Oliveira will jump there as well as this qualifying session comes to a close. So the Zebras with some work to do to gallop up into your top 6 positions, and I think that's going to be important for them to try and stay out of trouble as well in the early stages, right? Because we saw that for Caique in particular, it was those opening laps that played out so well, went from 11th to 4th pretty quickly. In the case of Robbie, waited a couple more laps for the opportunities to present himself a chance to break away in that 5th position, as the broadcast takes a look at the BS Plus machine working out of turns 3 and 4 on the banking and wrapping up this qualifying session. So stage now set, task now clear, and the engineer is going to help our drivers as the final moments of practice come to a close. Ibra, what do you take this practice time for? I'm kind of curious how this 2 odd minutes is used by the drivers.
It's to get back into your rhythm for the race, put on the ABS TC settings for race config, kind of relax yourself, trying to get over especially if it's a suboptimal quality, trying to get over that hump and really reframe your mindset to race, to really think about how you're gonna go about strategically your race start and all those sorts of things. So it's just a bit, it's not really for the driving itself, but it's more for reframing your mindset. I'd say definitely Caique and Robbie are going to be not too happy, but they've known what they've done in their previous quarterfinals. So I think they'll be yeah, just looking to keep it clean, and yeah, go on from there. Caique definitely, to think when you do such a good sector 1, especially on a critical qualifying lap like that, when you see that sector one's that quick and you know you only got one corner to go, it can really get to you. So I really have a lot of sympathy for him in the scenario he was in. It just seemed like that the stress definitely gets to you, and it's really hard to nail that bus stop. And it's the same with Robbie with T1. The two big parts of T1 in the bus stop really around Daytona, but they will have known that, of course. So absolutely, just looking forward to seeing them get through the pack.
And so they get dropped down onto the starting grid, and I think, Florian, your heart rate just rose a couple more beats per minute.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same every time. We have work to do again, but full trust into the capabilities of the boys. Such a shame, yeah. I mean, I think without the mistakes, again, absolutely potential for top positions, and then I think their life would be easier.
Here they go. They pace off and away, and they get told to go racing. Ibra, I'm quite curious. Do you have red lights that are up on your screen the entirety of the race?
No, I think that might be a little bit of a replay bug.
Okay, good. So fortunately, you're not getting blinded by those lights.
No lights. No, thankfully no. That would definitely be suboptimal for in the race. We would have tried to get that gone, but the race is about to start now. So let's see. I'm looking forward to this one.
I mean, actually, there are more cars that have a fight in front of them. Yeah, like the two red lines, Josh Rogers. So it will be interesting.
That's true. There are plenty that have to fight forward, and already bumper being pushed. Caique Oliveira in the thick of all of it. Josh Rogers tries to get up the inside of Jeffrey Rietveld. Oliveira gets a bit of contact on either side, and now 3 abreast into the braking zone at turn 3 and 4. They're going to work out of this corner safely, though. Oliveira on the outside of Rogers. Porsche Kawanda with another bit of a hip check, but all of this in the fight to just stay inside of the top 10. Robbie Stapleford in 11th. Nice and tidy start now on the back of Kevin Siggy.
Oh, the red lines are going to be super aggressive. They know they don't want to be in this position. They know they have the pace to be up at front, so they're going to be hyper aggressive. I think Dambietz there is in P6. Siggy goes completely off the track and gets a position, I think. Nope, slows down on the exit. Robbie gets his way through, so both red lines, 11th and 12th. That's definitely going to be rubbing them completely the wrong way. They're going to be hyper aggressive now to get back up into 6th, because they know the draft train as it is. There's going to be separate groups forming, and I think Rita will go for Robbie in the chicane. He knows he needs to get past, so he's going to go for it, but Robbie just outbreaks him there and hopefully keeps in the train with Caique. Now Caique and Robbie will hopefully work together to get back into this grouping here between P6 and P9. I think it's being led by, I believe, Pastor?
Yes, I think right now all the way up to Daniel Pastor, Yuri Tomin, Jakub Maciejewski maybe slowly starting to edge away, but Redline had 2 cars advanced from semi-final 1, so for them to be right down the back, like you say, they will want to work forward, and there'll be 3 wide just in front of the 2 BS competition cars. Long way around, going to work out for Josh Rogers, I think, who's looking very aggressive. Oliveira almost gets into the back of Christopher Dambeats, as now the Zebras are alongside of one another. Got to be careful that Jeffrey Rietveld doesn't force the issue the long way around. Caique Oliveira gets pinched slightly and now going to be left on the inside, momentarily dropped, being fed though by his teammate.
Yeah, I think Caique has to hang around the inside, so he has the inside for turn 5. This is critical for them now. They need to keep together. They need to box Rietveld out of the equation here. But Rietveld's going to hang it around the outside. But he's going to be compromised with traction here. But he is going to hold it and get the inside line for the horseshoe section. So this is really not too great of a situation. Caique needs to. Caique's definitely getting frustrated here, but yeah, it does look like he's not in the best situation. We'll try to get behind Siggy. Siggy will definitely be quick, so he will get up behind Rietveld and Robbie fairly quickly. So it's not completely a disaster for them. Robbie's in a good position now, just getting into the draft of P8, and he should be able to. And it's just about P7 and P6. Holding close together.
And the top 4 have broken away slightly, right? So Jakub Maciejewski, Yuri Toman, Daniel Pastor, and one more driver find themselves maybe not wanting to fight in and amongst themselves. And so then just the 2 more spots in the final up for grabs. What can Robbie Stapleford and Caique Oliveira do with Christopher Dambeat's Jamie Fluke directly in front of them? And then one more of the Williams Esports cars potentially to fight with as well. No help though right now for Robbie as he just gets stalled out. No draft and back into line across the line.
Yeah, Robbie needs to play it smart. Don't let 8th and 7th battle. They need to catch the group in P6. So they just about caught it now, but they need to stay compact because one mistake from either of them and that group breaks away. It's about half a second you need to keep in this draft, and you do want to keep compact and allow P6 and 7 to battle and bring yourself into the frame. You don't want to be too aggressive too early. A bit like myself in this quarterfinal too. So you really got to. But they know what they're doing. Robbie knew what he was doing and getting his nose out the draft. Not in the way of attacking, but just to allow himself not to drive completely into them. You see, so. Yeah, this will be quite interesting how this unfolds. It's definitely a tight battle. P6, P1 to 4 have split from was it P5 to 10. So yeah, there's definitely going to be 2 battles forming.
Yeah, but that driver that's now at the front of the second train, right, is Josh Rogers, who I'm pretty sure made a mistake somewhere on that qualifying lap because he was blitzing through the field in the quarterfinal. He's doing the same thing in the semifinal as well. Not going to see Stapleford get past Christopher Dambeat on that run out of this chicane. A little bit wide out there from Mal's number 26 as well.
Yeah, Dambeat's, I think, defended the entry to bus stop and they lost a lot of time. This is not really a great position that they want to be in. Robbie might be inclined to go aggressive here as the gap is over half a second, but he's not gonna. He's gonna play it smart. He's gonna push them, but he does have the 2 red line cars also with Caique Oliveira also in last place trying to push themselves along. So it's gonna be that will really be quite hectic as the final laps unfold. And with Josh Rogers in was it P7?
Yeah, he's dropped down.
Yeah, he's gonna be hyper aggressive as well. These are drivers that are not usually used to being in these lower positions.
So I think it's Jamie Fluke in front of Rogers, and I can't quite tell which of the Williams Esports cars it is then that's directly in front of them. They are. Did you say half a second is basically draft range?
Yeah, half a second to just 0.55 is just about.
They're right there.
Yeah, it's really on the cusp, but it's just about Robbie just pushing him along, really trying to minimize time loss. One place you can really make a big difference is that bus stop. The momentum you carry on that exit can be your make or break whether you get the draft or not, and they might have to play aggressive with the cuts. Robbie has no cuts, you see, but I don't know about Dambeat what his situation is. He could maybe try leverage those to try and get in that draft range, and with Rietveld coming up, they might get it. They might start to get aggressive as well, but I don't know how they would want to play it.
So Christopher Dambeat's gonna not see the move to the inside just yet, but this is where Ibra had pointed out, on the opening couple of laps, Robbie pulled out of the draft just to kind of stall himself out without needing to use any of the inputs, just naturally bring himself back into the natural running order. What's he going to be able to do this time with seemingly now 3 cars at the front, maybe just opening up with Yuri Toman, Daniel Pastor, and Charlie Collins. Stapleford content to stay where he is for now, but here comes the overspeed from Jeffrey Rietveld.
Yeah, this is not the smartest. Although it would be better if Rietveld leads this train, the battling's going to cost him so much. But now there's fighting up with the Pastor and Rogers, which is definitely going to bring them back into play. So now Rietveld's move makes a bit more sense. When Rietveld comes through, Robbie will let him through. He knows that Rietveld is quite strong on pace and will be able to bring an attack to this pack up ahead. But it's really just about minimizing the damage. He's got Kevin Siggy behind, who will be is equally as aggressive. So maybe Caique can help out with being aggressive on Siggy to help cover Robbie. So
now heading towards the closing stages of this race, because it will be 4 laps to go next time by. Remember that these drivers are all now just trying to figure out what can they do to make sure they're still in contention on that run to the line. So as Stapleford drops behind Rietveld, now waits to see if the red line 24 can close the margin back up to the Mouse machine, who is right onto the back of Josh Rogers as well. It's gotten very, very close between a handful of them as they head off through the chicane.
Yeah, this wasn't the smartest thing by Jeffrey, I think. They were just in range of keeping in that draft. If he'd have waited one more lap, he could have slingshot himself all the way instead from P9. From P10 to P9, he could have slingshot his way from P10 to possibly even P5, P6 or 7. So, yeah, this is definitely costing them a lot. Now, Siggy's pounced on Robbie now, so it's getting a bit tricky now to see them getting into the finals from this position. But who knows? They're still pretty close, 6th to 7th. And you never know with track cut penalties. I don't know what their situations are.
Still 12 cars split by 4 seconds, right? So we've already seen a handful of incidents here in this opening round. All it takes is one moment for a multi-car slowdown potential for a handful, and from the back, maybe the smoke will allow the two BS Plus machines to slide on through. Last time by, it was a 44.053 for Yuri Toman up front, compares to his fastest lap time of a 44.041. So, you know, even though we are now 5 laps complete, not looking like there is much tire fall off. What does it feel like for the drivers, though? How much are you balancing the rear end of the car, for example, as you work back onto the banking?
Well, it's definitely becomes the case that the car does lose rear grip as the stint goes on. It was much worse in the previous season, but now in this season, it's definitely the wear is definitely a lot more normal. It's a lot more manageable. You do end up losing rear end performance, but that does have its trade-offs. You do end up getting a little more front grip in the car. You can be a little more aggressive, especially in these chicanes. So the car balance in some ways can become better. It's more about how you're dealing with the dirty air and how that affects the car balance. Really, you just up the TC a little bit, and usually it's quite okay. You just got to be really mindful in modulating the throttle, not compromising your excess. Caique Oliveira wants to get on Kevin Siggy, and he'll have Robbie pushing him as well. So that'll be sending Kevin back to P last, I think, if they can keep it. But I think Kev might just hold on. And yeah, they go side by side, I think. Yeah, Siggy will just hold on to that, but this is the problem. And now they're falling behind, but they're being really aggressive up in that pack. So Caique's got to really be opportunistic here and go for it.
It was Jamie Fluke that cut through the grass and now drops back down outside of the top 6, right? And so that's where one of those moments it could have actually seen potentially the rejoin unsafely, and then maybe a couple more spills and thrills. Jeffrey Rietveld then in front now, Christopher Dambit. So you can make moves as much as you've got to work at it, and you can see the margin up to those in front starting just to build that little bit more. We've got 2 laps to go next time by. For Oliveira, for Stapleford, time running out to make something happen. Yes, there are some points to be handed out in the semi-final, but the main points to be handed out in the final, and only the top 6 to move on forward. Look how much they're trying to straddle the yellow line as well. Minimize the distance that they run around the track. Just find every little opportunity they can to build some speed. Look at how the brake lights illuminate there for Christopher Dambit to allow the BS Plus competition number 32 to close up, but onto the brakes that little bit earlier. Now just trying to set up the run out of the chicane.
That was a brilliant chicane from Caique there, but they do need to they need to start balancing of, do they want to go for 6, because it's really looking, the gap's quite big between P9 and P8. It does seem that maybe they would want to go for points at this moment and get that P8, but I think Caique's going to play it smart, just try to push them along, and so will Dambit on Rietveld. So yeah, it's getting to the dire moments now, because it's only 2 laps to go, and P6 is getting further and further away, it seems.
Into the braking zone. That's the line that I was talking about with Caique. That's just been so consistent, how much he's just able to run it lap after lap after lap. Looks just so hooked up, but a bit wide out there for Christopher Dambit. It's not going to slow him down too much, and it's one of those tracks where you don't have to necessarily be perfect at every corner. You only need to be perfect at a couple of corners, really, to hold off the drivers behind you. If you run the right lines, run the right defensive lines in many ways, you can frustrate and just hold them at arm's length. And heading on to the final lap, I think we are kind of at a spot right now where time is effectively out. And if you are going to make the move, it needs to happen now. Nice run potentially onto the banking. Can Caique get to the inside of Christopher Dambeats on the run into the L'Amour chicane?
Absolutely, and you can also see Jamie Fluke and Josh Rogers very close to each other, and they're both quite clean in terms of how they race. I wouldn't expect them to get into too much of a kerfuffle, but yeah, Caique is definitely going to keep back, try and get a run in that chicane, keep pushing them through. But who knows? But they might start to get feisty in the last lap chicane. But I think Caique will hold back still this lap, just so he could try and beat potentially in the mix if Jamie tries to go for a move on Josh.
And so with Yuri Toman, Daniel Pastor, Charlie Collins, Jakub Maciejewski, and then Dennis Schoniger running up through the top 5. So Josh Rogers potentially finding himself in a position to move on forward, and those behind having to fight. Here comes the final lap of semi-final number 2. Caique Oliveira sits in 10th. Robbie Stapleford sits in 12th, and off the banking through turn 1. Caique Oliveira, again, very, very tidy, very, very hooked up, but not going to be able to try and take advantage to get to the inside through the International Horseshoe. Just a couple more passing opportunities to come, and Jeffrey Rietveld out wide, out through turn 3 and 4.
Absolutely, they're going to be really frustrated with this. Their pace has been super strong, so yeah, this is not where Redline wants to be, nor do we want to be, so they're going to be hyper aggressive from this last lap. You do see that they're starting to converge with each other, the train from 5th to 12th, so there might be some desperate moves incoming, so I'd hold your seats from that one.
Get strapped in. Remember, we still got almost the entirety of the 2.5 miles of banking here at the World Center of Racing to still navigate through. Might end up being a bit of a drag race and a photo finish up front for Toman and Pastor. Charlie Collins a little bit further behind, but here comes that overspeed from Caique Oliveira, maybe looking to try and get up into 8th into the chicane.
Oh, I think Siggy's going to see those 3 backing off and really go for it. Oh, and that Jamie Fluke off completely, and he almost wipes out Caique there. Oh, yeah, now this run to the lane gets really feisty now, since I think this is Rob.
And Siggy got taken out through that, so Robbie is going to grab a spot. And here we go on the drag race. Will Caique Oliveira be able to outdrag Christopher Dambeats?
Yeah, come on.
He'll go up high. He'll be pushing. The zebra's galloping.
I think he just missed out.
Just short by a couple of hundredths at the line. Caique Oliveira 9th. Robbie Stapleford 10th. The zebra's charge comes to an end, unfortunately, on day 1 in 2024 ESL R1.
Yeah, it's absolutely brutal. But I think there might even be penalties with Jamie's spin, but that was, yeah, definitely a tight one. But yeah, it was unfortunate. It was all set up from the qualifying, unfortunately. It tends to be in the series. But yeah, they drove a brilliant race. Couldn't really fault them. They were just victims to their scenario with how the battles go in this series. But yeah, they drove brilliantly to get this far, and it's indicative of the fact that they can bring it this far.
And so now, again, looking forward to chatting with both drivers and rounding off our focus on the races here for today, because, of course, now no zebras necessarily locked in for the final here in round number 1. What an interesting first round as well, Florian. How are you feeling right now? Heart rate stabilizing just a little bit as you can look forward now to next week.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a bit disappointed because also in the semi now, I mean, there was more possible. And if you have a race where you are fighting with Redline and with Mouse in the BMW camp, and then you have Roger, I don't know, did Josh make it? Did he finish 6th in the end, or was it? I don't know. Yeah, we will see afterwards. But I mean, these are the top dogs of the series, and so we are up there. And this is what I take away from this round, because everything's possible, I would say, this year. This is the good news. Really proud of the efforts, and yeah, stabilize quali a bit, and then we can fight. And this is good news.
And, you know, Ibra, in terms of, you know, that racing that we've just seen as well, it gets more physical, doesn't it? Each time you go racing, quarterfinals, maybe a little bit tamer, semifinals, a little bit more intense. And so that's something as well that I guess the mindset has to ratchet up as well as you work through each of these events.
Yeah, absolutely. With the further you go in this series, the more you're willing to take risk. to make it through to the next round, to the finals, of course. Well, we didn't see too much craziness, but yeah, we saw with Fluke spinning out, and saw some moves that did compromise in the end. People making it to the finals, not top 6. So yeah, definitely going to be harder racing in the finals. But I mean, this is the nature of the series, so we've got to play to your advantages and be aggressive.
And so your big red machine will be ready to go at Orchard Road in a week's time, and so will the rest of the BS competition herd. Already have seen that both Caique Oliveira and Robbie Stapleford are making their way to have a chat with us here in the broadcast booth, so that's going to be great for us to be able to dissect what's happened through that semi-final, of course, starting with qualifying and moving forward into the race itself as well. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to chat to either one of them right now. Let's see if we can catch up with, I guess, Caique Oliveira first. Caique, talk to us about that race, starting, of course, I guess, with qualifying. How did it go?
Yeah, qualifying again wasn't really ideal. You need to put it up there to be safer. My first sector was actually quite good, but it just... I mean, I just overdrove, bus stop, managed to do a clean lap still, but it was like way off what I was performing in practice and stuff like that. Not nervousness, it just didn't click with the lap. Still, like, I saw a big chance of fighting, and I was quite bold on turn 1. I think I didn't push anybody wide or did anything fancy, but it was just bold. But it didn't really work out. Lots of bits, beating and banging, and clean from everybody, but just not enough to catch up with the pack from the qualifier 6 cars. And yeah, I'm happy to be in a semi-final, but I knew that I was like, okay, I have complete pace to be in the finals, but still a semi, it's good points. And I think it's some points from P9 or P8, something like that. Yeah, there's lots to work on, and there's a race next week, so yeah, looking forward to it.
Yeah, plenty of grinding, I'm sure, to do for next week when we go racing around a street circuit. Now, have you done any laps around Orchard Road already?
Sure. I did some laps during the BOP tests, and it's a very different track from all the others that we have. It's actually a fictional track. Has some features that doesn't, like the other tracks, doesn't have, like being a street circuit and lots of walls and rails and all that stuff. I feel like this close quarter racing, this kind of racing will be interesting to see the next round for sure. So yeah.
Let's see then if we can catch up as well with Robbie Stapleford in the Clementine Cruiser, the what are we going to call it? The Orange Odyssey. We're still trying to come up with the nickname for
the pumpkin plower.
Tiger Bro is the best.
What's it, Robbie? Sorry?
Tiger Bro.
Tiger Bro. Okay, is that what we're calling it? Okay, we'll roll with it. Talk us through that one, Robbie. I mean, you charged your way forward in the quarterfinal, had to try and do something similar in the semis, but you were stuck with 2 very strong redline BMWs fighting you as well. Talk us through the race.
Yeah, well, it went good in practice. It was second in practice with a 0.1, so I thought I've got nothing to lose. I'm going to send it in qualifying. Broke at the place I was braking for in turn 1 in practice, did it in qualifying and just completely missed the corner. So sector 1 was a bit off, but every other sector was good. So yeah, we obviously qualified down the pack, but we had a good start. And then I think the BMW lacks a bit of straight line. And if the other cars don't want to cooperate, so like Rietveld and that didn't want to cooperate, we couldn't get back up the pack, and Rogers and that eventually dropped us. So yeah, there's nothing you can do when it's like that and you don't have other people who want to cooperate with you.
What have you learnt heading into our next round at Orchard Road? Anything in particular coming out of this first round where you made it into the semifinals?
Same again, really, but I just gotta do the qualifying and know if I send it, it's going to work out and not screw up. So yeah, learning curve, good start to the season, getting through to the semi straight away, better than last year, full stop. So yeah, same again really, and we're going for that final again.
Looking forward to it at Orchard Road. Thanks for coming and chatting with us, Robbie, and best of luck in a week's time when you go racing once more.
Cheers, thank you.
So great to have a quick catch up with both Caique Oliveira and Robbie Stapleford. Florian, what do we do now? Unfortunately, the Zebra is out. We've still got 1 race left to go.
Yes, to be honest, we can shut the stream down, but I think maybe we owe it to the viewers that we have a look at the final. But you decide, Arjuna. You had the hardest week of us, so I don't care actually. Maybe it's interesting to just keep it going and to have a look who wins it in the end. Yeah.
I don't mind. We could either have us cover it, we could throw up George and Lewis a shout about all of the action as well, and check in a little bit with them and see what's going on with their side of things. Team Thai not represented on the official broadcast.
Absolutely, yeah, we could do that, and then we have the final race here, and we can start drinking the beers.
We could break out the Zebrews. Ibraheem, before we wrap things up, then talk to us about, day one in the books officially. Overall thoughts from your big red machine.
Well, from my perspective, definitely a bit disappointing, but it's been definitely great to get back, because I've not been driving in the series for a while. It's been a fair long time to get back in the hot seat and put in some laps in anger in race, and it definitely a big learning experience. Especially from all of us on how we approach our qualifying, just to be aggressive and knowing that we have that pace and not thinking that we know that we're an underdog in this series. So it's all about just playing that to our advantages, and knowing that if we have a bad day, we can definitely just put it right by one really great result that we showed, I guess, by getting into the semi-finals. Unfortunately, that didn't work out too great, but yeah. My side, I'm going to get straight back to Orchard Road and grind that until next weekend, and hopefully from there we'll see where we get up to. But I have a good feeling. I'm looking forward to it, really.
And Florian, next time out, we'll have Robbie Foley joining us, you mentioned, in the broadcast booth as well. So that's going to be a lot of fun as he watches the Zebras charge their way on forward. And we go racing at a street circuit. Talk us through your thoughts heading into that, coming off, Daytona, which is such a big, wide open facility. We go racing around a tight, twisty street circuit where passing is going to be quite difficult as well. I think we'll see plenty of chaos as well.
Yeah, I love street circuits. I think action will be good. Maybe not. Maybe there's no passing at all. We will see how the action will be. But I remember a street circuit and a street race in Po that I did, or not racing, but following. And Augusto Farfus ended up on the roof. Not sure if this is possible in Rennsport, but this would be some action for the spectators. No, but I don't know the track. I hope we are as strong as we are here, or as we were here in terms of pace, because this really impressed me and really makes me so positive for the rest of the season, because I think we have shown that everyone on the roster has the pace. And this is so good to know, and a good feeling, and this will motivate us completely to show this over the next 5 rounds, and then in Riyadh as well. But for now, I think we can really be happy with being where we are.
So join us again this same time, same place on the BS Competition channels for round 2 of ESL R1's 2024 Team Championship next Friday. Action continues, though, with the finals here on our BS Competition channels. For our team, though, it's time for us to say goodbye. Let's go join George and Lewis for the rest of today's action and today's final.
Thank you.
The advantage we could get to try and close up to the pack in front. Obviously that didn't work out, but there's little things like that you can do in these kind of races to really try and push yourself forward. Same with the knockout, I had Caique pushing me along, which worked really well. So it's probably more a little bit with that. Struggling with traction later on in the stint, but the car's strong. It's a track where you can make a difference strategically, and it's been nice that way. It's probably more the latter. I think from a knockout race semi-final perspective, it's probably not so different. Ultimately, you're just trying to score as many points as you can, whether that's for the Drivers' Championship or Teams Championship. I think in the final race, probably see now, teams that have more cars in the finals are going to be able to control the race a little bit differently, and that's probably where you're going to see the biggest differences. Not so much probably in the knockout and semi-finals. That's more just, trying to get in the top 6 and advance through to the next one while scoring as many points as you can. But expect to see, the final to be maybe a little bit of a different shake-up. Thank you. Cheers, mate.
final round. It's just crazy.
No, you can't. And obviously, we just heard from Joshua Rogers as well, who was alluding to their work in qualifying, needing to be improved, need to be stepped up. Obviously, coming into the final race, they need to do that because the points, obviously, on offer are greater than what we've seen in the knockouts and the semi-finals. So there's a great need for them to perform now. They've got, though, the likes of Charlie Collins, who's going to be appearing later on as well. So they have got other drivers that can pull off decent results. But obviously, we know what Joshua is capable of. And obviously, seeing what he's achieved through the knockout phase, despite starting towards the tail end of the field, aggressively working his way into the top 6. Obviously, if he was starting in the top 6, that venture to P1 would be that much easier.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, that whole run from 9th to 1st for 9th to 1st from Josh Rogers in the absolutely incredible. That, I'm going to be completely honest, and I think he is well aware of this. That is not going to be possible in the finals, right? If he qualifies in 9th, he's not going to be able. Realistically, he's not going to be able to go from 9th to 1st. Yeah, sure, it might happen. But it's the percentage chance of it is so low. So realistically speaking, I think your victor needs to come from the first 3 rows. I wouldn't say you have to qualify on the front row. You have to qualify, 3rd, 4th, something like that. You can get away with it as long as you're in the top half of the field. I think then you can take victory.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, obviously, we've got such a big lineup now heading through into this final round. It's going to be very interesting to see, or this final race here in round 1. It's going to be very interesting to see. And given the fact that we've only got 3 rounds of a team's championship, it's imperative for these teams that they grasp every point or any number of points that they can. Matuszewski representing the only Team Falcons car that's going to be heading into the final. It's going to be interesting to see how they get on. They've got other teams, though, around looking to try and stop them from achieving the big points. We do, of course, have the Williams Esports team. I must say they're looking like one of the strongest teams already from the opening start of this championship, and I've been impressed with them, despite them only being P3 in the team's championship coming out of the knockouts. Given the fact that they're so well stocked, so well armed, I'd imagine now the complexion of the team's title looks a lot different after the semi-finals now.
I'm going to take a wild assumption they are leading the championship right now. I think they've done enough to kind of put themselves in that spot, right? The fact, again, if you'd have looked at it after the first 2 knockouts, this is not me trying to make a dig at either of them. Obviously those that were out in knockout 3 and 4 is what it is, because they did put on a great show. But after the first 2 races, they would have been leading the championship, right? Now, Daniel Pashtor has definitely delivered for the team. Dennis Schoeniger also, moving his way up there. So they have done their bit, definitely in the semis. They'll almost certainly be leading the championship now, going into a final where they've got all 4 cars. I actually don't see a scenario where they don't lead the championship, leaving this round. But yeah, obviously I can be surprised.
Certainly can. I mean, if we consider this right now, obviously we expected this from Dara McCormack and Daniel Blyer as well in many ways, but you look at the other drivers that come through. Of course, Dennis Schrodinger, not necessarily showing a lot in the first season, was eventually swapped out through the course of that campaign. And then, of course, we have Daniel Pashtor, who's new essentially to their lineup as well. They've said goodbye to Nikodem Wisniewski, and obviously he's moved onwards, as well as Kuba Brzezinski as well. You bring in Schrodinger, and then you bring in as well Pashtor into the team, effectively papered or certainly perceived to be 2 of their weaker drivers. But the fact that they can perform like that, if that's your weakest side of your team, and if they're performing, you're in a fantastic position. We can take a look at the standings now just to give you guys an idea as to what that result for Pashtor has delivered. And look at that, folks. 129 points out in front. They're the only team that has broken 100, and they've added 29 on top of it. Team Redline now, after losing 2 cars in that last semi-final, only on 97, still retained second, but look how much they forfeited to Williams.
Yeah, indeed. The fact that, and the thing is as well, this event is not over. There is another race that hands out more points than the other races, right, to come, and they have 4 cars in it, right? So this is going to get better for Williams realistically before it gets worse. Again, they're going to be leading the championship, leading this round. Does not mean they're going to be the champions, right? Because how much is going to change in rounds 2 and rounds 3. That is what it is. But very, very impressive to have such a strong position at the moment. shout out, to the likes of the Team Falcons, though, up inside that top 6. I know you've been giving them shout outs all day, but
I'm a big fan of Team Falcons, I have to say.
Yeah, exactly. It's
got a favourite underdog, haven't you?
It is for good reason when they race. Is that why you support me massively, right? When I'm in races, right?
Well, you're technically not an underdog, Lewis. I mean,
what do you mean? In a race?
Well, no, in commentary, I said you're a 2-time VCO Simi Award winner.
I am. Thank you. Of course. You're not so bad yourself.
Oh, thank you very much.
Don't worry about it. You. No, actually, no. Sorry, you were done with compliments. I almost gave you a compliment then.
Nearly got him, everybody. He very nearly gave me a compliment. Doesn't happen very often.
Absolutely not. Get out of here, George.
So close.
This really almost became like a really nice, heartfelt broadcast. Absolutely not. Throw that one straight in the bin. Get ourselves ready for the finals. I want to see some elbows out action. There's going to be elbows out in the comedy booth and everything.
Yeah, there will be. There will be, I must say. Incredible. But yeah, amazing. I mean, what a championship we have in store. Obviously, like you say, Williams with a great chance. I mean, they could finish in the top 4 here in this final race. I mean, given the fact that we've already seen Pajtor finish second, you've also got the likes of Schrodinger showing in the top 6 as well, obviously garnering his place here in this final. Great chance for him to do that again. And then you've got Darren McCormack and Dominic Blyer, 2 drivers who are very, very capable of managing to achieve P1s here in this ESL R1 Championship. So, let's wait and see. I mean, it could be the case that they get themselves in the top 4, all 4 drivers in a row, and then maximise their points offering. Bear in mind, there's 35 points on course for the winner. You get 25 points for finishing second. So, yeah, I see that Williams points total only going upwards here.
Yeah, absolutely. I can see them being in a very, very strong position. I did hear, by the way, that you obviously got involved in certain things on Media Day, which is a few days ago. And apparently, we've got a little video from Media Day where we can see what was going on.
Check it out. What is George Morgan's signature race start line?
It is pedal. Pedal to the go. Yeah.
I am not gonna say this.
Yuri.
And it's go, go, go. It's the only one I know.
Well, you've missed half of it.
Yeah, the first half is Dambi can do.
Come on.
It's lights out? No, I don't know.
No, Max, you've not been watching the broadcast, mate. What is going on?
I drive most of the time. Sorry.
What about you, Moritz?
I know it. It's pedal to the metal and go, go, go.
Moritz wins.
Go, go, go.
Pedal to the metal.
Enzo, there is a bit that leads up to that, Enzo.
I'm going to leave this one to Chadwick.
I don't know. I know it. Something like lights on and go, go, go.
I know it.
I'm actually shocked and appalled that none of you.
First. And then we go, go, go.
It's pedal to the metal and it's go, go, go.
Caique Oliveira coming in straight away. Well done. Who was the first driver to get back-to-back round wins?
McCormack.
Mr. Darren McCormack. That is correct, Sebastian Job and Luke Bennett. It was indeed Darren McCormack.
McCormack.
Correct. Ronaldo's Yuri Council. Well done, mate.
Definitely not Enzo, I can tell you that for free.
I have no clue, to be honest. No clue, to be honest.
Was it McCormack?
Spot on, Will Chadwick. Well done. It was indeed Darren McCormack. He's got the brain, see? That's why he's team manager.
Sebastian Job, I guess?
No, it was Darren McCormack. I was actually embarrassed for some of those drivers they couldn't get my opening start line. Even you can get that one, Lewis.
I got it right. Yeah, that's why it's featured on the intro.
So much. You're in the intro. Can you believe it?
Yeah, I love how I'm in the intro with your line. It's so funny.
It's tragic, honestly. We need to get that changed. If you're watching, editors, you know what to do. But yeah, truly incredible. Always great to see, obviously, those drivers behind the scenes as we get an insight into what they do, obviously. And we saw a bit of it last season as well. I'm sure we'll see lots more, but yeah, they are true characters. We're very fortunate to have a good bunch here that take part in ESL R1 and always willing to partake in every little VC we do for you guys at home as well. But in the meantime, of course, this leads us through to the final. We got to talk about it, Lewis McGlade, because there are huge points on offer. Can anyone upset Williams' day? I'm looking at one man. There can only be one man, Kevin Ellis Jr.
Yeah, I mean, look, I still wouldn't put it past Sebastian Jobe to maybe take a victory here, right? That's the thing, is that, to be fair, anyone on this grid, Sebastian Jobe, Josh Rogers, maybe even Charlie Collins, they can absolutely take victories. But when it comes to the main thing in this, which is not just about taking victories in the round, it's more about scoring points as a team. No one's really going to outscore Williams. I don't really see that happening, even if Williams have a terrible race. That's the important bit.
I mean, they can have 2 cars that finish in the top 4 and then maybe the odd one that finishes in the bottom 5 or something. I'm not quite sure. But here we are, the driver lineup. Take us through it, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. So Charlie Collins, the first of 2 Porsche commanders in this race. We get 2 red line drivers, Luke Bennett, Sebastian Jobe in this one. We've got 2 Vitality drivers, Yuri Toman and Erhan Yayovsky, before we get the quartet of Williams. Dennis Schoeniger, Daniel Pastor, Dara McCormack and Dominic Blyer all making it through into the final. Josh Rogers, obviously the second of those Porsche commanders, a single Apex Racing Team driver of the Kevin Ellis Jr. And the big shout out, Team Falcons, Jakub Masiejewski making his way through into the final on series debut, probably up there with story of the day. But the important bit there, when it comes to the points, you've got 4 Williams, and not only that, if you really want to be cheeky, chuck in a 5th in the form of Kevin Ellis Jr. They are all representing the Mercedes-AMG brand. I think they could all be working together a little bit. We saw it a little bit, obviously, in the semi-finals, so I wouldn't put it past them.
It's good. It's a good day to be Mercedes. It has to be said. I mean, also
unless you're in Formula One.
Unless you're in Formula One, of course. But I mean, we've got to obviously look at. I mean, Matuszewski, we've been blowing smoke for him all day long and all evening long as well. But given the fact that he is the sole Falcons representative, I mean, how cool would it be to see him take pole position again, like he did only in our last race?
Yeah, could happen. It definitely could happen. He's been a quality on pace. To be fair, the Team Falcon squad have been qualifying really well. Obviously, they've got a couple of poles already today. Wouldn't put it past them to grab a third. Although that said, for this one, he got pole position with a 0.2. I think in this race, 0.0 is going to be pole. There are at least 3 drivers on this grid that can get a 0.0 in qualifying. Obviously, you've got Sebastian Jobe, because he's already done it. You've got Dara McCormack, because he's already done it. You've got Luke Bennett, I reckon he could do it. Kevin Ellis Jr., we've seen some mega laps from him in qualifying. I reckon a 0.0 is required to grab pole position there.
Yeah, and ideally we could do with seeing perhaps a mixture of Team Redline, maybe even some Williams or even an Apex car to really hit the front in order to make it interesting, I think, in this case. And obviously there is one of the drivers from Team Redline making their way around the bank corners. Let's see what they can bring to the table. Obviously practice still very much underway, qualification coming in about a minute and 20 or so's time, and then we'll decide who wins the opening round of the 2024 ESL R1 spring season. Obviously it's not going to be Marcel Chinchik this time. He of course was bowed out in the very early stages after a spin that would cause him to lose out massively, and now it's all down to his teammates and compadres, that of course being Erhan Yayovsky and Yuri Toman, who alike you can't rule them out, but again I wouldn't call them avid qualifiers here, Lewis. They of course tend to favour the race trim.
Yeah, indeed. Again, it's not an easy one to decide on that sense. But yes, they must make sure that they are at least getting as close to their personal best in qualifying. I think the most important thing, right, is we actually saw a few drivers getting slowdowns, right? Especially in the last semi-final, weirdly enough. Again, as to how qualifying works in this, if you exceed track limits on your lap is not invalidated, but you get a slowdown penalty. Whew. For a driver who qualified somewhat poorly last season, Dara McCormack, I think, is feeling the pressure here, George.
Saying a prayer as well.
Or he's got an itchy nose.
Yeah, it's either that or indeed the itchy nose. There is Kevin Ellis Jr. I think just, what is it with the bowing their heads today? I mean, interesting. But Kevin Ellis Jr. just getting ready to go. Absolutely. I mean, obviously, he's been brilliant today. And like I said before, as someone who's progressed through the course of the championship last year, they moved from Audi into the Mercedes. It seems to have worked brilliantly, and now coming into this they're looking really, really strong. Obviously missing Jamie Fluke. What could have been had they had 2 ARTs through, and it would have meant that we could have said goodbye to a Porsche as well, because it was down to Joshua Rogers essentially that it all transpired. Obviously Matuszewski finishing in 6th in that race, but now it's Yuri Toman who's going to unleash the first lap to the timing tower this time, Lewis, and coming through the first sector.
Yeah, indeed. Let's see what our first lap time's going to be. Obviously, we'll get that first sector split once they've come out of the West Horseshoe. It's a very long time away. We can keep our eye on this lap time from Yuri Toman, who's had a good day fairly so far. The Vitality team may be a bit questioning what happened with Thibaut Kazmon and Marcel Chinchik, but still at the moment things looking solid for Yujovski and for the Czech driver of Yuri Toman, who I can tell you, by the way, is obviously right next to his steering wheel. He basically drives with the chest. Out through the West Horseshoe now, we'll get that telling time. It will be a 44 something. What? Ooh, 44.0. Okay, sorry, I was looking at the other bit on the timing. 44.0. That's very good.
It's a very good first sector, and he's checking out of the first sector, out of sector 2 as well very soon. Has got to get himself through the bus stop chicane. Very tricky segment. You need to try and take it as fast as you can. Try and lay claim to those, just hop over the curbs. Try and maximise the speed as you come through that particular portion. So we're now seeing him go as wide as he can, and very shortly he will attack that curve as well on the inset in towards bus stop. Heading through out of turns 10 in towards turns 11, and then rounding turn 12, coming through the final portion of this Daytona circuit. It's looking positive right now. If he can harness the same raw pace that he brought together in sector 1 with a 44.077, let's see if this time will be competitive. We did say that we're expecting 144.0s come the end of this lap. Obviously, from the best drivers, we would expect that, but can Toman be one of them as he comes up towards the line? It's a 44.2. Now, if we saw that in semi-final or knockout action, that would be pretty good, but I'm not so sure about the final, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, look, 44.2 is decent. It is a solid lap time around here. I just don't see that as being good enough for this session. I can see that qualifying him, let's call it 6th or 7th. I think that's where he's going to end up with that kind of time. I think there's a lot of drivers in this that could beat that one. Here is one of them coming up towards the line. Dominic Blyer, who's had such a good run of form. Again, signing on for the full season here. 44.155. That's a bit more like it from Dominic Blyer. We can see what he can get in this race as well. He's been so good round here.
Yeah, he was almost 300 slower in the first sector as well. So the first sector isn't everything. It's what you do in the latter two sectors. Obviously, Joshua Rogers, though, looking really dialed in that first sector. Has managed to nestle in a 44.082. A little slower than Toman's first sector, but still, if he can do something here in sector 2 and sector 3, it could bode well for him. He's looking to try and topple Dominic Blyer. Doesn't break into the 144.1s, only a 144.2, and is in fact 5 thousandths faster than Yuri Toman.
And to be fair, best lap of the day in qualifying from Joshua Rogers. No, it's fine. No, it's 5 thousandths. Faster than Yuri Toman?
It is. Sorry, I was right the first time.
Oh, mate, you did what I did earlier.
You did what you did.
Oh, that's fine. Dennis Schoeninger, great first sector from the Williams driver. Can he get up alongside his teammate? Not sure how pleased he is with this one as he comes up towards the line. Very happy indeed. 44.104. He was not a driver that I had on my list of maybe getting into the zeros. That's an incredible lap from Dennis Schoeninger.
Well, this is exactly what we were talking about in that last race. We were expecting Dennis Schrödinger and certainly Daniel Pashtor not to necessarily be those front players, those front performers, but Schrödinger showing that he absolutely deserves a place here at ESL R1 and at the head of the table for Williams as well, at least for now. But Charlie Collins is going to look to stop that as well, join his teammates up into the top 3, maybe even above him. Goes 5th fastest, in fact, with our slowest time registered so far in this final qualifying session at 144.341. But here comes Kevin Ellis Jr. and he's on a fast lap because his first sector at 44.0, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. I don't think that lap's going to cut the mustard for for Charlie Collins. Kevin Ellis Jr. looking particularly pleased about the lap time that he is currently on. Works his way through NASCAR 4 up towards the line. A 104, a 155 for the top 2. Can he at least get somewhere in the front couple of rows where he needs to be if he wants to go and take victory in this one? Across the line he's going to go. Oh, it's a slow second and third sector, down the order in 6th.
Yeah, well, Charlie Collins can breathe a sigh of relief. He will not be the slowest driver in qualifying. It's Kevin Ellis Jr. for now, but we still have quite a run of cars. Luke Bennett looking really happy, and that first sector is blistering as he now makes his way down the straight. Now, is this going to be hooked up? Is he going to topple the 2 Williams cars that currently sit 1 and 2 at the front of the order? Is it going to be Team Redline up at the very top of the timing tower? Yes, it is. A 144.027, our first 0 here in final qualifying, Lewis.
And I was going to say that's the fastest first sector we've seen all day. Blah, 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 blah. Here comes Daniel Pastor, fastest first sector of the day. 44.035. What an incredible final qualifying session we're getting here. Luke Bennett across the line with that pole time, nearly into the 43s, which I was not told we were going to see today. So that is very impressive. Daniel Pastor then up towards the line. Can he put himself in that grouping of Williams? Yes, he can. 4th place at the moment. Next up, Yayovsky.
Yeah, and I tell you what, Yayovsky isn't scared to stick it at the front. And look at this, a 44.024 in Sector 1. He has gone faster than what Daniel Pastor did in that first sector. But is there frustration there from Yayovsky? But the last time we saw him frustrated, he went fastest in that initial stint. So maybe this is lightning striking twice as he now heads up towards the line in the Audi R8 LMS. Can he manage to pull off the unthinkable and topple Luke Bennett? No, he can't. 7th fastest. The final 2 sectors can't have been good because he's slower than his teammate Yuri Toman.
Yeah, not a great first sector from Dara McCormack. I'm not sure this one's going to be pole position, but he could chuck himself in that trio of Williams, Dennis Schoeniger, Dominic Blyer, Daniel Pastor running 2nd through 4th. Dara McCormack then out through the final turn, out towards the big grandstand where you can see the World Centre racing up towards the top. It doesn't look particularly pleased, doesn't look particularly depressed about the lap time, so I think it is going to be in that 2nd to 4th bit. There he goes, up to 3rd.
Williams quartet, 2nd to 5th. Here comes Sebastian Job, and it's a devastating first sector in terms of the comparisons between the rest of the cars through this field of 44.127. But like we said, it's not all one and done in the first sector, but the frustration showing on the face of Sebastian Job, who is looking to try and join his teammates at the front of the order. It's currently still red line on pole with Luke Bennett this time, but I don't think Sebastian Job is going to be anywhere near him unless he can hook something up towards the very end. Does, in fact, split the Williamses. That's not bad considering the first sector. 4th place with a 144.1.
Yeah, indeed. Matiszewski then the final one to come through. Already had a pole position this evening. It was a 44.2 that did so. That would put him in 6th position at the moment. But could there be a mega lap on the horizon? I'm not necessarily sure about that one. You've got Redline Williams, Redline Williams. Can he break that all up towards the line? He's going to go the 12th driver to cross it into 6th place. Does get ahead of Daniel Pastor, so a solid lap time. But Luke Bennett said he could get a 0.0 onto the board. Does indeed do so, but nearly breaks into the 43s.
It was very nearly a string of Williamses as well in behind until that spell was broken by his teammate Sebastian Job. And a great time as well from Jakub Matiszewski, despite not necessarily managing to trouble the top end, still sitting his car in the mid-pack. And I'm sure he'll be looking to get a good launch as well. Doesn't want to lose out the places like he did so earlier on, where he lost 3 in the space of one sector, or one corner, in fact, coming through towards turn 1. There, though, Luke Bennett will have an opportunity of potentially bringing home a round victory for Team Redline and also for himself as well. But it's all about the team's championship, and despite this man not necessarily doing what he perhaps set out to do, which is get pole position, Dara McCormack and the rest of his teammates are going to be looking ahead to give Williams the ultimate chance to secure a decent buffer in the team's championship, because this could mean everything come the end of round 3.
Yeah, indeed. Pretty happy look there on the face of Dominic Blyer. I don't know if that's happy, sweat, aggression. I don't know what, but he's looking pretty toasty behind the wheel. There's obviously Dennis Schoeniger with a big pipe in the background. That's obviously to get some of that heat out of the room, which is very much needed, especially considering we're approaching summer, where we're all going to be sat here talking about sim racing, probably in just a t-shirt, not gonna lie.
Yeah, there's Matiszewski now, and knows
exactly. Going to brush past that comment, all right.
I am going to brush past it, yes. Yeah, Matiszewski starting P6 here in this one now, as we look ahead to our final race of the evening. And yeah, I mean, it has to be said, Williams with a great chance here of securing the brilliant results they're looking for. Take us through the starting grid, Lewis.
Yeah, for the final race of the evening then, Kevin Ellis Jr. off the rear of the field. Charlie Collins back there as well with Vitality in 10th and 9th. Erhan Yayovsky with his teammate Yuri Toman just slightly ahead. Josh Rogers outside of that grouping, but do remember he won from 9th position earlier on in the evening. Daniel Pastor getting knocked out of the top 6 with a 7th place qualifying because Matiszewski managed to move his way through. Slight improvement on his pole time from earlier on in the evening. Dom Blyer will start alongside in 5th position. Sebastian Job, pole position in the first race of the evening, got denied victory, still ended up finishing on the podium. He is in 4th position. Dara McCormack, of course, race winner twice this evening. Can he make it 3 from 3 in the brand new season? Dennis Schoeniger on the front row of the grid with an incredible lap time, only to be bested by a 44.0 from Birmingham's finest. It is Luke Bennett on the pole position in incredible fashion for Team Redline. Absolutely incredible scenes.
Yeah, amazing results certainly for Team Redline to get both drivers in touching distance of one another. Obviously, Luke Bennett taking pole position, that all-important pole position that gives them the best track position possible looking ahead to the final race. There is Yuri Toman representing Team Vitality. They'll be hoping for a better run this time around as well. Obviously, only 2 cars representing them in this final race, much like Team Redline, but Redline the better team heading out of quali this time around. The Williamses, though, all together near enough. Only Sebastian Job actually separating them right now, as we can now see the 2 Redline cars, front row and second row, but the sea of blue in behind waiting to attack, heading through towards turn 1. A huge opportunity for big points for Williams as we head on to the final race here, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. Let's see what we're going to get from this one. Can Luke Bennett take victory? Will it be one of those 4 Williams cars that start around him? Will his teammate come to take over the position as well? Let's see what we can get. The very first final of the spring season of 2024 here at ESL R1. We go racing at the World Centre of Racing. It is green flag in the air. It's pedal to the metal, and it's go, 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 go. Racing down towards the first corner, of course, Luke Bennett starting that one from pole position. Dennis Schoeniger trying to get to the outside. Dara McCormack with a run to the inside, who will take over second position. Sebastian Job able to fend off the trio of Williams behind. Not a great start from Dennis Schoeniger to drop back to to fall and maybe even 5th in all this.
Yeah, I must say he lost a little bit of tread, but pushing his teammates slightly as well. I don't think Dominic Blyer is going to be necessarily very happy with that, because it's opened the door for Jakub Matuszewski around the outside too. He's now up to 5th place after starting 6th as well. And you've got Yuri Toman trying to break ahead of Daniel Pashtor as they look to break away once again. And there you can see further up as well, Dominic Blyer coming together with Matuszewski on the outset of the first sector. Already things getting a little spicy here at the initial stages as the 2 drivers from Team Vitality try to topple Pashtor for that 7th place, and Toman's done it, and Yuyovski's followed him through, followed by Kevin Ellis Jr.
Big arm in the air then from Daniel Pashtor. Not particularly pleased about what he's seeing, but again, there's still going to be some solid points for the Williams squad, as there's going to be side-by-side between the 2 Vitalities, as one's being pushed by Kevin Ellis Jr. That's Erhan Yuyovski. Yuri Toman's getting a little bit of a push from Daniel Pashtor, going side-by-side as they work up towards the Le Mans chicane. Less than a 10th of a second separating first and second. Well, make that a switch around. Dara McCormack to the front of the field here at Daytona in the final races. There's been a spin-off. Dara McCormack's off.
Dara McCormack, I'm not sure what happened, but you've got 2 Redline cars at the front now. I'm not sure what occurred. Hopefully we'll be able to get a replay of it. But Dennis Schoeniger, now the highest Williams in the timing tower. McCormack now stagnant in P11. It looks so good, but it's fallen apart at the seams coming towards the end of lap 1. But in comes Schoeniger and Blyer now. It's a double act of Redlines. It's a double act of Williamses coming through towards turn 1. They're going to go through in tandem. It's Bennett, Schoeniger, Joe, Blyer, all coming together as they exit under the first corner here in lap 2, but it's still Bennett who leads the way, and Job did a cracking job of fending them off. But look at Jakub Matuszewski, who's around the outside coming through towards turn 3. Split the 2 Williamses, needs to try and find the traction to take it around the outside as he tries to challenge Blyer for that P4 spot.
We're supposed to be impartial this broadcast, but at the same time, come on, Jakub Matuszewski, give it a go. Come on, son. What an incredible drive so far. 4th position at the moment. Now battling with the 2 Williams in that 3rd and 4th position. I mean, he could be sneaking through for an unbelievable win for Team Falcons. Look at the door being opened up for Erhan Yuyovski to potentially come through. We heard from Josh Rogers he thought this race was going to be a little bit more elbows out. He certainly felt part of that. Dara McCormack and Josh Rogers, 2 of the favourites coming into this, 11th and 12th, with no chance of moving through to score any more points. Thankfully for this one, that was a team's event, that they're still scoring points. Oh my goodness me, was that Tom Blyer?
Dom Blyer, I think, making contact with Kevin Ellis Jr., so no friend certainly at Mercedes. I think it was more Yuri Toman, because I think Kevin Ellis Jr., as a result, poked his head through with his own Mercedes. I'm not sure whether he made contact. I think it was with the Audi in behind. I can't quite recollect, but as they now head out of the chicane, coming out of bus stop, now it's the turn of Dominic Blyer to try and tackle Erhan Yuyovski. Now, will he go high and try and tackle him around the outside? I don't think so, because of course Yuyovski does have the Tiger line coming through towards turn 1. The big question is, though, will Matuszewski be able to defend against the rising cars that are coming up in behind as well? Kevin Ellis Jr. sprinting into this as well as he looks to try and fan out. They're going to go 3 wide, and maybe there could be a 4-man overtake here for Yuri Toman, who has a look down the inside of turn 1. Matuszewski in the midst of all this. 2 Vitality cars now bound together as Toman sprints into P4.
That's an incredible stuff from Yuri Toman. Got to say, it's a complete misjudgment from Dominic Blyer, who pulled out way too late to try and take the slipstream off of Ellis Jr. Yeah, I know, this is absolutely ridiculous from Yuri Toman. He's trying to sneak his way through. It is a red line 1-2 in all this. You haven't been victorious at all today.
Well, Vitality now look on. Yuri Toman has somehow managed to blast his way through up to P3. He overtook 3 cars coming in towards turn 1 and making contact with Schrodinger, who tries to send it up his inside. And now Kevin Ellis Jr. on the right. Look at the joint Toman as they breeze through the field, and yes, Kevin Ellis Jr., now the highest ranking Mercedes, has managed to break through through the entire sea of Williams drivers. And now Schrodinger's dropping further down.
Matuszewski trying to slot the gap between one of the many Williams in this race and, of course, Charlie Collins. That one being Dennis Schuniger, just trying to find his way past. Almost started the gap coming out of turn 7 on the track, going out back into NASCAR 1 and 2. Now picks up the slipstream of the Williams of Dennis Schuniger. You're absolutely right. Kevin Ellis Jr. has picked his way through that one beautifully, but Yuri Toman, incredible performance to move up into 3rd. Is there still the chance that they can deny Team Redline in this one? At the moment, those top 2, Kevin Ellis Jr. and Yuri Toman, the most important thing for them right now, do not fight. Don't fight. If you fight, those 2 are gone.
Yeah, at this point, Luke Bennett and Seb Job have got to play their cards right here. There's now Job is going to remain behind Luke Bennett. This is the perfect scenario for Redline right now. They can't allow the group to catch up, though, behind them. As you can see there, Toman flirting with that second gap. The problem that Toman's got, if he can't get slipstream, he's a sitting duck to Kevin Ellis Jr. in behind. And not only that, Erhan Yovsky needs to try and break into that delta and catch up with those Redline BMWs ASAP, just so he doesn't have to worry about losing any slipstream and give himself a chance of at least maintaining a podium position, because if it stays like this, he's going to lose out massively.
Kevin Ellis Jr. is one of the smartest drivers on the grid, though. We've seen that time and time again. I think the most important thing that he'll be doing right now, bump drafting. I think all he'll be doing, or at least giving the aero push, sit right on the rear end of Yuri Toman, let him do what he's doing, let him bring that margin back down to well under a second so that Yuri Toman's getting the slipstream. Yes, it's going to make Toman harder to pass, but it's giving him the opportunity to go for the race victory. That is the more important bit right now. If you overtake Toman, that's great. You'll be fighting for 3rd position for the rest of the race and saying goodbye to 1st and 2nd, allowing Team Redline to take a whole host of points for 1st and 2nd place. If you take over 3rd right now, that's what you're going to deal with. If you settle for 4th right now and let Yuri Toman do what he's doing, the chance of you taking victory increases massively.
Yeah. We're going beyond now the halfway point in this race on lap 4 of 9. It's still Bennett out in front. Toman managing to reel in the gap, and obviously Kevin Ellis Jr. along for the ride as well. So it gives them a good chance now to potentially land a blow to Team Redline deeper into this race. Lap 4 of 9 will become 5 of 9 when we venture out of turns 12 and 13, but it's still Bennett in control. Again, flirting with that second gap as we see a little flash there from Yuri Toman with Kevin Ellis Jr. I think it might be the glare from the sunlight, though, in fact, here at this Daytona circuit. Kev now right on the rear of Yuri Toman, getting that toe as well in towards turn 1. And like I said before, the highest Mercedes in this field with Dominic Blyer in behind the sister Vitality car of Erhan Yovsky as they head out of turn 1 now. And it does look like Toman's finally managed to catch up with the 2 cars ahead.
Obviously, we didn't see what happened within the top grouping, right, when there was that incident with McCormack. So I wonder if there might be a little bit of race control stepping in here with these 2 to be like, what actually happened? Because McCormack was battling with Bennett. I'm pretty sure he wasn't battling with Joe, but he was definitely battling with Bennett at the point, because he just took over the race lead from Bennett going down into the Le Mans chicane. So I am not saying that Bennett has done anything wrong. I'm not saying that McCormack's done anything wrong. I'm saying that we haven't seen it, and I would put an asterisk on Bennett right now because there's stuff to be dealt with.
I'd imagine the stewards will be looking very long and hard at it right now. We do have, of course, a live shooting team on offer, just keeping an eye on everything that's unfolding. And Luke Bennett still leads the way. Sebastian Job in second, but Yuri Toman has done a great job to break into that second gap. It is now coming down, cascading downwards now to below 0.8 of a second. So with the remaining 4 laps that we do have, of course, there's still a great chance here for any of these drivers that currently sit within this train to perhaps striking in position to Team Redline, and Kevin Ellis Jr. also being one of them, because he is just tracking Yuri Toman right now, has had his opportunities to make the move ahead of Toman, but has opted against it, as very shortly they'll begin a lap 6 of 9 on the next lap around. As now you can see them, still nose to tail between the two Redline BMWs, nothing to separate them right now. They don't need to be separated. They're running, they're managing this race and doing so brilliantly. Still Bennett, as you so rightly say, Lewis, with that asterisk. Obviously we're unsure as to what happened with McCormack earlier on, but we are seeing them tussle further down the order, with Jujovski in tow with that of Kevin Ellis Jr. further up as well. And you've got a trio of Williams is with Dominic Blyer, Dennis Schrodinger, Daniel Pashtor, and then Jakub Matuszewski still occupying that P9 place. Charlie Collins detaching as well. It's been a horror show for Porsche Coanda.
Yeah, it really has been. Big disaster. Charlie Collins and Josh Rogers right back there. Got to say, there's something slightly satisfying about that top grouping. How you've got two red lines, then a Vitality either side of Kevin Ellis Jr., and then two Williams, all in this train. There's something slightly satisfying about seeing them. Obviously, two, and then one, and then different, and then back to the same one, and then two at the end. It's an interesting white bread, brown bread, and a big load of filling sandwich in all this, with Kevin Ellis Jr., the glue right in the middle, with no teammate around him, so he's just in the fight by himself. They are closing down, by the way, on the top two. That is the important bit. As much as it's been very slow, they are closing down. They have 3 laps to go at the line. The gap's coming down bit by bit.
Given the fact that McCormack obviously had the incident that he had dropping down the field, he's done well, I think, to recover at least a position. I mean, Josh Rogers must have had his own issues at some point during the course of the race. And McCormack is still working hard to try and reduce the deficit. It's done brilliantly, in fact, because he is closing on the back of Matuszewski, who had his own fight earlier on, and in turn will catch up with Charlie Collins. So there is still a chance here for Darren McCormack to pull something special off in the remaining 3 laps. Not necessarily suggesting it's going to be a race win or a podium, but he can still move on up. And bear in mind, we have got points on offer all the way down to the very end in P12, as we're now seeing some movements further up. To both Redline cars under attack as Toman once again goes on the attack here, Lewis.
Yeah, where's Toman come from? He's already caught up with this grouping. Straight around the outside, Erhan Jujovski's going to go on Kevin Ellis Jr. for the Apex Racing team, but Yuri Toman's already knocking at the door for the top 2. I didn't think it was going to come down that much. Clearly just got the right grip of the slipstream. I think it's within 0.7 of a second, and you really pick up that slipstream. Look at that, straight around the outside. Dominic Blyer was trying to go on Evan Erhan Jujovski. Chuck that one as another name for him. Nearly got past Jujovski in doing so, trying to get around the outside of the international horseshoe, but couldn't quite do so. Big gap now being built for Luke Bennett.
Yeah, I think you were alluding to that new name for Evan O'Leary.
Evan O'Leary, my son.
Absolutely. Also known as Ewan O'Leary, as we're now watching them head through this next portion of circuit. You just see them now all bunching up together. Now, whilst they fight, obviously this is helping out all those stragglers in behind that have perhaps lost tread on this field right now. Luke Bennett's still at the front, and just look at that gap. Because Job has been defending, it's now marched out by a second, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. No update from Race Control as of yet, as far as we're aware. Race Control have not said anything as to any form of incident. Again, we have not seen it on the broadcast. We don't know what the incident was or whatever. We don't even know if it's under investigation right now. But something happened with McCormack going through the chicane. So, again, big asterisk. I think Sebastian Job's slowing the field down.
I think he is too. I think obviously trying to give Luke Bennett the best chance of winning, and he has done in this instance, but Yuri Toman, keen to get this over and done with, is going to try and go around the outside and might have cost Seb Job his own position in second place, and certainly has done, because Kevin Ellis Jr. has gone through, and Erhan Jujovski is now looking to try and take P4 away as well, as they all blast in towards turn 1, and the 2 Vitality cars now nose to tail pretty much. Toman now back in second, Kevin Ellis Jr. now fighting through as well, Erhan Jujovski trying to pepper the back of the ART, but a great move from Kevin Ellis Jr. to try and withstand the pressure, and at the same time Sebastian Job trying to fight relentlessly to maintain at least some level of points here in this race. But I think what's key is that Job is keeping those Williams cars at bay, at least for now.
Yeah, I mean, there is potential, but I get the feeling that Don Blyer, maybe Dennis Schrodinger might find their way past Sebastian Job at the moment. Not a great points haul for a team with 4 cars, and the fact they've only got 1 inside that top 6 at the moment, although it matters, there's no race after this, but it's more just where the solid points are. Let's take a look at a replay as to how Sebastian Job lost all those positions straight around it. He got properly freight trained. Let's be honest, no one was going to work with him.
No, not at all. They were keen to get rid of him as soon as possible. Kevin Ellis Jr. making his way through, and very nearly Hanuyovsky doing the same as well. And now he's got to be wary because he's got a trio of Williams cars now in behind. Kevin Ellis Jr. Very keen to perhaps dispatch Yuri Toman. We're now on the penultimate lap of the race with Luke Bennett at the helm of the field. 1.7 seconds now separate Toman and Bennett. And I must say, Toman is absolutely flying, because remember that gap was vastly further out before, and I think Bennett, it could be at risk should Toman be able to keep this pace up.
If Kevin Ellis Jr. is wise here, maybe does a little bit of bum drafting, maybe there's the chance that gap's going to come down, but I don't see it. I think Luke Bennett's going to be able to hold that 1.8 second gap, or at least keep it above a second all the way around the lap, and we'll be able to hang on for this victory. Obviously, this weekend so far has been pretty good for the Apex Racing team. One of their drivers picking up a slight partnership with McLaren as well, becoming one of the McLaren young drivers and qualifying in fifth in Formula 3. That is, of course, Alex Dunn is working straight to the outside now. Don Blyer having a little bit of a skirmish here with Sebastian Jobe.
Yeah, joining Martin Estenshorn as well at McLaren, and two young great adverts there for the McLaren team.
Oh, someone's backwards.
Yeah, absolutely. We just got Jobe just losing out again. Jajovsky holding on to fourth. I think Jobe was, in fact, potentially losing out to Dennis Schrodinger. Pajtor, Blyer's dropped down to 11th place as where they now come through the first sector, and Blyer, sat behind Darren McCormack, his teammates. So, again, the points haul being disrupted here for Williams, Lewis.
Yeah, exactly. They definitely lost a couple of points and all that. But yeah, I don't know what happened with Blyer there, but he certainly was sent around slightly behind shot. Obviously, he was a few cars back of where we were looking and was sent round slightly there. Well, we're on the 9th of 9 laps here at the Daytona International Speedway. Luke Bennett's got a 1.5 second lead, which means these two are most certainly just fighting for second position and the honours that go with it and the points that go with it. We're not going to see Kevin Ellis Jr. settling for third position here. We're going to see him going for the second spot, not like what he did in the previous couple of races when he was battling with Darren McCormack. Out then through the Le Mans chicane and up towards the line. Luke Bennett going to be closing round those final couple of corners out towards the line. You can see the elation on his face, and do you know what? With that qualifying lap that he had, he has absolutely earned this. Luke Bennett for Team Redline across the line today. Victory here at Daytona as we got the switch for second, the drag race with it. There goes Kevin Ellis Jr. up into second position for the Apex Racing team. What a drive it has been. What a day of racing it's been for Kevin Ellis Jr. First, second and second. Incredible performance.
And he's had to grind out every result as well. But I tell you what, it looked uncertain for Team Redline. But Kevin Ellis Jr. could not stop this man. Luke Bennett, fastest. It's been a tremendous day for him. Obviously managing to take the big points when they were warranted. Yuri Toman, I think, probably a little disappointed. But obviously it all came down to the fact that Sebastian Jobe was backing up the field. Kevin Ellis Jr. taking full advantage of what he could obtain, and it's second place for the Mercedes. But they'll look ahead to round two with a great opportunity, I'm sure, to try and take hold of the better results. We do have an interview as well coming up here with Luke Bennett very, very soon, so stay tuned, everybody. What a performance, and I think that's the performance that Team Redline have been waiting for, really, Lewis.
Yeah, exactly. I think there were a couple of points where there was maybe some disappointment from a few drivers, but alas, it was very thrilling, very exciting, and great to see Luke Bennett. By the way, I gave some plaudits to Alex Dunn. Apparently he's been disqualified from qualifying. That's not a commentator's curse. That's something that already happened. All right, just to clarify, wash my hands with that one, as we'll see the again provisional results from the final race. Luke Bennett taking a very well-deserved victory, mostly from that qualifying. Let's be honest, what an incredible qualifying lap from him. Kevin Ellis Jr. second position after making that move on Yuri Toman up towards the line. Erhan Yovsky in fourth. Sebastian Jobe down in fifth. Don't think he's had the greatest day of his ESL R1 career. Dennis Schrodinger, of course, in sixth. Daniel Pajtor in seventh. Charlie Collins in eighth. Darren McCormack being spun around, still works his way up to ninth position, which I think is actually very impressive. Mashashevsky, then Josh Rogers. Didn't see what happened to him, but it was definitely earlier on in the race. And Don Blyer down in 12th. A bit of disappointment for Williams to have 4 cars in this, and their best result is 6th. Not ideal.
And despite having 4 cars that finished in the points as well, Redline outscore them with Sebastian Job alone. They're 2 points to the good, Team Redline in that instance. But let's revisit some of the highlights. And there's Daniel Pajtor getting overtaken by a plethora of cars. But it was Team Redline who managed their race. And I must say it was fantastic. They really upheld everything here in this run. And Sebastian Job, despite taking that P2 and managing to cover off any approach against Luke Bennett, he would eventually forfeit the places as well. Williams did their utmost best. Matiszewski showing a little bit of fibre as well through the initial stages of the race, but would eventually drop down. But it was all about Yuri Toman's rise. Definitely, I would say, if we were doing driver of the day, he was my driver of the day off the back of that charge up through the field. I would also give Kevin Ellis Jr. that shout out too. But Toman really gave a little bit of a headache to the Redline outfits, and Sebastian Job had to do his utmost. I'm guessing he knew that Toman was going to be a thorn in the side of their hopes and dreams for the round victory. But Toman eventually getting through. It definitely seems to me, Lewis, that from my perspective, Toman and Kevin Ellis Jr. were definitely the stories today.
Yeah, I mean, look, there were quite a lot of stories today, to be perfectly honest. So much to follow in all of this, but I think even some of the talking points from earlier on, the likes of the issues for Max Benneker and such, some of those with Marcel Chinchik being spun around, a lot of heavy hitters basically being removed fairly early, which isn't that shocking, but it is what it is. Either way, I think we're going to catch up with our race winner, George.
We certainly are. We're going to head across and speak to our round winner, Luke Bennett, of course, off the back of taking a sensational victory at Daytona. Luke, I tell you what, it came at the very last minute. It looked like it was going to be all Williams, but that qualifying lap was essential to you laying claim to that victory. You must be thrilled.
I'd probably say it's arguably the best quali lap I've ever done in any series. It was very, very close to my PB, and then of course in the race, I saw all the Williams guys in my mirrors next to me, and instantly I was thinking, there's not a chance I'm going to win this. I was thinking they're just going to fly past me left, right, and centre. But luckily, Sevi had a great start. We worked together. We got into the 1-2. I think it was Dennis who came past me in the chicane and decided to take a trip backwards. That, no offense to him, but that did make me giggle. But yeah, no, me and Sevi worked together then, worked out well. Unfortunately, Ellis and Toman caught us up a bit at the end, so Sevi had to do the duties and back it up just so that I could win. And I'm really, really appreciative of that. I owe him one. I'm sure I'll do it for him later on in the season. But yeah, I'm just thrilled to finally win a race again.
Yeah, I think it was actually Dara McCormack, by the way, who was the one who went past and then went for the spin. Yeah, I think so. I mean, like I say, incredible qualifying lap, an incredible final for you. But let's roll it back a little bit, because we were a little bit concerned in the semi-finals, where it didn't look like things were going quite your way. Talk us through what happened in there, and as to maybe how that might have affected your mindset going through to the final, or were you able to reset?
No, well, I mean, the semi-final, of course, wasn't great. I was getting rather frustrated in it, if I'm honest. No, it was a combination of a mediocre quali lap and, just a bit of hot-headedness from me. Sevi also wasn't too great with the track limits at the start of the race, so he had to be quite careful. We couldn't really work together too much. But no, it was kind of one of them where risk versus reward. I was still going to be going through to the final regardless. But I tried my best to overtake Erhan there, but didn't stop didn't give me a bad mindset going into the final at all. I was actually quite angry with my quali lap in the semi-final, and I said, I'm not hitting a 0.1 again. I'm going to do a 0. And then proceeded to pull out one of the best quali laps I've ever done. And yeah, I mean, that was just brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, you speak about those quali laps, Luke, and obviously it was essential because very much in this new format that we have here, especially for the team's title race, of course, we only have 3 rounds in total, 2 more to go after this one. Just how integral does that make each and every single qualifying lap? Because track position's essential, right?
Yeah, but it's weird with Daytona because Rennsport's always been a game where pole is needed, and usually where you qualify is where you're going to finish. It's a sprint race after all, but at Daytona there's so much slipstreaming and so many tactics. I'd say anyone in the top 4 could win the race, and maybe even outside of the top 4. So as much as getting pole was really good and I was really happy with the lap, it was probably the most non-essential pole I've had in recent times, but I was just happy that it was a really, really good lap. But yeah, I think we go to Orchard Road next. Pole there will be super essential, and I think whoever pulls it there will win, guaranteed.
Yeah, of course, it's street circuit racing is Orchard Road. So something actually very different to what we've seen really in ESL R1. So that's going to be very, very interesting. Like you say, it's all about track position. Does that mean that you're literally just purely focusing on making sure that your mind is right for qualifying? Like not even doing like full distance runs, like seeing what the tyres do. It's literally just nail the qualifying. That is going to be the important bit.
Yeah, I would say so. You know, all the focus pretty much goes on to qualifying anyway, even here at Daytona. But Orchard, of course, quali will be so massive. You will still need to do race runs, of course. You know, you can't just rock up and, you know, play by ear, but that's not going to work. I think just a couple of race run preps and you'll be fine. If you pole it, you win. So, yeah, I look forward to that.
Easy.
Well, I tell you what, you've really set a precedent now for the rest of the championship here, Luke. Obviously, it looks like it's going to be a good one for Team Redline should you continue this form. We wish you all the very best as we head to round 2.
Cheers, guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Luke Bennett, everybody from Team Redline. And yes, I mean, it looked unlikely, didn't it, Lewis, coming into this one, especially with 4 Williamses there. But he certainly was very clear with the fact that it was a teammate effort. If it wasn't for Sebi Jobe, it might not have happened.
But this is something that I've noticed a lot. So I actually had this thing, and I said, I think we had a conversation about this in Sweden at the end of last year, where I said I didn't know how this was going to work out for Team Redline. Obviously, absorbing the Red Bull racing side of things, and also taking a few drivers from Urano. Redline, they didn't double in size, but they took on a lot of high-level drivers at the end of last year without actually dropping any drivers, really. So they just added to their group. And I remember saying, I thought this wasn't going to work. I thought they were all going to be like brushing arms and getting in each other's way. In fact, what has happened has been the exact opposite. Watching the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup, watching how they've been in sim racing generally, it's become more of a team effort. Like they're more focused on the team than the individual. I think that is excellent to have so much high quality drivers. To be honest, so much ego, right? But it's dealt with so brilliantly. It's honestly, it's so depressing to see because they're so good. It's really annoying.
Very true. And obviously the team's championship is everything, certainly for these initial 3 rounds. Let's take you through the current standings as we talk about it. Williams still in charge in terms of the points allocation, but I did mention that Redline did outscore Williams in that last race. They're now sat on 147, so the gap has come down just slightly. Team Vitality also breaking 100 into 130. They're only now 17 points behind Redline, with Porsche Coanda in 4th place. It wasn't a great run for them in that final race, obviously with Charlie Collins dropping back places, and obviously a really bad day as well for Joshua Rogers, who I think is not going to look on favourably at that one. Apex Racing Team after a positive day with Kevin Ellis Jr., 5th place with 92, 52 points for Team Falcons as well after a great display from Jakub Matuszewski. I'm sure they'll be back as well in the next one. Team Mouse, don't count them out, of course. Max Benneker unfortunately missing out after that spin in the opening knockouts, and then BS+COMPETITION in 8th place as well. G2 Esports in 9th. Guild Esports be looking for a better time of it, of course not qualifying any of their drivers into the final. They'll be looking to right that wrong in our next run as well, and the Virtus Pro team looking to do the same. FaZe Clan in P12 on 9 points alike. And we can also look ahead as well, folks. We got our next show date coming up very shortly. Of course, there's plenty more to look forward to here in ESL R1, certainly here in this Spring Series Championship. We'll look ahead to May 24th for round 2 in the Teams Championship run, and then our final round will take place on June 7th in round 3. And then, of course, the Drivers' Championship kicks off on June 21st, round 1, round 2 on June 28th, and then July 5th for round 3. That is what you've got to look out for. Obviously, we're going to be in for a real treat as time goes on and as the series comes on. Lewis, any thoughts as we look ahead to sign off?
I mean, look, thrilling to see the strength of the teams like Team Falcons. Obviously, Williams Esports looking really, really strong, naturally, as you would expect. Apex putting on quite a good show in that as well. Vitality maybe looking a little bit weaker than we were expecting, with a couple of issues for the likes of Thibaut Caswell and Marcel Chinchik. But as always, it does seem as though, even despite having a poor round, having 2 drivers getting knocked out, it does seem as though Team Redline still are the team to beat. What are we going to see over the next couple of rounds? We'll have to wait and see, George.
We certainly will. We have got a round coming up soon. We're only 1 round in this 3-round Teams Championship. Who can take it? Williams with a great start. Redline, though, chasing their tails with Vitality not far away either. It's only just begun, folks. We'll see you soon for round 2.
wrong position till the breakout. They're the ones wishing they could turn around. Big bangs to cover up your head before the bomb blast. It's coming soon, so you better think fast. I never thought you'd fall from first to last. Wide-eyed, hard, wide, locked and loaded. Say the word, 'cause you know that I'm dying to go. Come on.